ខ្ញុំទាំងពីរសូមលោកអរកាយគោរពសម្ដេចទ្រង់ឯកឧត្តមលោកជំទាវអ្នកអកញ៉ាលោកអង្ញាអស់លោកស្រីអ្នកនាងកញ្ញានិងភ្ញៀវជាតិនិងអន្តរជាតិទាំងអស់ជាទីគោរពពីទីក្រុងភ្នំពេញប្រទេសជាណាចក្រកម្ពុជាដែលជាប្រទេសម្ចាស់ផ្ទះរៀបចំការប្រកួត SEA Games លើកទី32យើងខ្ញុំសូមស្វាគមន៍ដល់កក់ក្ដៅបំផុតមកកាន់ការប្រកួតកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកក្នុងយេសា VALORANT
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, a very warm good morning. From Phnom Penh, the host country Cambodia, we would like to welcome you all to the VALORANT Esports competition at the 32nd SEA Games.
ហើយថ្ងៃនេះក្នុងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ SEA Games លើកទី32ខ្ញុំពិតជារំភើបព្រោះលើកទី1បំផុតដែល VALORANT ត្រូវបានដាក់បញ្ចូលក្នុងបញ្ជីប្រកួតដណ្ដើមមេដាយផ្លូវការផងដែរ
At today's event will also mark the first participation of Valorant at this very prestigious Southeast Asian Games.
ការប្រកួត Valorant នេះដែរនឹងប្រព្រឹត្តឡើងពីថ្ងៃទី 8 ដល់ថ្ងៃទី 10 ខែឧសភាឆ្នាំ 2023
Valorant at the 32nd SEA Games will officially be held from May the 8th until May the 10th.
ប្រទេសចូលរួមមានប្រទេសកម្ពុជាជាប្រទេសម្ចាស់ផ្ទះ Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines សិង្ហបុរី និង វៀតណាម
Nations participating in the competition include Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Vietnam.
មុននឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមការប្រកួតរបស់យើងសូមគោរពស្វាគមន៍គណៈថាបតីរបស់យើងលោក Jeff Lam.
Before coming to the event, we would like to introduce our esteemed guests who will be a part of this ceremony. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jeff Lam, the technical delegate from the Asian Electronic Sport Federation.
ជាបន្ទាប់សូមគោរពស្វាគមន៍ដល់កក់ក្ដៅវត្តមានរបស់លោកឯកឧត្តមលន់សាមរីអគ្គលេខាធិការរបស់សហព័ន្ធកីឡាអេឡិចត្រូនិកកម្ពុជា
Please warmly welcome His Excellency Mr. Long Samadi, Vice Chairman of Esports Organizing Committee, General Secretary of Esports Federation of Cambodia.
ជាបន្ទាប់សូមស្វាគមន៍លោក ដូវៀតហុង
Please welcome Mr. Do Viet Hong, the Vice Chairman of Esports Organizing Committee, Vietnam.
ជាចុងក្រោយសូមស្វាគមន៍លោក ងុយអ៊ីនចុងសុង
Please welcome Mr. Nguyen Chun Song, the member of Esports Organizing Committee of Vietnam.
បន្ទាប់សូមស្វាគមន៍ក្រុមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាដែលជាម្ចាស់ផ្ទះ
Please welcome the Cambodia team. Victory is in our blood. Let's go, Team Cambodia!
បន្ទាប់សូមស្វាគមន៍ជម្រើសជាតិ Philippines.
Please welcome the Philippines team. The Philippines team slogan is "We have to confront them all."
Som swakum chumreu chiet Indonesia.
Rajawali all the way. Please welcome the Indonesia team.
Chiaបន្ទាប់សូមស្វាគមន៍ជម្រើសជាតិ Malaysia.
Malaysia Bole. Malaysia team, ladies and gentlemen.
Som swakum chumreu chiet Singapore.
Please welcome the Singapore team. Singapore team slogan is Majula Singapura.
Chia chóng kroi som swakum chumreu chiet Vietnam.
And last but not least, Vietnam team. Together we win.
បន្ទាប់ទៀតសូមស្វាគមន៍ជម្រើសជាតិវៀតណាមនិងជម្រើសជាតិសិង្ហបុរីឡើងទៅលើកៅអីប្រកួតរបស់យើង
Now we would like the Singapore and the Vietnam team to step on the stage for our very first match.
ខណៈពេលនេះយើងខ្ញុំសូមប្រកល់តួនាទីទៅកាន់ caster ដ៏ស្រស់ស្អាតនិងស្រស់សង្ហារបស់យើង
Now we would like to give the floor to our game casters.
SEA Games Cambodia Valorant with me, Jamal Samkas, and of course I'm not alone. I'm here with Realize. How are you, Realize?
Yeah, I'm feeling very excited, feeling very incredible because we will see finally the teams that have been preparing themselves towards the 32nd SEA Games, and of course we get to see a lot of these nationwide Valorant players will compete for a golden medal. Of course, it's always nice to be able to represent your country, and being able to chase that golden medal, it's of course going to be their own pride for themselves, right?
Yeah, this was some prestigious international event.
Yeah.
And you can make some gold medal for your country while just playing Valorant. Is that nice?
Yeah, of course it's nice because we've seen pastly SEA Games, mostly it was traditional sports like we're talking about football, badminton and all that stuff. But now we get to see Valorant and other esports titles in contention. Of course, this is something that is going to be very much developed in the near future. Maybe you could see esports in the Olympics, we never know, but yeah. But this is going to be an exciting part of today's event. And now for the first match, Jamal, we'll be talking about Singapore and Team Singapore against Team Vietnam as the first match. Do you have any maybe first thoughts or insights about this game?
Yeah, among 6 countries for the Valorant SEA Games, we have Singapore versus Vietnam for our first match, our opening match for today. And yeah, just to be thought, I think Vietnam has a really good lineup from their side.
True.
They have so many experienced players on the VCT Vietnam. We have so many familiar names, and alongside Singapore, we have not really familiar, but we know who they are.
Yeah, I think we could talk about chemistry as well, right? I think Team Singapore, they have 3 players who used to play with Lays, which was ex-Gaming Gladiators. We're talking about Styron, Frey, Def, and now even 3 of their players are playing in the same team. Styron, Frey, and Divine. They're playing at Enigma Gaming. But first, we will have a look at a group stage format in which the current tournament will run, with a group stage format, and then we will go through the playoffs, which we had 6 teams, which we saw in the walk-in lineup. We have Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Vietnam, which will have 4 teams advancing to the finals, Jamal.
Yeah, 2 countries will be eliminated after the group stage, and this is 4 teams will be compete in single elimination best of 3 format on the final day, because we have the 2 days of group stage, and on the 10 May 10th, we have the grand finalists battling to get the gold, silver, and the bronze medal.
Yeah. This is going to be very interesting as well for these teams because, yeah, you imagine fighting for a medal for your country, right? Especially in a video game as big as Valorant. I think this is going to be an interesting part of their journey as professional players, because these guys are professional players, right? They play for the game, they get paid to play this game as well. But of course, the finals will be played in a best of 3 format, in which this is the timeline. We will be running through 3 days of Valorant games, starting from the group stage at 8 May, continuing tomorrow at 9th May, and we will see the final showdown at 10th May, which will see the grand finals of the semi-finals and the grand finals of SEA Games. But we will also have consolation prizes, right, Jamal? We will also see 3rd place matches for the bronze medal as well. So yeah, everybody is going to be excited to chase for the medals competed in the game.
Yeah, first thing first, we'll head into the group stage. We have 2 days of it, and every single map will be so important for them, because after you get through the group stage, top 4 will be guaranteed the medalist, the prize of the event. And this is the schedule for today. We have 10 best of 1 series. Our opening match will be Singapore versus Vietnam. We have Cambodia versus Malaysia after it, Philippines versus Indonesia, one of the biggest match, I think, and Vietnam versus Cambodia, Malaysia versus Philippines, Singapore versus Indonesia, and Philippines versus Vietnam, Singapore versus Cambodia, Indonesia versus Malaysia, and Philippines versus Cambodia. So we will have a long a day to go, Vice.
Yeah, it's stacked with action. I think we could talk about how a lot of these teams have met each other. We could talk about VCT APAC maybe, or VCT's Southeast Asia, in which some of the familiar players might meet. But this is also a chance, Jamal, to see the power that we have in nations that might not join the VCT, like Cambodia maybe, right? Or even
Yeah.
other players that can be exposed, and have the chance to really chase maybe a stage. Maybe they'll get picked up by a good team. This could be also a scouting grounds for these players.
Yeah.
Of course, as the first match ensures, this is going to be full stacked with action, not only today but also the day following after this. So yeah, going to be a battle of titans as well in Singapore versus Vietnam. That is also going to be one hell of a match, because we know that most of these players also meet each other, right? In most of these matches as well. But yeah, this is going to be much more seasoned with pride, because you're chasing for a medal, you're playing for
Yes.
your nation. This is going to be one hell of an event we have
Yeah,
here.
you can flex it to your family members,
Yeah.
to your cousin, to your every single of your friends, because
Yes.
I'm playing for my country. I'm playing for. I give my gold medal to our country.
Yes.
Is that a super huge flex?
Yeah, that
to
is
go with?
that is going to be a super huge flex, of course, especially when the day comes, and your parents' friends ask what their child does for a living, and they're gonna say, yeah, I won a gold
Oh
medal
yeah.
playing Valorant, playing games, playing esports games, competing as an esports athlete. This is of course going to be very, very interesting to see. But of course, yeah, we could go back to how both of the teams line up for today, Team Singapore versus Team Vietnam, in which, if we could talk about Team Vietnam, I think you said it right? Team Vietnam is well known for their strong aim, right? We talk about
Yeah.
how 3 players coming from Big Bam, they are very, very aggressive. They like to play fast. But of course, we could talk about also Crazy Guy, right? Crazy Guy is one of the most notable figures. He is like the veteran that is going to bring experience to the table, right? Because most of these Vietnam players, like Nathan 2K, for example, we could talk about how maybe he's one of the most young players. But when we talk about Crazy Guy, he could bring a lot to the table, right? He could bring experience. He could also bring maybe strategies he has from his days in NGX and Big Bam, and also currently he's in Bleed. That is all going to bring in diversity for the team, right?
Yeah, the combination between the zoomer and the boomer,
Yeah.
as you said, Crazy Guy is one of the, I think, the veteran FPS player in the country from
Yeah.
the Vietnam, and alongside Crazy Guy, they have a really super strong aim from the young star. They have Nothing to K, they have Pina, they have Loki,
Yes.
or Finesse as today.
Yeah, he changes his name a lot, right? I also looked up it in the Wikipedia page. He was known as Vinnes, and now Loki, and now Vinnes again. But yeah, these are the players of Vietnam. They're setting up their stage, and I think, Jamal, the stage looks very great, right?
Yeah, of course. The stage is looking super huge, and as you can see, there's some logo in it. It's an Asus monitor.
Haha, yes. Yeah, we would also like to say thank you to us, to Asus, for helping provide their monitors for our players to play in today's match, of course. And now we see the Singaporean team, Team Singapore. They will also set themselves up for a huge match against Vietnam. And do you have any predictions, Jamal? Maybe unbiased prediction, of course,
Yeah.
on which team will probably take the win today in our first BO1.
As I said earlier, every single map will be important for them, because every point will be counted to get into the top 4 to the playoff, and the map will be Ascent, the most basic map in
Yes.
this game.
Yeah, we would.
From the both sides, I think for the prediction, maybe I'll go for Vietnam, because
Yeah.
the lastest I cast their gameplay on Ascent, they play super aggressive, and their aim, it's not even debatable anymore.
Yeah.
They're one of the best aimer in Southeast Asia, maybe.
Yeah, but I would also put my bet on Singapore as well, right? Because these are players, and I think the region for Singapore, they have a lot of talented players, to be honest. We talked about players that are playing in VCT, and currently now they play in SEA Games as well. They're going to bring that experience. We have Neff as well. I think Vera would also be one of the spears that will spearhead the attack for Singapore. I think that could be a very strong point for them as well to exploit, right? The duelist, I think, aim for Singapore, aim wise, they are also very strong. But Vietnam is well known for their fast and aggressive playstyle, and I think Singapore should be cautious with the way that Vietnam plays, right? Because Singapore, I think, are much more systematic. They are much more well-rounded in terms of taking side very slow, slow pushes or executes that might take time. But of course, if we talk about Vietnam, they're always going to pack a punch. They're always going to try to look for blood here and there, especially crazy guys there as well. I think this is going to be a very interesting match. But Singapore, of course, will not go down without a fight. And we're talking about Ascent. I think Ascent is like a common ground for these teams, right? This is, like you said, one of the tutorial maps that we had or we have in Valorant, and it's interesting to see how they would really adjust towards how the matches would be played.
Yeah, and the interesting part is Nap is playing for Bleed alongside a Crazy Guy, and a Crazy Guy should be the IGL for the team.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something, the insider talk that Nap will be know for how Crazy Guy will going something or something like that. There's something that Nap know better than the other teammates and can share it to the teammates. So I think it's gonna be so useful for them to read how Vietnam will gonna play. But we don't know how much Vietnam are prepared for this.
Yeah, that's interesting as well. I think Neff, of course, is in one team with a Crazy Guy. They are playing in Bleed currently, right? But Neff is a substitute. But of course, when you talk about team talk strategies, maybe Neff might know the habituations that maybe a Crazy Guy would do, right? His habits, his executes, these kinds of stuff. Of course, he would probably be able to deviate these things. But now we could also talk about the patch, maybe, Jamal. There's a lot of been going on, right? Throughout the past few months, we saw the addition of Gecko. We also saw a few nerfs towards Raze, and we also know that Vera is one of the duos that likes to play Raze, especially in Ascent. But I think Ascent, if we talk about Raze, wouldn't be as as viable compared to Jet, maybe, or even duelists that are more passive like Phoenix. But what do you think, Jamal? Do you have any predictions for the compositions in Ascent?
I think Ascent, if you're talking about Gecko, I think both side will be not picking Gecko because from the map selection, they even pick Ascent, so they will play some simple basic Valorant.
Yeah, I think
and
so.
Talking about the composition, Vietnam is one of the best chamber user back then, before chamber was nerfed so hard. So I think this game will be as simple as we used to see, like Killjoy, two initiator, one duelist thing, and it's back on the strategy, back on strat, back on aim, back on performance individually. Because if we compare the individual from each side, I think Vietnam is slightly better than Singapore currently.
Yeah, and I do agree as well. I think Ascent, the beauty that lies in Ascent is that you play simple Valorant in that map, right? You don't really need those, sassy or maybe complex comps like maybe you would run a Viper Harbor Sky in Ascent. No, you don't do that in Ascent. In Ascent, you simply just play probably two initiators or even no duelists. That is also a meta that has been heavily shifting back. We also saw the addition of Sage back in the meta. I think that could really be one of the choices that they would have regarding the approach to this map. But now, Jamal, we have been waiting for this, right? We are going to go into the game, the first match of the 32nd SEA Games in Cambodia, Valorant, in which Team Singapore will take on Vietnam. Let's go.
Yeah. As you can see on your screen, I realize the agent selection is completely as we used to see today.
Yeah.
KO, Sova, Killjoy, Jet, and Omen as a controller. So there's not much that we can talk about the agent composition. It's all back relying on their strategy, how much they prepared for this, how they will adapt to each strat from their opponent. And Natong 2K, as I remember, he's one of the best operator on the server.
Yeah, I think Natong would be that operator player, but we can also condescend Vera. I think Vera is also very scary in the operator. He's also the type of player that would take side very fast and is not afraid to take duels, take space for his team. But yeah, if we look at the Asian comp, you're right, Jamal. Even this is like mirror pick, right? This is like the same composition that they pick for each other, and this is like the traditional comp, right? Omen smokes. You have KO to disable the Killjoy, so the Killjoy won't really have that agency to play with her utilities, as well as Sova, that is always going to be the strongest initiator in terms of recon and information gathering in this map. But we are going to walk into the pistol round, Jamal. Take it away.
Okay, so Vietnam will be playing as an attacker first, and Singapore will be playing as defender. Divine will be playing the Omen, and he by paranoia, so they only have one smoke on the side of defender. I think that's decent because they don't really have to set up for the side, and contact will be happening on the mid. And first blood drawn by Finesse.
Ooh.
Fast threat from Farah. Crazy Guy will be the casualty, and Finesse will follow the death of his friends. 4 versus 3. I think it's kind of hard to go in. Zaptuka will make some plays over there. Planting will be Dorf will be the planter, and retake from Singapore. Not really much utility. Oh, they still have fragment and flash. They going drop from heaven. Nev with the frenzy doing so much work, and the trade from hell Natong 2K. But he will not stand alive anymore because Nap is doing so much work from the heaven. He dropped and the frenzy spray, and even win the pistol round for Singapore.
Yeah, like I said, Vietnam, they played very fast, they played very aggressive, but of course the response from they just heaven, like Styrion just went in swinging towards hell, and Vera with the triple kill, making a multi around. Luckily, of course, Nathan 2K was able to be slain by Neff, and Singapore will take the lead. Now they're going to buy 5 Spectres, rushing into A side, it seems, with all of their utilities in hand. One-way smoke with the 0 point as well to try to push away Nathan 2K, or Vera, excuse me. And Finesse will try to climb up. Swing from Vera, gets Nathan 2K. Even the second one for Vera. Neff as well. The firing squad from Singapore is relentless up in A main. Suka, alongside his teammate, or alone rather, is going to be taken out by Styrion. 2 quick kills from him. Of course, an easy round for Singapore as they march their way in towards the depths of Vietnam.
I don't really know what they're gonna do on the side of Vietnam, because they split up 3 on A main, 2 on mid lane. But the 3 members from the mid lane, I guess they surprised how Singapore will play that much aggressive, swinging out 2 people with, better gun. They have 2 Spectres on hand. And 2-0, it's an easy round for Singapore. And now Vietnam will be by the better arsenal from before. They have 5 rifle on hand and push. As you can see, Frey is controlling B main, and Vietnam plays so slow. This is not Vietnam I used to see.
Yeah, this is Vietnam temporarily just slowing down their pace, right? And now you see Crazy Guy trying to walk up forward. Look how aggressive Vietnam is. They're sending their Sova, and Crazy Guy trying to get the peek, and they do get the peek. Neff will be beheaded down by the guillotine of Crazy Guy, his hands full of blood. The drone will be flown into market, but a reply drone from Singapore, from Styrion, will be able to dig out more information. Vera is already dripping blood, 26 HP. Of course, Crazy Guy will be able to trade it out. A reply, no reply, triple kill for Crazy Guy. Styrion as well gets a kill, but that is not going to be enough because they're losing their man advantage. 4v2. Styrion, quick recon towards tree, grabs any form of gun he could save. Maybe Crazy Guy's gonna wait for him. He's gonna lose the battle of the Sovas, but 3v2 is doable for Singapore if they want to try to chance it. But of course, one-way smoke in the switch. That is a very, very good smoke. They are denied fully. pushing from switch. They're going to try to drop from heaven, slowly but surely, tiptoeing their way into the site. Nothing 2K with the spray transfer. Perfect round from Vietnam, and I like that. I like that aggression from Vietnam. They just casually sent Crazy Guy to take mid as a Sova. That is very crazy.
Yeah. Look at this. The Sova is the front for your team. Crazy Guy.
Yep.
Living up to his name. It's kinda crazy for that play. And that one-way smoke too short from Finesse is just winning the round. Winning the round for Vietnam. It's a 2-1, and Batstorm might be out from Vera. Yes, we already heard. Watch this sound from the Jet. Taking orb first, and look at the Killjoy. Suka is waiting. He will play the turret contact from anyone who push a B main. And Vietnam, they'll play sudden, but I think Singapore's ready. Paranoia will be the key to hold this. Divine will play the main role in this defense alongside Nap, who has the fragment. Drone is out. Dash from Nathan 2K. The recon is out. No, the fragment delay and the paranoia. Might delay the direction, but no, the trade is there. Vera, you can use the Batstorm, but the short he will do. Oh no. The reckless pick from Crazy Guy. And now Singapore will have to retake with the 2 members left, Prey and Styrion.
Last player
Prey
remaining.
is known from short, and the crossfire is there. Vietnam winning the round convincingly.
This is game on right here, right? 2-all, and now Singapore with an economy that isn't very stable. They have to probably do some mix buy, and Vera has already expanded his Blade Storm for this, but he gets a kill, and that is more than enough, I
Player
think,
standing.
for a situation like this. And Singapore, they are being chased down by Vietnam. Now they even out the score 2-all now for both of the teams. And yes, they are going to do eco, Jamal. So with only 5 sheriffs in hand and also a light shield in Styron, as well as Divine, right? And now Viness, interesting angle. And look at Vietnam, how much they respect Singapore. They don't want to rush it forward because they know Singapore is low on weapons, even low on economy. So they're just gonna play slow, play this down to the time. And Crazy Guy will be looking forward, scoping his way into short. 3 players together up in tiles, walking slowly, shrouded in secrecy. They don't know where Vietnam is, but that shock dart is going to give their position away, I think, as well as a 0 point. They are calling this that 3 players at least, or even 1 player at least, is in mid, and Frey will be responsible to fill in that hole.
This is the best choice to play from
Yes.
Vietnam, to control mid first, because you know your opponent is on eco round.
Yes.
So they will use their gun.
But they
They
can't
will
waste their
not
time,
play
right?
the sheriff angle.
Yeah,
I
but
know.
they can't waste their
40
time.
seconds left.
Right
You
here.
need to go right now. But no! The first blood is drawn again from the Sova. Crazy Guys
30
taken
seconds
away.
left.
And Nathan 2K will be the first contact from the side. Styrion not gonna do anything. The 3-man retake, I think, is kind of impossible for now, realize.
Yeah, this is looking very scary,
planted.
looking very gloomy for Singapore in this round. Viness even racks up another kill towards Vera. The Divine will try to get a headshot, but that is more than he could chew. And Neff will just wait till his demise comes for him. Suka full blind, but oh, Neff gets another kill. That is just what he's gonna get. Nathan 2K will finish out the round, and Jamal, maybe we could say that this is not bad for Singapore, you know, because they got 3 kills and with only sheriffs in hand. But the bad news for Singapore
make
is
it-
that Vietnam has 4 ultimates.
Yeah, they make it
Expensive.
Oh yeah, pricey
Yep.
for Vietnam. But I really like how Vietnam avoid the sheriff angle on B main and A main. They play mid first, and again, Crazy Guy
Yeah.
will be the man
Right here.
to make a gap on the side of Singapore
Revealing
defense.
area.
And now another buy round for Singapore. Vera is using operator already in round number 6, picking a 2 mid lane. But the knife is out, so Vietnam kinda feel something is not good over there. We're gonna go into the B side. They have many ultimates on their hand. 5 ultimates ready. Lockdown, no command. Maybe 2 of the best ultimate to break a side. But Vietnam choose to play really slow. Another mid control. And the drone is out to checking across mid. Oh, the lockdown from Suka and Vera. He need to stay alive. Oh, he get a kill from Suka, and the mid control is so good. They need to stay away from the side, Singapore. But the spike is not going on to B side. The spike is going to A side, and the flank from Crazy Guy. But Vera is feeling it. But the aim, another multi-kill from Crazy Guy.
Insane.
No.
Insane. Look at how Crazy Guy is always so sharp, and Vietnam, they're not afraid to take the initiatives. To just take mid like that. Come on, we can count how many times Singapore gave mid for free for Vietnam, right? Like Vietnam was always able to play mid consistently, round by round, and Vietnam, it's like mid is their second home. And for a very few times, they're able to always get the control in mid. I need to see Singapore pressuring mid a lot more, because this is just a giveaway at this point. You know, Vietnam still with the Hunter's Fury, still with the from the shadows, and 2 people waiting up in short. A flash going to blind Crazy Guy, but Natong 2K is relentless. He gets a kill on towards Vera, and he is hungry for more. They circle him in like sharks. Neff is going to wait only with a Phantom in his hand. A full buy, of course, from Singapore.
Look at this
Now,
man.
Crazy Guy, look at him. He is indeed his name, Crazy Guy. When will you see a Sova playing this far up in the front line? He's even going to flank from short as his teammates march their way in towards B. Crazy Guy even gets a kill. This guy is unstoppable. You know, nothing to K alongside with Suka and other of his compatriots will try to test Freight. Forge in the fires of Flame. It only gets 1 kill. Dorf will try to get the reply. 1 for 1 inside B. But it's Tyron and Divine now, last 2 men standing. Alarm bot as well initiated, and Crazy Guy will chase him from behind. Crazy Guy! Oh my goodness, what a swing! This guy is insane. This is just brutal. Crazy Guy just running around like Sofa. No respect for Singapore. And Divine is left alone in this world of hurt, lonely, without any of his teammates. 4 against 1, can't do anything else, and Vietnam will surely lock the 5th point for them.
You know, when nickname is more than just a nickname, Crazy Guy. He's proving that he's crazy guy himself.
Yeah.
And Divine, okay, another price round maybe, but I think in terms of economy, Vietnam is doing well as for now. Oh wait.
Okay, what 4K?
Okay, some consolidation kill for Divine. But yeah, I think Vietnam is still fine for that. The round is still a drop for them.
Yep.
2 of 5 for now. And Singapore, they forced to be played in another eco round, except maybe Divine, who brought the weapon from the previous round.
Nah. Like Crazy Guy, like you saw him take mid alone with no support, maybe only a flash, right? And then he took Cubby by himself, gets a kill, flanks from behind, goes from heaven, one taps the player guarding B side. It's crazy, Jamal.
Crazy Guy, really living up to his name. And Vietnam still have 3 more ultimates. But as we know, the ultimate is not that the S-tier ultimate from the Shadows and Bloodstorm. And the push, Singapore will not let mid slip away right now.
Finally.
2 people is guarding mid. But I don't think they will get enough for this, because Crazy Guy is picking from mid lane. Crazy Guy doing so much work. Fantastic job from Crazy Guy. Destroying the turret. Makes Singapore rotating from A side to B side. Well, the Vietnam squad still waiting on the base.
Yeah. Look at Vietnam. 4 of them walking. 3 of them, still walking in spawn. And Crazy Guy is just there trying to become a mole. Getting advantages here and there. It's crazy how crazy this guy is. Like, just his name. And we've stressed this out a lot. Now they're going to set their eyes on B side. 3 players of Singapore already there. Hot flash and a recon as well. Dash into switch. Napping to K. They lead the charge into the side. Gets a kill onto Vera. Vera is down. And 2 players cage inside like birds of prey for Vietnam. But Styron not going to hold out any longer. Divine needs Divine intervention to win this round. He's gonna swing it in. Double kill for Divine. Even the third one, no, he's not gonna get it. He fails. Divine intervention fails for Divine. And Vietnam secure round 6 in what would be a very scary round for Vietnam, but still, their economy is stacked, they're rich as hell. They can just chill maybe for 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, crazy guy said, I'm the beginning and I'm the end.
I'm the beginning, I'm the end. Oh, that's
He's
Omen's
the one
code,
who drew
right?
the first blood, and he's the one who killed the last man standing for for Singapore, and the timeout as they should be.
Yeah,
because the mid
really need
control for Vietnam is just too strong.
Yeah, it is strong.
They need more
right?
than just utility, I think, in this point.
They even
need
send
a lot of effort. They need a lot of member. 2 people is not enough. I think 3 with many utilities will be enough.
Yeah, they even sent Neff, right? You saw earlier. They sent Neff deep into Sub Rosa to try to take control of mid. But Crazy Guy was there always waiting for him. And I think they need to mix up the alarm bot in mid. I think the alarm bot in itself is not going to be enough, right, to hold mid. They need to maybe send in an operator maybe to try to take control of mid. Or maybe like, mix it up a bit. They can fight 3, or they could do like a Vision Strikers setup to try to take control of tiles, because this is just going way too heavy for the players of Singapore. They need to stem the bleeding. This is very, very much putting salt in the wound of Singapore, Jamal. And I think we would maybe see the response coming from Singapore in this round, trying to take control of that mid. But Vietnam is going to A.
And this operator might be the one of the hope that Singapore hold. Where they do something big with his operator. Looking some cheeky angle to play from Vera. But look at Vietnam. They're so aware of this. Sending Crazy Guy to play solo B.
My God.
Looking some first blood. He's so thirsty. He wants some blood. He wants some fight. And Vera, you need to be more patient, Vera. Oh, the Omen will be the frontliner, but yes, Vera, draw the first blood and Divine. The backup is there. 3 instant kill for Singapore. And Crazy Guy, you need more than just a crazy at this point. He did another multi-kill. Oh, the wallbang, look at that spray. And Crazy Guy stepping the heads. My goodness me. Look at the damage that he's dealing with. Suka, maybe continue the journey. Oh wait, he's not aware that Vera is still there.
Oh man,
Oh
I think
somehow it's just so scary for Singapore.
Crazy Guy is just so insane. He's doing the heavy lifting for Vietnam. Like, when will you see a Sova flanking and solo taking advantages and choke points in like a Valorant high tier game, right? This is just him doing the job by himself. Like, if you notice, they're just, dealing with Dorf and trying to take the side control and few choke points with the 0 point and also the flash. This is more than crazy for Crazy Guy. And now they're going to spice it up a bit. 4 players towards B, quick recon to probably, guess out where the operator is. Crazy Guy even will expand the drone. Hunter's Fury is ready. Frey is ready to take the duel. He's gonna swing after the turret is broken down, but Crazy Guy is just playing with his food. He's not going to put any pressure on himself, but Frey has had enough. He wants Crazy Guy and he wants him now, and Crazy Guy calls for backup. Frey still jiggling out the peak, and now he's going to be taken down. No, he still survives, but Crazy Guy again and again doesn't stop. 2 kills, but he's bleeding. 28 HP. And Neff has to choose whether he wants to push this out or play retake. 0 point already out. Fragment almost takes out Suka. And he's longing for some sort of respite. A flash, but not going to put any advantage for Vietnam. They're gonna wait this out 30 seconds. They have to go, and they have to go now. because Neff has the null command. Even Viness is already waiting in fridge. He's gonna TP out. Viness is gonna check it out, and Vera, as sharp as ever with the operator. This is going to be very hard for Vietnam, but Crazy Guy, unless he does something magical, no. His magic wand is stolen by Neff. And 4-6 Singapore closes out that round, and they are inching closer towards Vietnam.
Yeah, Vietnam was just too scared to stepping into the side because they were so low. They're afraid that through the smoke will get them. So the lockdown does not do anything. That lockdown is useless from Vietnam. And Vera doing so much work with his operator, playing in a B-man. And Crazy Guy will be the one who contests it. Oh, Crazy Guy! Using his Odin to reveal himself. And of course, Vera will eat it out alive. Not a 2K, Bloodstorm out, but the A-man control from Singapore, 2 people. A-man need to be cleared out first. Unless this will be so dangerous for Vietnam, because Singapore has the A-man control. The pinch movement. Vietnam, you're gonna be the sandwich. Look at that position. They want to clear this out, but the setup is there. Vietnam running to trap, and Singapore will destroy Vietnam completely.
Oh. And on top of that, Jamal, they didn't even use a single ultimate in trying to take back the site, right? And Singapore still has the lockdown, still has the null command for the last round, Jamal. This is going to be a little bit scary for Vietnam now, but on the bright side, at least, Vietnam is able to scratch out 6 rounds as attackers, because we know Ascent is mostly a little bit defender-sided, right? So, yeah, this is going to be a positive point that Vietnam could bring towards the second half. But of course, Singapore, I love how they're able to fight back, how they're able to punch back towards Vietnam, and Vietnam is going to call their first timeout of today. I think Vietnam has been playing a little bit more loose, right? In the last few rounds, they're starting to, you know, just play more confident. They take all the duels. Even Crazy Guy was flanking B, bought an Odin, and he got picked by Vera. Vera was, of course, always enticed to try to peek that out, because the only way Singapore could always take this easy duels and take these early positionings is always through Vera, with the aggressive positioning by the operator. I think that is the way that they could always win out, and, you know, maybe just, you know, disequalize the man advantage that they have. This is very, very good from Singapore. A very good fight back, I'd say. And this is just the first match that we have today, Jamal. Singapore against Vietnam. This is very close already. But I'm talking, like, if we see from the ultimates that they have, this is going to be 6-6, because Singapore do have their ultimates ready and going. Even one more for Hunter Fury, right?
Yeah, Vietnam really need to deal with this operator. And how to deal with operator?
Nobody's
just rush into the site. Nobody is in the site. It's a free real estate for a Vietnam. And look at Crazy Guy.
Spike planted.
He's just doing his job. Spread away, playing solo, and hoping for some kills. Oh, the setup. Oh no, Define getting Suka first. Oh, Crazy Guy is get caught off guard because he's using the Hunter Fury. Vietnam is in danger. Even Finesse got detained, and the flash. But Define is get caught. Not a 2K. You need to go big. And Finesse, everybody knew that he is on wine. No way, Crazy Guy. You want to play far, far away.
Switching sides.
But 2 members from Singapore flanking. And
yeah, that was a round given for Vietnam, to be honest. But I think Singapore also was, you know, they were aware of their conscience, that they know they have the lockdown, they have the lockdown, they have the Hunter's Fury to try to take back the site. And now, switching sides, best of round for both of the teams. Singapore will try to spearhead the attack. 0 point catches at least one player. And now, ooh, perfect timing for the fragment, but Vera is not scared at all. He is fearless, but that fear will eat him from the inside. Nathong today gets 2 kills, even looking for the third one. But Frey is dripping blood. Vidnes and Nathong hand in hand, holding A side. Flawless round for Vietnam, and the garden is turned into a graveyard for the players of Singapore.
That short bloodbath.
Bloodbath.
Vietnam just spraying them down. Nathong took it with the frenzy. And the key is the fragment timing, I guess. The fragment timing is just steal the deal to get the second pistol round for Vietnam. 7-6, as you said earlier, this map is kinda defender-sided. And look at Singapore. They don't even need a spike. The spike is still on the base. But Frey, let it drop to 13 HP. Then, what? Singapore? They're playing? I'm so familiar with this so fast soloing A side, A main.
They're copying Vietnam.
But this time
now.
it's Terion who cosplaying a crazy guy. Let's see how much this man can do. Terion with his sheriff, he's so aware with wine. But Finesse so patient. He's not picking. Oh no. They both doesn't know. Another one-way smoke. And I think Nathong need to help him. This setup and the arsenal that they're using is so perfect for this defense. Finesse still have the paranoia. So we'll see another bloodbath. But this time is Emin realized.
Neff gets another headshot. I mean, but Nathong is able to reply back. Now they're sandwiching the site in which Dorf and Nathong has to hold their ground, spearheading the retake. But Nathong will just spray them down one by one. They are dead. They are gone, beheaded from the side. Frey gets a very good kill, but that is not going to be enough. Running out of time, running out of options, running out of patience. He's gonna run away, dropping down towards Hell, and Hell will be his final resting place as Crazy Guy secures the round for Vietnam. But also that is via Nathong 2K and Dorf, which they were able to hold the site, just 2 of them with the pop flash, with Nathong swinging in, getting the triple kill, and Vietnam was able to hold their ground. But of course, this is also Singapore with a minimalistic economy, right, Jamal? So they didn't have much of a chance to try to take the site.
Good eco indeed for Singapore, because they took down 3 members from Vietnam, and Vietnam will do the mix buy because they have 2 rifles earlier. And the push, the B main push from Vietnam. Frey need to deal with this.
Oh no, Frey.
The fragment, the flashes. Frey absolutely dead. And with the side, Singapore get the side as the trade for the death of Frey. The 4-man retake. Crazy Guy is low HP. He's destroying the window. Oh no, Crazy Guy. He will not check the corner.
Oh!
There's Farah waiting for him. Dorf get 1 kill into Divine. But Farah, he absolutely destroyed Crazy Guy. 2 versus 3. They still have a slight chance. Someone have to make a play. 1 kill. But that's not enough. 7 round for Singapore.
Yeah, nice try for Vietnam. Crazy Guy, that is one crucial role that he missed, right? But of course, like that's common that he would not really suspect that angle, because Vera is fucking inside very deep, right? But I like how the players of Vietnam did take their initiatives to push out the site and take their chances, because they were also on a bonus round, right, Jamal? So now they do have the arsenal. Even Crazy Guy back with the Odin. Let us see how he would try to take his advantages with the Odin. You know, Divine, a fake shrouded step to try to lure the players of Vietnam into his arms. One-way smoke by Vanessa, in which Nathong 2K has a little bit of curiosity. But Divine will not be quick and hasty to try to respond to that. Two players taking mid control, deep smoke into Pizza, but Alarm Bot is going to be destroyed by Vera. Still taking their chances, still taking their time, while Vietnam still is to guess where the players of Singapore are. Even Crazy Guy is aware of Heaven. Look, if you look at the minimap, he's very aware of players coming out of the Pizza area. And now Tyron pushed out, in which Divine is already up in the pillars. They're gonna peek your paranoia towards Garden. Is Natong gonna wait for this? He's gonna swing it in and he's gonna dash out, but 3 players already in Garden. Natong still able to bring one back with him to the graves. And now Vanessa, half HP, already with the null command out by Neff. They have to play retake against Suka now. He is going to be able to avenge the death of Crazy Guy. 3v3. 56 HP. Dwarf coming up from Heaven now. Vera jumping away, scaring them off, scampering the players of Vietnam with the fragment as well. A very good delay, but Paranoia is out with a 0 point as well. Suka is able to traverse his way into the site, but Neff is able to reply back. 3 kills for Suka is not going to be enough. And Vera with the final shutdown. Jamal, we have a game on our hands. 8-8.
Oh no. Vietnam are just crumbling. Look at the Styron. Even if you go for more, that's kind of overheat, but still, the job has been done from Styron to cut the movement, cut the rotation. Vietnam is on danger. They're playing defender, but the gap is closing out. Maybe this Betstorm would do some work. Natong 2K. Hop on this shoulder. So another solo push from Crazy Guy. He's trying to duel with 3 people from Singapore. It's just impossible. The first blood, more like first death for Crazy Guy. Vera is still waiting for utility. He's waiting for the drone. But Vietnam is kind of ready. 2 people on site, but they don't have much. They only have handgun, Frenzy, and Sheriff. But the recon finesse, forcing out to move.
Vera.
And Vera is playing away with the updraft. Natong 2K won a clutch
Spike planted.
to make your country proud. Look at the move. But Vera is ready. The top anime battle.
Just let them try.
Singapore get the 9th.
This is scary because this is the first time Singapore takes the lead, right, in this game. And absolutely insane by Vera here. Just taking charge into the site. And they also knew that Vietnam is on an eco, like Natong. Simply just taking down with one single right click. And now Vietnam, at least they get rebuy in this round with the economy that they have. So they are, of course, going to snatch it back in the hands of Vietnam. But look at a quick swing by Viness. Double kill, even triple kill. No, he's not going to get it. Neff is going to be able to get one back, but it's still uneven for Singapore as they lose 2 members. Vietnam with the upper hand. Neff walking his way into Cubby from Catwalk, as Frey will explore mid-site. So this is going to be a spread out by Singapore, but they are setting their eyes onto B-side. If we look at the spike, slowly but surely, they're trying to cut their noise, making their presence guessed. But Frey gonna slip into the smoke. Natong does sense some presence there, sense of suspicion, in which Frey is able to make his way deep into Pizza. And even near spawn, Natong is just gonna wait. He's still guessing. He knows that Frey is there. And Neff is going to rotate the spike. They're running away from sight. But one player, that is Suka, does know that this is happening. So Garden is going to be guarded by him. But he is going to retreat because of that 0 point. And Natong already in heaven, up from mid. One gets the kill, even looking for the second one, and he does.
Enemy remaining.
As quick as lightning, Frey will be the last guy to be taken back to his grave by Crazy Guy. 9 all in Singapore.
Don't worry. There
Just
are
the
other
time they
ways
took
to
the
be
lead,
useful.
they're chasing back by Vietnam.
Solid defense from Vietnam, because
Down A. Enemy remaining.
it's kind of scary when they lose their watch to the mid, but someone take the responsible to watch the mid because they know Frey is lurking from mid.
Mhm.
Solid defense, solid rotation with this operator defense, and nothing 2K, just a monster with the operator. Watching out B lobby, but Vietnam hearing some sound from A main. Two people spotted out because of the drone, and okay, we just go inside. Set Singapore, Farah, close the door out. Planting is there, and Natong might be upset because he's using pressure for retake. Crazy guy with the wall bang. Do nothing.
He's gonna push.
Swinging out? Crazy guy! You absolutely crazy for that move. Meanwhile, Vietnam still trading out. They need to stay away a bit because the lockdown is popping out. Oh no, I guess they're gonna save because there's no time. There's so much delay. I don't think they have enough time.
Yeah, they're gonna save this, I think.
They're gonna save.
They also have the operator for Nathong to K, right, to use it, but now they're just gonna push on back and save, and this is going to be the first double digit for Singapore, right? This is crazy, but Dorf is gonna wait. He's gonna save this gun, gets one kill. Tyron knows he's low, so he's not gonna sacrifice himself and give himself up to Dorf. But this is crazy, Jamal. We saw how Vietnam just rushed and dominated the first half of the game towards Singapore. Now Singapore takes the lead, right, with 10 being their scoreline, and Vietnam on the precipice of slipping away from this advantage that they have. But Nathong 2K back with the operator. We saw what he could do with the operator.
Yeah, the operator is need to do something.
Yeah, I think
If
Nathong.
they already know where is the operator, they will go for the opposite side.
Yeah, I think they will
I think
rotate away from the B side. They heard that
Yes.
that Nathong is already in B side. And look, the spike even is at A lobby, but will they expect that Vinnes is here? Divine still asking questions, and the questions is answered by Vinnes popping up in his head, and even the second one, Vinnes. Quick kills. Nev will look for the reply, but he is complicating an already difficult situation. Suka even comes in A main. It's just a slaughterhouse for the players of Vietnam. They get them all flawless round for Vietnam and
Show me where
Singapore.
to go.
Their economy isn't the best. Look, they're even struggling, scraping for a single buy and one of their members.
yeah, that one operator shot forcing Singapore to go to the A side, but Vietnam was ready for that.
Last
That
player
setup, another wine setup,
Mhm.
and the smoke evades on the perfect time. So Finesse could get the multi kill there. It's 10-10. This game is neck to neck. I don't really think this game will be this hard before.
Turret down.
But look at these two teams. They're fighting out each other. But Frey!
Try peeking the op.
Why you do that?
Questions asked.
He got nobody to watch the mid.
Yeah.
And Natong now get Ling. The drone not checking the Natong position. Even the KO Dorf is baiting out Natong. Another easy kill. Even more? No way. Vera said no today. It's 2 versus 4. I think we're gonna see 11 for Vietnam in this point.
Yeah. Obviously, this looks like an impossible round to take back, and Vietnam will be able to secure the 11th round, and I don't know what Divine and Vera is going to do. They're probably going to try to maybe looking for an advantage. Maybe if they can get 2 kills on A side, this is
30
suddenly
seconds
doable, but
left.
they're going to try to traverse their way into mid. I think from the looks of it, they're not going to save Jamal. They're going to try this. They're going to chance it. They are sitting in a tough spot, but they will try to at least salvage something, maybe get a kill or 2. They're going to try to break this door, and that is going to make their presence known. If they win this fight, they can win this round. 2 players to look for. The first one is registered. Vera is not aware where Crazy Guy is. Crazy Guy loses the duel, and this is suddenly opened very, very wide. Winnable for Vietnam, or for Singapore rather. How did they salvage that situation? And this is suddenly the round that Vietnam will be scared to lose. Vanessa alongside Suka walks from lane. They don't expect that Vera is there. They're gonna wrap around from stairs. Vanessa sees Vera. Paranoia connects, and Suka luckily is able to put down the Vine. That was a round that I did not expect would go to a spike plan and a post plan, Jamal.
I think huge blunder for Crazy Guy.
Yeah.
Just he was able to just stay alive in the backside, forcing them to move into the his crosshair, but he swung out, and opening the side freely for Singapore. But luckily, two member left from Vietnam gets the job done. It's 11-10. Ooh, what a blunder. It's so dangerous. Because if Singapore get that point, the table has just been turned.
Yeah.
Time out called for Singapore.
I don't know what they're really going to talk about in this timeout, but I think the way they've executed the side, and it's like it's hard for them to really anticipate a few of the aggressive pushes done by Vietnam, because if we see a few times, Jamal, Vietnam has been flawlessly taking a side control or a main control together by Vanessa and Suka together. They are able to line up the headshots, getting these kills. And Singapore has been caught off guard. They're losing their paddles as well. I think they need to spice it up a bit, maybe change something. Asking for a transformation in the next few rounds, maybe, to be able to unlock something that will probably make their jobs easier, right?
I think they need to rush for this operator. Even they know where the operator is. I think they need to gamble. But
Hunter's
the
Fury.
blind Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy. No, Nap, you have the spike, Nap. You have the spike.
Oh no.
Don't bring the spike if you want to push. It's so dangerous. No, they stuck. Singapore need
They're
to
stuck.
escort the spike to the safe space, and eventually they will do.
They're inside.
Oh no!
Wait, what?
They will go from heaven to the side, but the A main is absolutely salvaged by the Vietnam.
Ooh.
It's 5 versus 3. I don't know what they're gonna do. But the thing is, we already see this scenario before.
Yes.
They're pinched inside. They need to make some space, make some play. But they absolutely can't do nothing. Another scenario. It's the very exact scenario as before.
Match point.
I think there's a lot of there's a few stroke of serendipity for the players of Vietnam. Like the first this one, I think that was a very good and important Hunter's Fury kill. And the second one was Suka was able to put his alarm bot and his nano swarm in a very good position up in garden, right? And that really isolates Neff to push out garden. And yes, like you said, he did have the spike alone pushing towards heaven, and that made a few hard mistakes that he had to do. And now Tyron flying out his drone towards middle, or towards A main rather, and one suppression done with a 0-point Vanessa will be tested by players of Singapore. But look at Vera, dashes out. Suka luckily is able to answer back. They will be able to dispatch of 2 players back inside. Frey is able to make his way in, but Neff gets a kill towards Crazy Guy. The kill feed keeps on coming. Flood of kills. On a 2v2 situations, Tyron and Frey. They don't have the spike. They do have the spike, but they don't want to plant it yet. Now Natong 2K against Tyron. 1v1 situation. Who is going to win this? Switches back to Vandal. Swings out wide, but Tyron is going to cancel the plan. He's going to play this out. Natong 2K just needs to wait. He's going to wait in the wings, but Tyron gets the kill. Headshot connects. And Natong 2K will fail to provide Vietnam their first win.
Ooh. Keeping the hopes alive for a Singapore. Sterian did some fantastic job over there. And we have to play another round or maybe more rounds to go if Singapore can make this into overtime. Natong and Crazy Guy will play the same side, Odin and the operator, but the rush to the A side with null command. Someone is waiting. The paranoia. Oh no, Farah is blinded. Finesse will be the one who is responsible for holding the side, but he do nothing. Two people get caught from detain. Natong get one kill, but I think it's still fine for Singapore. Natong, he's the one who will make a play. 2 kills. He needs to change the weapon. He's still alive.
Two players are low.
With the help of Cloudburst. Crazy Guy is lurking from Amen. Oh no, spraying them down. Crazy Guy. Oh, just think.
Oh,
And Natong 2K. Only get 1 kill. Farah will forcing us to hearing the overtime.
Crazy Guy. Oh, so unlucky. He does get 1 kill, but can't transfer to the second one. And what was more heartbreaking for Vietnam was that 2 players were extremely low, Jamal. They were 6 and 9 HP, if I'm not mistaken. And he was only able to get the kill towards Neff. And luckily, Vera was the one really biting the bullets that the Odin was given to him by Crazy Guy. And now,
Right here.
Vietnam, of course, back as attackers. They need to switch this up. A few crazy rounds that we have seen, but who will be the first team that will pick up their first win here in SEA Games 32? And of course, Recon close, Natong 2K. Walking his way into the sides, Tyron does sense some danger. He is flirting with death. He is trying to dance with death. But look at Natong 2K inside. The backside is not checked yet. And look at Frey still spraying down. Very, very luckily he has given the space to play for free. And now Crazy Guy spraying to the smoke. Like a crazy guy indeed. Suka gets a kill. 2v3. Spike going to be planted. Novenes with the paranoia. Waiting in A main, Nano Swarm as one of the guarantees that no player should push towards stairs. They will walk into the side slowly, Recon destroyed, and you hear the sprays and the roars of Crazy Guy's Odin. Look at Vera, he has to dash forward, he has nowhere to go, but Divine saves him unless Crazy Guy gets 3 kills. And now Divine walking his way into lane, he has to clutch this, he can't do it. He surrenders towards the players of Vietnam, and Vietnam match point
Switching
on our first
sides.
overtime.
Match point.
Good round for Vietnam. Crazy Guy opening up the space with the through the smoke spray. And Suka make it even harder for Singapore. 13-12. One more round to decide the fate for both countries. Either it's another overtime or we will go to the next match. Is this defined on this round? Oh, Natong, operator on the mid. Someone is trying to bait him. Dwarf will be gonna be the bait. Natong with the scope gets 1 kill, dash out. He's
still
stay alive.
Oh.
Gets another. Natong 2K dashing forward like Rere Bredel. Oh no, Singapore whiffing at the worst point. 3 members left, but the setup for a defense from Vietnam, they already see something is coming. They were ready for this. Nap tried to spraying it out. 2 kills. They can get recover from this. Natong, someone is pushing towards you, the recon for the distraction. And oh, the finisher's ready for the trade. 2 versus 1, it's all on Styron, the last hope from Singapore, and he will not do his job. 12 to 14, Vietnam will bring the first victory for the country.
Oh my god, how's Natong 2K got away with that? He snatches it from the clutches of the players of Singapore. Like, he just gets 2 kills. And he was also on the glass cannon buy, right, Jamal? He didn't have any armor, right? And he just dashed in towards mid. So maybe like a wrong dash, but he was able to save himself. He gets 2 kills. Mid side and mid control was fully denied. Didn't give any sort of advantage towards Singapore, and Vietnam luckily was able to save themselves before, because we saw how Vietnam was a little bit struggling in the 10th to 12 points that they have, right? But Singapore, I really respect, and I was really amazed by how they were able to fight back, by how they were able to, to actually bite back, because they were, left behind 2-5, 2-6 with a scoreline that marginal, but they were able to even take the lead as the first team that would able to get the double digits. And Vietnam, luckily enough, they're able to stem the bleeding, healing their wounds, and of course, congratulations for Vietnam for picking up their first ever win. But this is looking very competitive, right, Jamal? We see how these 2 teams are able to go shoulder to shoulder, fighting each other, and this is very competitive.
Man,
for both of teams.
Overtime for the opening match.
Yeah, opening match overtime.
Know this day will be gonna be a long way to go.
Yeah, this is insane. Like the first match we had in SEA Games, it's overtime already, and even it was a close overtime, right? We saw how the teams have been playing close, but I think the difference maker was how Vietnam was playing much more initiative. They were playing much more open. They were playing much more confident. Even buying Natong 2K that glass cannon purchase with the operator, getting 2 kills. This is how much they trusted him. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, he even got 30 kills plus, right? That's just insane by this player.
Yeah, and as you say, the tight match between Singapore and Vietnam. But the important part is Singapore with the most crucial moments. Natong, he's still alive even with another kill. That moment, if they can trade instantly to Natong 2K, I think there's still open ending for them.
Yeah, I think it was always an open ending match, right? Because we saw how Singapore was able to dismantle Vietnam 11-10 and then 11-11, and then they even was able to get the match point. But luckily enough, overtime was able to be pushed on by Vietnam. But I think Vietnam do need to fix a lot of their mistakes, in which the moment they do have an advantage, 4v2, 5v2, 4v3, it looks like they're always kind of slipping it away, right? Sometimes they get a little bit too aggressive, they get a little bit too careless, and Singapore, what I like from them, they were able to eye out opportunities, advantages, chances that they could maximize to win on what would be a losable round become winnable, right? And Vietnam, a few times, they did play very great. Their aggression was insane. Crazy guy on the first half of the match, like, he was just everywhere on the map. A Sova flanking with a recon, even buying Odin as an attacker. This guy is very scary, but of course, we need to give our highest props to Natong 2K. He's able to outfrag every other player in the server. He was indeed the spear that Vietnam was jabbed into Singapore, and I think it has been one crazy game, this first match that we have.
Yeah, you hear a lot of crazy guy is for the first half, we hear a lot of crazy guy doing something crazy, making some play, But on the second half, Natong 2K just steal the deal for Vietnam. He continued the effort from the first half from his brother. Crazy guy. Natong 2K, I think he got like 30 kills.
30 kills
or maybe
plus,
even more. 30 kills plus,
I think.
Yeah.
And I think I like
28 on the overtime and 2 more kills before we end the map.
Yes.
So it's around 30 or 31 kill for Natong. I think that's enough to make him an MVP for today's match.
Yeah, look at this. Even Neff is also the MVP for Singapore, but Natong 2K 326 average combat score. That is that is absolutely ridiculous for a first map, especially playing for your country. It's of course going to be very pressuring, right, Jamal? Because you're playing you're playing for your country, you're playing for the pride, you're playing for the people that supports you back home nationwide, and you're able to pop off like this. I think this is very insane how Natong 2K is able to hold back the pressure. But of course, we have Crazy Guy as the second in command, or second in the line of the MVPs, 253 scores. A very, very active Sova, out-fragging every other players that were in the server as well. He was flanking, he was everywhere in the map, and that was just absolutely brutal what Crazy Guy shown to us, right?
Yeah, congratulations for Vietnam winning their first match of the day and opening match for this 32nd SEA Games Cambodia Valorant. But we have still a lot more to go. We have still 9 best of 1 series.
9 matches to go. It's gonna be a long
9
day.
matches to go because 6 teams will still compete because this is the first day of the group stage. But now we're looking to the highlights for the first match of the day.
Yeah, he's very sharp, isn't he? Look at him. Look at him go. Like, he's always active to look for the picks, and I think this is what makes Vietnam a strong, solid core, because they have strong support players like Vinmes, Dorf, and Suka, who is able to back up Crazy Guy and Natong, and is always looking to play aggressively, right? They do play aggressively, they do look for the advantages that they can get, maximize them, but they're able to also slow down the tempo, like we see in how when they won the when they won the gun round, and the New Singapore was, you know, slowly but surely buying their eco guns, they slow down and they play respective towards Singapore, right?
Yeah, that is the highlight, guys, for both sides. And yeah, I think that was our first match. We have a lot of match to go for today. 9 matches to go, 9 best of 1, and we will have to prepare for another match. Realize I think the next match is
Cambodia.
Let me see. Cambodia versus Malaysia.
Yeah, Cambodia versus Malaysia. So yeah, guys, so we'll be right back, of course. Don't forget to keep staying tuned on 32nd SEA Games Valorant in Cambodia.
Welcome back, everyone, to 30 Second SEA Games Cambodia Valorant with me still Journalism Cast and Realize over here.
Yep.
Yeah, we're heading into the second match of the day. It will be Cambodia, the hometown crowd versus Malaysia.
Yeah.
And anything to say for the first match? Realize?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a match where this is gonna be a place where Cambodia can prove themselves, right? Because we see that Cambodia, we don't see much of their players playing in official tournaments or in VCT. Last they played, I think, was with Team AG Esports, if I'm not mistaken, because they do have a lot of a few players. But I think one of their players, Tony Kim, and Lucid as well, one of the players that we can also highlight. They're one of the most aggressive players we could see. Their aim is also as strong as compared to other Southeast Asia teams as well. And we've also seen them, right, playing in the CAEC, the warm-up before the real SEA Games, right? We've seen them play as well. And they did give out a few positive points that they could, reap and sow and bring towards this match. But I think Malaysia is just as strong, even without a few Malaysian players that we know, like maybe Aduka or Davai, that is still busy playing in Pacific League. They are still a very strong team. We have Frosties, we have Sabe as well, two players that is as strong, and four of their players currently play in Todak, and one of their players, which is Zeke, is playing way in India in Reckoning Esports. So I think this is going to be a chemistry related team with all of the different strategies that they can that they could have, that they can apply. I think this is going to be an interesting match as well. Malaysia does look a tad bit stronger.
Yeah, as you said that we're not really familiar with the Cambodian team because I think there's no VCT Cambodia or on the APAC or Southeast Asia scene. We're not much see Cambodia as the other country, but this is their home crowd. They have the buff, they have the supporter, the fans cheering for them. I think that's one of the positive things that you can take as a team. But their opponent today is not easy. Malaysia, as you said, at Todak, even though they don't have the top tier Malaysian player who are playing in Pacific right now, but still Todak is a scary team in a VCT MYSG. I'm so curious how they will bring the match for today.
Yeah, I think this is also making me curious, right? This is going to be probably a storyline as well for Cambodia on how they could, show to the world or show to at least Southeast Asians that they are indeed still alive and breathing, right? In terms of Valorant players, they do have a few talented players, and this is their chance now to prove everything that they have. Especially like you said, this is going to be a home crowd buff. They don't want to disappoint their fans. They don't want to disappoint the country that they have. So I think this is going to be interesting to see how they could really fare against these players. But I think this is also going to be an advantage for Cambodia, Jamal, because then players from Malaysia don't really have the VODs of these players, right? They can't really, learn the habits of Cambodian players. They don't know how they really play. Maybe they do a little bit of scrims here and there, but I think Cambodia could use this underdog tag that they have to really just play with nothing to lose, play very efficiently, play brave. And I think this is going to be a very interesting spot that they could be in facing against Malaysia.
Yeah, Cambodia, this is your time to shine. This is the really right time to show, to prove yourself in front of the Southeast Asian Valorant fans, or maybe show to Riot that Valorant in Cambodia is still alive and big. This is the best way to prove yourself. And your first test is Malaysia. I don't really know how much they prepared on the side of Malaysia. I think, as you said, they did a lot of scrim maybe here and there, but I don't think that will be similar to the real competition, because this is the real competition. There is some pressure because you're playing LAN on stage. You have the fans cheering for another team. I don't know how they can handle that pressure, the tension to play on stage.
Yeah, I think that is also going to be a key point as well, right? Because playing on stage, playing LAN is way different than playing offline, playing online. I mean, and I think as well this is going to be a test for the Cambodian players because there is not much LAN events, right, available in Cambodia. Maybe like if you talk about how these Todak players or MYS Malaysian players, I think they are indeed going to have that a little bit edge in terms of experience because they do fare against strong teams, right? Coming from MYSG, VCT, if we're talking about experience, they do have a grasp onto that. But Cambodia, like I said, the same storyline over and over again. Time to prove themselves. I think they do have a talented players that is able to facilitate the movements that they will make. Right? They even have 2 substitutes helping them behind. So in total, they have 7 players. This is going to be a competitive setting in which they do play, pushing each other forward, right? And even making the selection towards the Cambodian team, I think it is also competitive because we saw four teams battling it out to become the national team for Cambodia. We have AG Esports, we had Rain Esports, we had D-Roar, we had Team Tap. I think these teams shows that there is signs of life in Cambodian Valorant scene, right? But if we're talking about Malaysian team, I think this is just the Malaysian players that are indeed in the second tier or maybe in the first tier of Malaysian Valorant, right? In MYSG or in Malaysia to be specific, I think they are still a very, very strong team. Like we see how we have Frosties, who used to be a Bleed player, right? He used to play for Bleed, now moving into Todak. We had also Sabe, who was a little bit, faltering here and there in second tier, but now he's made a name for himself in Todak, been there for 2 or 3 years, and 4 of them, or 4 of the players, has been in Todak, and this means that maybe chemistry will be the least of their worries, right? Compared to maybe the players of Cambodia. I think Cambodia also won't have that much of a problem in chemistry because they are indeed coming from the same team, right? AG Esports, they won the qualifiers as 7 players, so I think chemistry would be the least of the worries of these both teams. But I think what would be the worry is the strategies, right? Because like I said, Cambodia isn't that exposed to high tier Valorant, or maybe the Valorant that we play in Southeast Asia. They have been isolated, and this is the moment for these players to make a name for themselves. Maybe they could be picked up by an org or 2 after this event if they do proceed, or if they do perform perfectly, right?
Yeah, this is the lineup from Malaysia. As we can see, Malaysia boleh. This is some important matches because if you win your first match, you gain the momentum, you gain the confidence boost for your team, for yourself, to play even better for the next match. So I think every first match for every nation, every country is one of the most important. Vietnam did that well. Their first match against Singapore. Singapore is on the struggling way to deal with the first match, and this is the lineup for Malaysia: Jid, Kyle, Sabi, Frostis, and Zeke.
Yeah, Malaysian players has also been known for their similarities of skill set. They do have a very strong approach towards the game. They are also smart players, systematically proven to be one of the players that do play with a little bit of structure, but sometimes also put in a little bit of chaos in the order as well, right? And this is where it gets interesting because we haven't seen much of Team Cambodia, right, playing. We do see these players playing in VCT, MYSG for the Malaysian players, but for the Cambodian players, they're probably playing in local tournaments or off-season tournaments in which this could also be one of their strongest powers, to not expose themselves, to not expose their strategies towards the players of Malaysia. But now we see the lineup that they have. We have Lucid, Patu, Sweetie JC, Tony Kim, and also Lurker. 5 players ready to push themselves towards the same goal, which is getting that golden medal, especially if they could do it in their own hometown, Jamal. That would be an interesting and also a fantasy that they really want to make a reality.
Yeah, we can see the face of the fighters to go for the gold medal from both sides, Malaysia and Cambodia. I don't know what to say anymore because we don't really have much to talk about for the side of Cambodia. We don't really seen them in a Southeast Asia scene in the VCT, and for Malaysia, we know they are a good player. They play in Total currently, but we don't really see them to play in the highest tier of Valorant.
Yep.
So the one thing is I'm curious is about will they bring another meta to this game, because sometimes people who in the tier 2 or tier 3 or nation country that isolated, they will have their own meta, and even the map selection. Lotus.
Well, this is very interesting because, and I like this from the teams. And if Malaysia starts as defender, it means that Cambodia also try to ban all the possible maps that they want to play. They even banned out Ascent, right? Which means that Cambodia does have a bold statement, Jamal, that they want to play and they know how to play in new meta and new maps, right? And this is what I'm also talking about. How will Cambodia approach the game? Because if we see Malaysia approach the game, they would most likely go with the meta currently that is playing, right? We know 2 initiators, a single duelist. But what about Cambodia? Maybe they could also bring 2 duelists or maybe a Gecko in their hand, because I think Lotus is still a viable map for Gecko, right? And we would possibly see a new meta maybe born by Cambodia. This is very interesting to actually look at and inspect and manifest, because maybe Malaysia would also not expect certain compositions or certain metas that Cambodia might have and bring to the table.
Yeah, that's what I like to see, obviously, from both sides, especially Cambodia. I hope that they will bring some refreshment, because
Cambodian fans here.
Yeah,
right. I think
you can see Cambodian fans.
Yeah, these are the Cambodian
cheering
fans.
for their heroes.
Yeah,
cheering for the Cambodian squad.
Yes, I think this is what they're gonna have as an advantage, right? Because it may look a little bit cliche, but it does mean that you have the home crowd buff, right? But we're gonna get ready in a short time to be into the to jump into the game, in which we are going to be headed for our second map, right, Jama, our second match of today, which is Cambodia against Malaysia.
Yeah, the agent composition is the one thing that very crucial in every Valorant game. So I really want to see how they will pick the agent composition. I want to see some more of variation of Lotus. Like you said, I want to see Gecko. Maybe I want to see some maybe 3 initiators, or
throw in Yoru maybe there. Yoru
some some duelists like Yoru, or we have Reina, something like that, because this is the time to show. This is the time to shine. This is the time to prove for yourself and for your country. So there's nothing to hold back. You just give it all that you have. You just all in into this every single game.
Yeah, I think as well the possibilities of a composition in Lotus is very much there is various, right? It's so much things that you can do in Lotus. You can run you can run a Viper Harbor comp, which is currently the meta, right? People run Viper Harbor and Sky as their main composition, playing aggressively, popping out from Cascade or from the High Tide, flashing out. Or maybe they could just play traditionally with Astra in Lotus, which I think is not going to be enough. I think still you do need 2 smokes in Lotus because of how much of a big of a map it is. But the sites individually, they're small, right? But the choke points, we're talking about rubble maybe, or we're talking about how you have to take Mound. These are big steps and big areas that you have to win and control, right? But I think still the best meta that you could run currently is still the Harbor Viper and Sky comp, and that suits perfectly for Lotus. But still, Lotus is such of a big map. It has a lot of variables that you could use, a lot of agents that maybe you could run, or maybe you could even run a fighting comp in which you would go set 2 duelists, 2 flashes, and just play aggressively fighting for Mount as attackers, right? This is very much interesting because Cambodia will also start as attackers and Malaysia are the defenders. So yeah, it is interesting to see how they want to put their eyes into this game.
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty surprised with the map selection because Lotus is kind of new, and we don't really see how Cambodian teams actually play. So I guess we expect something from the Cambodian
spicy
squad. Something spicy might be coming up from the Cambodian squad, because a lot of team maybe avoid the newer map, avoid the map that has been new, or the meta changes, something like that. But the map selection is Lotus. They ban any other map, so I guess they prepared something.
Yeah, I do think they have prepared something, but I think they also want to take the guess and just gamble that probably Malaysia don't really want to play Lotus, I think. But if Malaysia don't really want to play Lotus, I think they would just ban it, right? But the fact that we have gone into a decider map of Lotus, it means that Malaysia might possibly be ready for a Lotus map in the cards, right? And this is very, very much possible to happen, especially how Lotus is still an open map that we could interpret, especially for these teams that are currently playing. So yeah, it is indeed very much making us curious on how the maps will be played. But we're still waiting for the players to set up their gear and set up a few settings that they want to adjust. Because of course, playing LAN, playing offline, you really need that comfort, right? Because a few players do, prefer a few settings to be on point. But yeah, still, this is still second map, still a second match, still 8 matches to go after this. So we're still full of action in the 32nd SEA Games here in Cambodia for Valorant.
Yeah. So yes, we're still waiting for the player to set up their gear, because comfort is the number one that you have to have as a pro player. So there's no excuse. Oh, my mouse is I'm slipping my mouse. My mouse pad is it's not good. It's not good. Blah 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 blah. You have no excuse, because you have the time to set up your gear. And I hope there's no any technical issue in the future. So yeah, we're just still awaiting for the agent selection, the one that we're so curious about.
Yeah, but I think if we talk about Lotus comp, right, we're gonna go back to the compositions, because we haven't really seen the agent select. I think there's still a space for Cypher to play, right? Because mostly players playing in Lotus, they would prefer running a Killjoy composition, right? Still, because Killjoy is very much easy to reach, and the proximity of the site is actually pretty close. When we talk about B2C, B2A, rotations are indeed very, very fast, and Killjoy could just play off of the sites, off of the turret contacts, and hold the site alone with their own hands, and especially with the utilities that Killjoy does have, right? And this is why she's much more favored compared to Cypher. But I think Cypher is still going to be viable in compositions where you play Astra Viper, or you have a KO, or you have a Jet, right? Because Cypher is there to actually stop aggressive pushes against a Jet, against a Neon maybe, right? Because there are also teams that play Neon in Lotus. But I think the reason why Cypher is so underpicked in Lotus is because his reach isn't as good as Killjoy, right? Because Cypher, you only have a single trap, and that trap is easily breakable, it's easily spotted, and your trap will only work if the team or the attackers would play fast, right? And what if your site is not going to be attacked? What if they go to A? What if they opt into B site? This is going to be a very gambly type of play when you play Cypher. So this is why Killjoy will still be played. But I think Killjoy is naturally countered by KO in terms of Lotus, right? Because KO is still a viable pick to be picked on Lotus, Jamal.
Yeah, absolutely agree for the comparison of Killjoy and Cypher. But if we talk about the initiator, there's still many teams still approach it differently. Some may still pick Sky with the Viper Harbor, may still pick Breach with the combo of Race. Some still pick even a KO to counter the Killjoy, or maybe some still picking Sova as their initiator, like Team Secret, and at Locked In we have Global Esports. So many options that we have still to play in Lotus. So what do you think the best composition for the initiator part?
I think still, like I said, currently the best meta and currently the best agent select would be running the Harbor Viper comp with the Sky, and probably 1 or 2 aggressive duelists. I prefer a Jet, maybe a Raze as well. You could chuck in there as well, and yeah, just play a Killjoy maybe, and that is much more enough. And you have control, because the main part of the Harbor Viper comp is that you have a lot of vision control, right? You have a lot of space control. You make your you make your enemies play uncomfortable because you have that cascade, you have that high tide, go, you have safety, you have push, you have vision control, and that makes them really scared to push, right? And this is also the natural counter towards a race breach comp in Lotus, because a race breach comp would actually only rely with the fault line, with the flash, and with the paint shell, right, to take early control of rubble. But when you have a harbor, viper, and sky comp, you could just push them easily, scamper them away from taking the choke point.
Yeah.
A flash from the cascade and just pop out 2 or 3 together, triple peaks, double peak, that could easily catch them off guard, right? But still, when we come towards defender side, I think most of the teams here would play aggressively, because a rubble is not a choke point that you just want to give them for free, because it gives them access to go to B, gives them access to go to tree, towards the rolling door. And I think with the with the fade breach or maybe race comp, you could really neutralize all the push coming towards rubble with the C's, right, with the fault line and paint shell combo, and even satchel up forward. The possibilities in Lotus are endless. But still, I'd go with the Harbor Viper and Sky comp. What about you, Jamal? What comp would you play? I heard you play a lot of Raze, right, in competitive matches.
I think for Lotus, I kind of still ship for. I think I still sim for, a race bridge combo, because you don't really have to control rubble every round. You still have a lot to do with that setup, especially breach. I mean, you can control B main easily with only one stun, and maybe in the help of flash or one smoke. That line, that hall for the B main is just easily countered by a fault line. So I guess there's so much things to do with breach and race combo maybe. But yeah, as you said, for the rubble part, it kind of easily countered for because of the cascade and the sky flashes combo. Because if you add another additional some controller or some another flashes for maybe paranoia or stuff, you can counter the counter.
Yeah, but I think we heard information, Jamal, a very, very important information, that the game is ready. Because, of course, everybody has been waiting, especially the fans at the venue. So let us go. Thank you very much for your patience, because we know you've been waiting for so long. But if we see the composition, Jamal, we see a gecko in the hands of the Malaysians. So the Cambodians will still go with the double smoker comp. This time they do replace the harbor with the Astra. I think still a little bit viable, because Astra actually provides a lot of delay, right? And post-plant situations with the cascade, with the gravity well, with the Nova Pulse, and they also have Patu on the race. I think they're going to play much more faster. But on the defender side, we just talked about how Cypher isn't as good, and they picked Cypher, Jamal. This is interesting to see, right? And yeah, I'm also interested to see how the Gecko would be utilized in this situation.
I don't really know what they're gonna do, but I have some vision for Team Malaysia while play as an attacker. That B side is gonna be easy, I think. That you have wall, you have cage, you have smoke. And they're gonna utilize the Gecko Sage combo maybe to get into the easy B side, but I don't really know that's gonna work as much as they expect, because Cambodia will maybe adapt to it, or they just counter it with the Viper wall or Astra wall. So yeah, I don't really know what they're gonna do with the Sage Gecko combo. But first, we're gonna see the defender for Malaysia and Cambodia as an attacker.
Yeah, I think it's true as well, because interesting to see how they do have the Gecko in hand. But I think the way they would try to, fill in the gap there, which Cypher can't really fill, is by adding a Sage. I think the Sage will be playing actively in B, walling off all the rotations, walling off all the pushes coming from Cambodia, because they don't really have a Killjoy, right, to really extend her arms and cover two sides together. Because as Killjoy, you could play in B and have your turret set up at B, at C maybe, or you playing C at B as well. So a lot of possibilities, endless possibilities, to be honest. If you look at the current compositions that they do have. But we're still waiting for the game to start, of course. Please be patient, because we also want it to start as fast as you guys do, because this is interesting to us, to see Cambodia's resurrection back towards the Valorant scene. Because Jamal, if we do track back a bit, right, towards the history, especially this squad, AG Esports, that is currently representing Cambodia, their last official game, if we take a look at VLRGG, was a year ago, and it was on 2022. So
Yeah.
it is interesting to see how they would, adjust and adapt as a team towards the changes that Valorant does have. And I think for the Malaysians as well, they would just stick to playing simple Valorant, just how Singapore did in their first match. So yeah, this is looking very, very. This could also be a close game, to be honest, for both teams, no?
Yeah. Based on data and statistic, as you say, 2022 is the last match that Cambodian squad playing together. So yeah, I'm so curious to how they're gonna adjust and adapt with the new map, new meta, new agent. But with that lineup, maybe they're gonna pick up some strat from the top teams, top world EMEA teams. They're playing Astra Viper, so for the defense, maybe Cambodia is so much a delay power for their agent composition, but they will play attacker first, and the clock is ticking. So
Oh, finally.
we're gonna see the pit round in 20 seconds. We already see the toxic screen is coming out to the A side. Realize.
Yeah, this is interesting to see now. Of course, curious how Cambodia would approach the way they look at the game. And as Jamal has said, toxic screen has been initiated, of course, and they would try to take the most important choke point of Lotus, which is the rubble part. And now flash by the guiding light triggers out a response from Tony Kim to
Look at the
pull out
spike.
a nebula, but the spike is going towards B. They're just building up fake depictions of where they want to go, but Sabe is curious on where the players are, and he's gonna be bitten by that curiosity, in which Tony Kim is able to get a kill towards Sabi, who was too zealous to take the chances, and now Kyle even takes away his own life by submitting himself towards Tony Kim, and this gives a big gap for Cambodia to push into B side. But Jeed from the back of the smoke, they go in. Patu double satchel sees out Zeke. They're trying to fight for his life. He runs away. Pain Shell as a response to push him away from the site. But the spike is even going to go towards C, planted
Spike planted.
by Sweet TJC. Cambodia on the precipice of getting their first pistol round, and they do. Cambodia, simple playstyle, and Malaysia, they did a little bit of blunder by peeking individually towards B main.
Oh, perfect pistol round for Cambodia. Especially that B main control. That Sabi is baited because he doesn't know that he's fighting against two people for Cambodia. So he just threw his life like that. Free kill for Cambodia. And they're controlling B main. They open the door, go to the C side. It's just perfect all the way. And now Cambodia on the buy round. Ooh, nice flash. But Lucid backing up. Making the first blood
There.
to Frosty.
There.
Look at Cambodia. So patient with every single angle and every single utility. Jit get brought down because he tried to jiggle and looking for information. And look at Cambodia, they're so respect. Malaysia is rotating towards C to play with quantity and shorty. But Cambodia said not today. We still have toxic screen. We still have better guns. And we still have 5 members left. And they're taking orb too.
You're taking every possible advantage,
they're
right?
Basically taking everything.
Spike planted.
This is one of the how you play Valorant in offensive way.
Last player standing.
And they're just gonna throw their life away. Maybe Zeke can get a kill for some consolidation, but Malaysia is dropped down to 0-2.
Yeah. I know Malaysia, backs against the wall. Of course, they have the Vandals already purchased, as we see. But Cambodia, they're playing very smart, Jamal. They know that the Malaysians would tuck into certain corners, would play close because they don't have the economy and they're only using shorty. And now they respected that. They just poked into C, rotated back to A, and got the site for free. Now, Cambodia, a quick snake bite to ensure that nobody jiggles out C main. Already a Cam and Zeke patiently waiting. A lot of traps set up already for him to play around the traps, play around the tripwires, play around the cyber cages. And the camera as well, actively seeking for information. Trailblazer up in hand, going to roar away a bit after the Boombot does go up, but now Satchel's up by Patu as Zeke is stuck inside. He does not know that Patu is already walking back into his site, and the Vandal has been secured. 1-for-1 kill, and Spike is going to be planted by Cambodia. They have the site for their own fully. Retake for Malaysia. 4-on-4 situation. Wingman scouts out information, and Patu is going to be taken down by Jeed. A reply is not yet open, but Cambodia are dropping like flies one by one. They go down to the aftermath. Unless Sweetie JC could do a miracle, no, he does not. Because he is going to be taken down by the player of Malaysia. And they do get their first point in this gun round, but of course it is an expensive one, and luckily enough for Cambodia, they get the spike plant and they do get a lot of kills in the bonus round.
Yeah, I guess Cambodia is still pretty fine with it. They'll take it.
They'll take it.
Yeah, they'll take it. There's 2 members left, and they got a plan. They're gonna do the real work after this round. You know, they already have the Viper Speed and the Cosmic Divide. This is scary for Malaysia. They need to go aggressive, I think. And yes, they're controlling the rubble. But Cambodia, they taking Orb C. They play slow, they still drop the spike. Hey, Patu. Make sure there's nobody behind the box. And this is one of how you play Gecko. You take map control because you can take your utilities again.
Yeah.
You can take it back and you can use it for another day. For another time.
Bomb buddy out.
And this stage is still trading utility. Opening the door.
Right there.
But I think the best way to go for Cambodia with this with this lineup is going to A side. Because they already hear how much utility that Malaysia used. So Cambodia, maybe with that Cosmic Divide Toxic Screen, A side is the best way. And yes, they will go for it. The combo, the Gravity Well and Fan Shells. Make sure the Frosty is gone. Satchel in for Patu.
30 seconds
And
left.
they gonna go from 3 and Secret is out. Oh no.
Trash.
Oh, the trash. But Patu get blinded from paranoia. Patu still not revealing himself. Patu is swing. Oh no, the timing is so good for Patu, but Zeke bring them down.
10
Patu,
seconds left.
he can't get a kill, and Sabi get caught off guard. Kyle with another trade, and oh, the spray of the victory from Lurker.
Oh my
Still
god.
the deal for Cambodia.
Patu was set up for success. The stars were aligning for him, but he was agonizingly close. He was able to slip back. Even the Seekers gave away position of the of Kyle, right? And Patu was able to hide behind the smoke, but still he failed to get a kill. That was so agonizingly close for him. Thank God, luckily, Lurker was able to spray down everyone inside the site. but we do see the timer pause. That means that we do have a little bit of technical issue to attend to before we resume the game. And but if we could see and if we could really assess from the first 5 rounds that is currently going on, Jamal, Cambodia is playing very, very disciplined, right? They're not running blindly
Oh shit.
into towards side. They're not going crazily back and forth. They're playing in a disciplined way. They're playing like they know where the choke points are. They know where to find out where the cipher plays, and they try to really push it in. Sometimes they do up the tempo a bit, but most of the times when they know that the situation is not advantageous for them, they do rotate. And I do like how they took the side control of C earlier, even though they had to concede that defeat in the 4th round. But the way they took control of A Rubble just didn't give Malaysia any space to play. And yeah, I think so far it's looking very, very good for Cambodia. Malaysia, on the other hand, is a little bit off sync. The way they respond to the pushes coming from Cambodia hasn't been the most perfect, I think.
Yeah. How they take a fight, how they take a map control, they take the orb from the beginning of the round. Meanwhile, Malaysia, they controlling A main, but they ignoring C long mount. So Cambodia make the right path to take the orb first on C and going back to A. They're not even use their ultimates. They still have the Viper's Bit and Cosmic Divide. So for the 2 rounds next, I think Cambodia will still get them, but we have some technical problem over here. We don't really know what it is, but yeah, for our friends around Southeast
it's
Asia,
going
please
back.
be patient, and it's going back. Okay.
Let's go.
That's why you need to be patient, guys.
Yeah, patience is virtue. But as we see, the timer is still at 0-2, and the players are back in place.
And
yeah.
it's 2 seconds before the round start.
Yeah, 2 seconds before the round starts, and we have another technical pause. Yeah, please be patient, because us casters do also want the game to resume quickly, right, Jamal? Because
Yeah.
we really want to see all the actions today, because this is still the second map and second match of today. We still have 8 more to go, stacking it up a lot for today's schedule. But Cambodia, if we see the way they're gonna approach this round, 5th round, from the maps, from the radar, and from the looks of it, they want to approach towards A site, right? Taking Rubble control, they have the Viper's Pit, they have the Cosmic Divide, 2 of the strongest utilities that they do have right now, so that could be an option for them. But the game has been resumed, Jamal, so we go back into the game, but Malaysia is gambling, stack gamble rather, and trying to leave a site deserted, forsaken, with no person in it. And Cambodia, look, even if the site is empty, they are playing with a lot of patience, with a lot of cautiousness. And this could be very well scary for Malaysia, because they are going to push S5 towards C Mount, but Cambodia has been making their way inside. Look at the combo there with the Gravity Well, as well as 1 Pain Shell, just to make sure that the drop is clear. And Spike has been planted, and Malaysia S5 marching their way in
the turret.
towards a Rubble. But look at the turret is down. Cyber Cage to counter the turret, even the second one. But Lucid is going to be forged in the fires of Cambodia. 1-2 gets the second kill, but G is able to trade back to the JC with a reply. But Frosty's, his Sheriff, is on fire today. And Tony Kim holding his ground with a backup from Patu, only gets one into 1v2 situation. G gets a triple kill. And the Lurker has to win this for Cambodia. Nano Swarm in hand with a smoke from Jeet as well. He has no chance, and he's just gonna be spraying through the smoke. And Lurker secures the 4th round for Cambodia. Looks a bit expensive for them, as Malaysia was able to secure 4 kills and what could be a minimalistic buy.
Yeah, but G, I think he was used the smoke wrong way, because that is one way for himself. It's still fine. A good echo for Malaysia. It's 1-4 right now. Malaysia will have the their buy round. But when they buy, Cambodia have 3 ultimates ready. They have the lockdown too, and they're controlling Mount. Ooh, the satchel. But Frosty draw the first blood. They still have the nade. Someone is dropping down. But Frosty will
showstopper.
use the showstopper to get the third one. Frosty
One enemy
still
remaining.
hungry for more.
Tony
but
Kim.
Suddenly, Tony Kim recover from the unfavored trade. Cambodia still comes out victorious with this trade. It's 1 versus 2. And this agent is not meant to be the clutcher. Zeke with no utility. All he
Viper
have to
spit.
do is rely on his aim. And oh no, another nightmare.
Spike
The
planted.
Viper spit is out. Cambodia. Only one huge blunder that can cost this round. It's all on Zeke now. I don't really think Zeke's gonna clutch this. Except Zeke have some miracle shot, but it's not today. Tony Kim makes the recover, and Cambodia leads with 5 rounds. It's a 4 rounds gap.
See, this is what I said, Jamal. This is what I said about this match, was that it could be very exciting, and it is, right? Because Cambodia has proven us wrong. 5 rounds they have secured, and Malaysia would call the timeout to attend to the wounds that they have been given by Cambodia. They have been scarring Malaysia throughout the rounds, and I like how in this clip or in this replay, Frosties did take the initiative to fight back towards Mount because they didn't want to give him for free. They didn't want to give Mount for free because it always enabled Cambodia to push into the site. But look how Tony Kim,
Last player
just replenishes all of the advantages that they had. And even in a 2v1 situation, playing together, Cambodia puts out the Viper spit. This is how much they played disciplinedly. They play
Yeah.
with utmost respect. They don't want to slip up or create blunders that they might just minimize by using a certain ultimate or a certain utility in which would give them further and further more advantages into the rounds.
Because they need 1 more orb to have lose it the Seekers again.
Yep.
I'm sure it's maybe 3 rounds back before or 2 rounds back before they lose it. Used the last Seekers, and they still have the Cosmic Divide. I think it's similar use to the Viper Spit, but now another eco round for Malaysia. They're in danger. Someone have to step up. Screen is out. Oh, Cambodia.
Mixed buy from Malaysia.
Look at that. Yeah, Frosty, the hero buy.
Uh-huh.
And they will try to push both C and B side. The door is open, maybe gets delayed from the pen shells. But look at the spiker. Sweetie JC indicates that they might be rotated to the B side through Link, through the door.
Yeah.
Because there's still no contact. But Frosties really hope that Cambodia will go to A side through the door.
Yeah, this is very smart by Sweetie JC, but still, they're going to put their heart out towards attacking A side, and Frosties is going to be tested. He is full of pressure, but under the pressure he doesn't crack. He gets a kill, only good for 1, but not for the second. Lurker is able to reply back. 4v4. Look at Patu. He
30
is
seconds left.
smelling blood like a shark in the sea, looking for more. But Cosmic Divide is ready. Kyle gets a very good kill, pops the head of Patu. Lucid with a very heavy task to do, does the heavy lifting. Guards drop, doesn't hear 1, drops down, and Kyle is just fully blinded. Triple kill for Lurker, and Lucid able to hold his ground down and drop. Cambodia gets 6, and Malaysia limping, yearning another point.
Perfect post plan.
Perfect post plan.
Perfect post plan. Even if Patu gets brought down by the 1 tap, it's still fine. Because Lucid will be playing flashes from drop, and everybody's ready to trade. Even there's Nano. And you can see Kyle died with some disrespectful way. He fully blinded. He
Drop
just
down.
dropped down, and he got the damage from the nano,
Yep.
and another technical pause.
Oh.
Okay, we don't really know what's going on over there.
Yep.
Because we are here at our each home.
Yep.
We're not on
Online
the venue.
cast. Yeah,
Yes, we're doing some online cast, guys.
Yep.
So please be patient because we're already resumed the game.
Yeah, you have to be patient because look, when we talk about patience, the game just resumes, right? Well, a few tad bit of contact done, in which Jeed does have to be a little bit more cautious because he has been brought down to 87. Not much of a damage, but still. Damage is damage. Pain Shell and Frosty's is out of patience. He wants the control onto Mount. And look, Cambodia, they just don't care. They just fully ignore Frosty's that has been always actively seeking for advantages, seeking for information, seeking for kills. And look at how clean they clear their corners. They even expend a Gravity Well and a Nano Swarm to try to clear out a right side of rubble. And now it seems like A side is going to be the same target over and over again. Look at where Zeke is playing up in tree,
Oh,
breaks
look
the
at Lurker.
tripwire, but Lurker is able to make his way into stairs back towards heaven. And look, he hears that Sabe is on drop. He's just walking, and the world is on his grasp. He gets one kill. Even the second one, he swings back Lurker, just like his name. He embodies it like a damn real Lurker, but still dancing behind the side is Zeke, is able to hold his ground. 1-1 situation, and Kyle 46 HP has the trash, and the trash is going to be chasing up back. Detain, not yet found. Lucid gets detained.
Oh no.
And Kyle secures this round for Malaysia. Oh, so close. Cambodia, after what seems like a flawless round, turned all shattered by Kyle and his trash.
Yeah, I think there's some hesitation to plan the spike.
Spike down A.
I think it's better just
Seconds left.
just run at that point.
30 seconds left. Last player
But
standing.
Cambodia Lurker is forced to plan, even though he knew that trash will coming for him.
Like, he didn't have much chance, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he could have ran towards 3, I think, but yeah. Oh, suddenly,
Oh, okay.
just like that, in a blink of an eye.
Just like that. The trade is in the favor of Malaysia. Even the resurrection.
Yeah.
Make it complete squad. 5-man standing. Lurker need to do something huge alongside Tony Kim. This Phantom Spray not doing so much damage. Nobody brought down. And some easy round for Malaysia. In a blink of an eye. We go to the next round.
Yeah.
And Malaysia get another point.
I couldn't even see what happened there. I think just like that, everything shatters from Cambodia. And look, Malaysia now do have the chance to come back and get one more point on their scoreboard, in which Cambodia is forced to opt into a minimalistic buy. They have the Bulldog and 4 Sheriffs, but a showstopper from Patu could change everything. And look at him, gonna satchel back to rubble. Doesn't really find someone, tries to wallbang the double box, but nobody's there. All is good. Still tries his luck. Smoke by Jeed to cover the entrance towards A main. Another wallbang we see towards 3. But no casualties yet to be found, with Cambodia playing slow tempo. We haven't really seen them fully rushing into the side, have we? We've only seen them try to really poke a little bit, find some advantages here and there, and when they're sure that the site is fully taken or is fully able to be taken, that they would execute into the site. And now they will be able to find information. Walking into B site up from Link, Sabe is a little bit cautious of that place because he know B main is fully walled, so he just needs to wait, but he loses the duel. Sweetie JC opens up the site, and the site is fully on their hands. 5 fingertips, won't let it slip.
Oh,
but Patu,
no.
oh my goodness, unluckily the wall or the door rather, has been closed down. So he misses his rocket. But look at Jeet bleeding, asking for some sort of respite. But JC is able to hold his ground, gets another kill. The mosh pit is registered, but triple kill for JC. Oh my goodness, Zeke is last man standing. He's left alone, but sweetie JC. Sweet, sweet sugar. 4 kills registered. 4 kills given, and he is bestowing the burden upon himself to save Cambodia from that eco round.
All the job done by the Sweetie JC. That round is absolutely presented by Sweetie JC. The first kill, the trade kill, even though he's staying alive with his 67 HP, and closing out the round. This man do all the job. And it's 3-7. Suddenly Cambodia back on the right track. And the mount control now from Malaysia. I don't really think Cambodia will contest this. They're just gonna wait. They even put smoke after smoke. They put the poison cloud. And Sweetie JC, I know you got a quad kill before this. But through the smoke isn't gonna really do anything. They have the lockdown from Cambodia, but in the other hand, Malaysia, they have trash and showstopper. Maybe they play for retake. They only have 1 agent. They only have Zeke to guard the spike, and Zeke is giving up the information. The lockdown is there. Malaysia had to play the retake. There's no way to contest this. All they have to do is wait. Oh, Batu is settling in, and this is the time. Viper's Pit is out, but they have trash. The natural counter for the Viper's Pit.
Yep.
They have Frosty, Showstopper, and the trash. I saw you. Hey!
Oh,
don't block the
it's
trash,
stuck.
brother!
It's stuck!
Okay, someone get
it's
detained, and the follow-up Showstopper. Oh no, this is gonna be the perfect retake
JC.
for Malaysia, I guess. Except Lurker will hold Sweetie Jesus with another beautiful work done. 2 versus 3, the time is ticking. They try to tap, but the DK is so low, but still fine with it. Malaysia knocking through the Viper's Pit with the trash combo.
Oh my goodness. The trash was stuck
Before the switch.
in the legs of Kyle
Yeah.
and Jeed.
Jid is blocking, huh?
Jeed was blocking the trash to
Jid was
go.
blocking.
But luckily enough, they were able to detain Patu. So, job is done. And Sweetie JC, yeah, like you mentioned, this is him just doing the heavy lifting. He's doing God's work.
One
Holding up
enemy
the ground,
remaining.
getting a lot of these skills as a Viper. He's been playing phenomenally well. And Cambodia needs to concede that defeat in round 11. But now look at Frosty's only with the Guardian. Gonna try to take control of Seamount. Now Malaysia. This is what I want to see. They are not going to give any control whatsoever towards Seaside. They're gonna take it aggressively. And 3 players have been stacking in Mound, and even Kyle reverse flashing. Look at looking at the sky. He's going to prepare his Dizzy to possibly flash out and blind all of the Cambodian players. And look at the wingman, confirms that there is at least the presence of Cambodian players. But look, they are aware of that. They don't want to take the chance and the risk of walking into possibly 3 players. And Subay now is going to be the lone wolf. Like a bird in a cage. But are his claws still out? Seekers is going to find information, and Subay is not going to be harmed whatsoever because Cambodia are going to rotate away from B and even C. They're running towards the gladiator pit of Zeke, full of tripwires, and the tripwire does catch one. Sweetie JC is not able to really spot out the tripwire. Zeke is still alive. Patu double satchel, but the satchel is a little bit off, and Zeke is fully blinded. Lucid, thank God, gets a kill towards Zeke. 4v4 situation now.
Lurker.
Spike is planted, but look at Lurker. He's going to play
Spike
deep
planted.
into B site. His chance is now, just like his name, Lurker. He could shatter the dreams of Malaysia in this round, and he just get a kill. And even the second one, the Guardian connects. 3
Last enemy
2
remaining.
Frosties,
My
even
God.
Lurker triple kill. He spills all of the blood in the hands of Cambodia. And Kyle is left
Switching
to lick his
sides.
wounds. Lurker embodies his name, manifests it, and engraves it in his heart. Oh my goodness. And that round, I must say, is won fully, or even mostly by Lurker.
Yeah. Besides that, whoever calls to rotate, you're the man.
Yeah, you're the man.
What a call! because-
that was a crazy call.
From the gesture, I think a few player from Cambodia wants to contest that mount, but suddenly they going back to B side and they're rotating away to the A side. So whoever makes that call, you're the man. So when they have to go inside the A side, they still have a lot of utilities that they didn't throw away to control back at the mount. And yeah, as you said, Lurker guaranteed the 8th round for Cambodia. And
Yeah.
technical pause is on the line.
Yeah, another technical pause, of course. Still, Jamal, this is the first day, of course, right? So we do probably see a lot of
Yeah.
issues, and we are trying to troubleshoot it. We're trying to diagnose and fix it because still the first day, and we do hope that none of this would
30
happen in the
seconds
next day,
left.
right? But here we see a replay of the previous round. Zeke was playing absolutely good behind the cyber cage, but look at Lurker,
One down.
just with a Guardian.
One enemy
3
remaining.
bullets for 3 heads, Jamal. That is insane. Give or take, he was able to get the lurk very, very goodly.
Yeah. What a first half from Cambodia. And this is what I want to see. The huge delay power versus the Gecko and Sage setup for attacker.
Yeah,
They really need to not let the B side completely for Cambodia. They need to guard that B side.
I think the setup, to be honest, is a little bit tricky to play. If you only have the main indicator, you do have another flash moment, but you are going to rely heavily on Frost to get the entries, right? Double satchels maybe, or just getting into the back line of the enemies. And I'm also interested on who will flank on the side of Malaysia. Maybe Zeke would be the one to do that stuff, getting kills or picks behind and forward. But Cambodia, on the other hand, they have a very, very good composition full of delays, Jamal. They have snake bites,
Yeah.
they have poison clouds, nano swarms, alarm bots, they have flashes, they have gravity well, they have pain shells. It's just
Basically,
top-
4 or 5 of them
Yeah,
have
for-
the delay power.
yeah, that's just a load of delay power, and I'm interested to see how Malaysia could handle this, because the only explosive agent they have on their side is maybe Frosties with the rays, right? It's very hard for them. But I do see Jamal. That's my favorite booster.
Yeah. I think the one who can maybe, making some space or make a play maybe Jid, because with those all the huge delay power, but Jid have the TP.
Yeah,
I don't know how, but I think if you only rely on the one duelist Frosties, the double satchel, I don't think that's enough. You need someone to making the space for your team. And this is the second pistol. The second half, Cambodia will be playing as a defender. Okay, this is out. You can take it back. But Malaysia still holding. The spike is on the base. Because all they want to do is just control Mount. Looking for information. But look at Cambodia defense setup. They so aware of the
There.
Gecko combo to the plant on the B side. They will not let that happen so easily. So yeah, they will just trading utilities. Maybe Malaysia will be play sudden because there's no nano. Nano is destroyed by the pen shells, but still they have another delay. They still have the poison cloud, and Sweetie still have one snake bite. Maybe after the smoke, the setup, the dizzy will out, and the satchel in. They still have to deal with. Look at the delay. The turret kill. Oh no. The Frosty, the right click. Oh, the miss. They're whipping so hard. Frosty. What did you do?
30 seconds left.
Zeke is the last player standing. He's left alive. Look at the delay power. One snake bite to cancel Oriole plan. Even the turret gets the kill.
That was so sad for Frosties, and he just literally whiffed all of his right clicks. No, like all he needed was one right click. Look, he didn't even hit a single one, and he had to switch to his knife because he was out of bullets. And look at the delay, like how we've been talking, Jamal. And what I like as well, they have sustain in the form of the regrowth from Sky, right? They have the heal, so they could always opt into whether they want to delay or whether they want to fight for it. And now Frosty's is going to be hitting himself for that. And Cambodia run away with 9th. They are inching closer towards a double digit. And who would have thought Cambodia would play this good? They are playing with the system. They are playing with the structure, Jamal. They aren't really just blindly, pushing out sides or just holding relentlessly. But they do have a system in hand. They're playing discipline, and this is what have been giving them rounds after rounds. But Malaysia surely will not go down without a fight.
Caution
They
here.
are still required to climb a mountain, but they are not even yet in the hills. As Cambodia spreading out with a 3-1-1 composition or a formation, because Tony Kim is called upon to look through the
30
stairs.
seconds left.
A moment of lull where no noises has been listened to or heard, but Lurker is gonna call for rotation or call for backup because players of Malaysia has been flooding into Seaside. They're at least gonna get the spike plant, and Cambodia will play this in a
Spike
retake
planted.
scenario where they will retake S5. As the players of Cambodia will inch closer, they see 2 Malaysian players there. Frosties is gonna be taken down by one
Last player
single
standing.
kill by Lucid. Look at them falling easily one by one. Can sustain further and further, as Lurker will be the one to defuse the spike. Cambodia secure their 10th round, double digits. And look at the fans, they are
Look at
ecstatic.
the fans.
They're here for Cambodia, and Cambodia has shown up.
Yeah, what a play from Cambodia. I guess, they just had the confidence to take every fight. Malaysia, in the meantime, they still struggle in every fight. The 4 round that they won is won the bonus round. So I don't really think Malaysia can handle the pressure. They need the momentum to take it back. And Frosties with one single tap absolutely delayed Tony Kim. One delay power is out, but they still have 3. They still have 3. The door is out. But look at Cambodia. They respawn, attacking 4 members. The wingman's trying to plant, Frosties trying to make a space. Another kill, but the threat is there. The threat is good. Oh, the Spectre kills everybody from Patu. The last man still alive is Zeke. He's the Lurker. And the showstopper, Zeke said run! Here, the zoning away. And the defuse is completed. Cambodia utilizing the Spectre into the peak of the potential.
My goodness. Who would have thought? Nobody expected this. Cambodia, as the underdogs, are able to prove themselves. They've shown up today, 11-4. And, Cambodia is going to be the one to call the timeout, Jamal. This is interesting. I don't think they want to give any moment or any form of advantage towards Malaysia and trying to think what they want to do. Because look at this. how the Spectre just sprays down and most of the player of Malaysia, and Malaysia is just left questioning what they would do and what they should do next, because the way Cambodia holds their line is very insane. Oh, but a bit of a fix, because the one calling the timeout is indeed Malaysia, not Cambodia. So a little bit of HUD mistake there. But yeah, I think this is also perfect for Malaysia to call a timeout, because they have been fasting for their rounds. They're losing 3 rounds in a row
And they need
in
to
the second
decide.
half, and they do need to decide what they want to do. At least in this round, they have the trash. They need to decide whether they want to buy now or potentially lose this,
They should.
and
I think they should.
maybe go poor for the last round, or maybe they want to eco for the last round. But I think they will buy this, and I think this is just a gamble that they have to make, because they have to stop all of the bleeding done by Cambodia.
They should. This is maybe the last right for Malaysia if they can. If they're not able to win this. This might be the last right for them. Malaysia, life is on the line. We only got 4 rounds. That's not a good sign. Meanwhile, Cambodia playing out of their mind, flawlessly, round per round, and they're so chill with it. They let Malaysia to come to their side and punishing them brutally. As we mentioned earlier, time and time again, the delay power is the key. Malaysia need to either they rush fast into the side, or they need to make Cambodia waste all their utility first. And look, Zeke is trying to lurk out. Tree is open, Trash is
Trash.
out. But who's gonna plan?
No, they didn't.
If they're using Trash, Luzit is holding to the side.
Oh my
Make
goodness.
the double,
Down
and Batu
A.
following up. This is nightmare for
30
Malaysia.
seconds left.
Zeke, he always alive
One enemy
until the
remaining.
round is over. Again, this man is the last man standing. He's the last hope. But nothing he can do
goodness.
against 4 members of Cambodia. Malaysia gets racked.
Match point.
This is insane. Cambodia has been playing flawless in these rounds, but I think Malaysia as well. They have been a little bit confused.
I mean, there's a huge mistake.
yeah,
Gecko wants to use the Trash, but he's the one with the spike.
yeah. So nobody's gonna follow him up, right? Nobody's gonna
Yeah.
follow up the trash, trying to take a space into the side, and Malaysia is just left speechless. They are still able to buy a couple of guns, but Cambodia, they're running away with murder here. They're firing on all cylinders. Look at Sweetie JC on how confident he is to try and just crouch and peek out. Players in B main. Malaysia has to chew on their mistake.
Oh no.
Spike down.
The kill feed, it's all raining kills and full of blood in Seaside, but it's 3v2 now. Zeke and Sabe. What can they do? They have to salvage this round, pulling Malaysia out of that clip. Neural theft, uploading all the data and the positions of the Malaysian players, or the Cambodian players rather. What are they good for? Are they good for something here? Are they able to at least pull this back and get 5 rounds?
Not detected.
The flash, yeah, it's not going to detect Sabe, and Sabe knows this. He knows, but the camera, the timing of the camera
30
just closes
seconds left.
before he steps into the site. He's gonna plant the spike, and look at Tony Kim. He knows what's happening.
planted.
He knows the fishy stuff going around in Seaside. And they will try to capsize this. Oh, a resurrection suddenly doable for players of Malaysia. But look at Tony Kim. He's going to spearhead the retake together with the players of Cambodia. Sabe, he's going to hold his ground. Just waiting in them to walk into his crosshair. Loses the spray battle, but
enemy
Jeet
remaining.
is going to
One
get a
enemy
kill.
remaining.
Batu satchels away, loses the grip battle, but
I hate
Zeke
visiting underground
trade kills after
doctors.
trade kills, and he's the one standing behind the fire, commanding Malaysia to a 5th point.
Last player
That
standing.
flash was crucial.
One
That
enemy.
flash.
The flash.
I hate visiting.
He didn't detect Sabi, and Sabi was the one who's planting. Give another orb, he can rest, and it's 3 versus 3. Malaysia life is on the line.
There.
They need to do at least 7 rounds to force us to the overtime. It's a long way to go. There's no room for mistake. They need to play flawlessly since the previous round. The trade is there. No way again. The trade is favoring Cambodia. But Frosties, make it even. Make it even for both sides.
There.
Still, it's 3 versus 3. You'd have the ultimate. They can rotate anytime. Let them come in. And maybe Tony will swing it together with Pat to the threat. Skill is there with another shot, but Kyle wins the duel. Low HP, but Lurker
Spike.
try to clutch this out. Ooh, look at the move. Oh no, but Frost is aware.
Oh.
Frost is saving Malaysia. And we will go to another round.
Yeah, Malaysia still won't surrender themselves into the hands of Cambodia. And Cambodia, they did a little bit juggle into the choices that they have. But Cambodia is still yet to celebrate their victory, and Malaysia is able to at least tame them down a little bit. And we see a timeout called. I think this is going to be timeout by Cambodia. Yes, they need to realign all their strategies, because if you look at the economy that they have currently, they're a little bit breaking the bank, in which if they do lose this round, Jamal, I think it is still possible that Malaysia could mount a comeback. Because if we see, and if we look at the guns that Cambodia do have, it is indeed limited to just a few guns. And the economy-wise, they are struggling, even after 4 rounds straight that they were able to claim and they won. But the guns and the economy, they really have to preserve for the upcoming round.
Yeah, Cambodia. They will do the mix buy. Statistically, they will not close this round. They will not close this map yet, because they are on the eco mode. But who knows? Oh, the aim in control with the gravity well and flash, but nobody's pushing it. In fact, 2 players from Cambodia is pushing Mount. Sweetie JC, one of the GOAT with the Bulldog, and Lurker, one of the best Guardian player on the server, makes the first blood. Tony Kim, he cannot die. He needs to hold. All he needs is just staying alive. Cambodia needs to play best on sound cue. Nothing happened. Malaysia still holding, and the Viper speed is out. One of the entrance is blocked by the jelly of the Viper. But Malaysia, they want to contest this. But the thing is, they don't have the trash anymore. They don't have the main initiator, so they can't. They're not able to go through the Viper speed anymore. And the A
30
side
seconds left.
is the destiny, is the decision.
Yeah, I think A side will be the side that they're gonna hit, but Lucid and Patu is there to ready themselves up. And Patu only with a Sheriff, Lucid with the Stinger as well. But look, they're traversing their way back to B side. But look at the Bucky doing a job in which Tony Kim able to secure a kill towards Frosties. And a Lurker with the Guardian, who is going to be chased down by Sabi. Sabi is the one retreating now, but Sabi is able to get Sweetie JC. And now it's 3v2 situation in which Zeke is holding his ground. Heed, not for long. And Zeke, the bullet goes straight to the dome of the players of Cambodia. And Malaysia suddenly 7-12, they're able to get another score on the board. It's insane how they really want to play. This is like a last minute decision that I think is also quite good, because you know, if they they would
One
force themselves
enemy remaining.
to fight A site, they would check a lot of angles, and mostly they would probably play with stingers, with buckies, and it was a good choice for Malaysia to actually opt into B site. Now, Cambodia, they still do have a chance. They actually have 5 rounds to make mistakes, but mistakes is the last thing you want to do.
Yeah.
And so they now Cyber Cage just trying to spray through any possible utilities. Lurker playing in B side. Zeke is called upon to try and back up. Subway, but we hear a roar from the shorty, connecting to a few of these players now. B side is going to be left alone only with a single alarm bot that has been yet to be destroyed. Only with Patu guarding a link. The rolling door is gonna be opened by Subway as they walk into sight. Look at the delays. Look at how much they're not allowing Malaysia to just move freely in the site. Second snake bite even. Look at that. Layers after layers after layers.
30
Just
seconds
making
left.
Malaysia uncomfortable. But look at the wall now. Gonna boost themselves up. They're gonna re-peak this, but the poison cloud is just blocking their sight. Sweetie JC gets 1 kill, even
Oh,
a third
no.
one
Spike
sprays.
down,
The
C. One enemy
down.
remaining.
Dead man walking, and that is going to be Zeke.
Oh, Lurker.
But look at him, just getting caught off
defenders win.
by Patu, and Cambodia provides and gives their country their first win of today's match. Cambodia, the underdogs, performing insanely well.
I had to say this. I did not expect this kind of Cambodia. They're
Yes.
looking so strong with this lineup.
They were dominating.
They were dominating. Even there's some hiccup before they close the map, but still, they're dominating all the way through the map. My God, Cambodia. The
GG
home
Cambodia.
crowd buff is real.
Yeah.
Malaysia, in the other hand, they looking so crumbled.
Yeah, they were crumbling. Every decision they tried to make was probably 3 out of 10 would work, but mostly they were just all over the place. And if we would look at Cambodia, the way they played was pure discipline, and they were able to actually get a lot of advantages in their hands, right? And we also see how most of their players were hitting their shots, right? Tony Kim at the start, and even Lurker and Sweetie JC. Sweetie JC was
JC.
insane. Yeah, Sweetie JC was insane. Like, he was just getting all the kills, holding side by himself, playing his utilities in a good way, delaying all of the possible outcomes that Malaysia could push for. And he gets 3 kills, he gets 4 kills with the Bulldog as well, and Lurker as well, doing a lot of work. Just insane. Like, they're all over the place. They're swarming Malaysia like flies.
Yeah, I had to say this, but I don't know. Either is Malaysia is so underperformed, but or maybe Cambodia is just doing so well with this current roster. But the thing is, a win is a win.
Yeah.
The momentum is on Cambodia. Meanwhile, Malaysia has to struggle more on the upcoming match. Still, it's a group stage. They have still a lot of match to go. But you know, it's only 4 teams that advance to the playoff. So every match is a matter.
Yeah.
So they can't lose anymore if they want to secure the top 4 finish at this 32nd SEA Games Cambodia.
Every match matters, every match counts, and Cambodia just made the best out of their matches, right? They were able to supplement that home crowd buff into transforming themselves into playing very good. But I think this is not luck from Cambodia. They played absolutely exquisite, sublime. In fact, they played good. They played like they were playing like a top team, and they
Yeah.
are proving themselves to be a top team here. They could be one of the underdogs that could take. Wasn't much of a problem for them, maybe only once or twice, and it was only the trash Meanwhile, the Dizzy Flash, the Mosh Pit Wingman wasn't that much of a deal, and Cambodia just didn't have to care about that, right? And all they did was just hold side, play safe, pushing out for information, pushing out for potential utilities that might have to be destroyed, and they do that. They just played discipline all around the map, and Cambodia, flawless showing by them, even though there was a few hiccups. And look at Sweetie JC, 1.83 KDA ratio with a 328 ACS, followed by Lurker, which also has almost the same KD ratio with 1.82. I think both of these players has been fundamental and crucial for the success that Cambodia has been enjoying in this match.
Yeah, it's a few rounds is presented by Sweetie JC. Meanwhile, in the side of Malaysia, I don't really think that Sage Ageko doing anything more than just like, you know, trading kills or just a basic utility. There's so much things they have to fix for Malaysia, but Cambodia with this performance, Sweetie JC and Lurker still looking so strong towards the upcoming matches. And yeah, Sweetie JC deserved to be the MVP for Cambodia.
Yeah, well deserved for him. And I think
Well deserved.
Malaysia, they just lacked that punch, right? They couldn't really, you know, show us that explosive playstyle that they were aiming to achieve, because with Frosties, I think he did his best to try to maximize what he had. But yeah, all in all, it just goes to vain, because Cambodia was able to just tame and suppress and neutralize all of the power that Malaysia has. And we could also talk about how Malaysia was made uncomfortable, and they were they were playing like as if they were vexed, because there were so many delays that Cambodia thrown into their faces, right? They get thrown like a snake bite, and then the second snake bite comes in, and it's just done.
And yeah, we have a lot of match to go. The next match is Indonesia will be coming up against Philippines. And yeah, we need to prepare for the next match first. It's Indonesia against Philippines, and yes, we still have 8 best of ones to go. So guys, don't go anywhere. Please stay tuned. This will gonna be a long day of Valorant. So we'll be right back after this break.
Mal. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 32nd SEA Games of Valorant in Cambodia, and we are back to our third match. Of course, we are going to have 10 matches. We have completed the first match, Vietnam versus Singapore, in which Vietnam was coming out as the victors. In the second matches, we had, and now surprisingly, Cambodia, who was able to take and snatch the win away from Malaysia. And now we are headed to our third match, Philippines versus Indonesia. I think this match, Chimomo, is waited. Like, everybody has been waiting for this match to happen. This is like Battle of the Titans. We have a lot of players that are indeed in the top flight of VCT playing in Indonesia and Philippines, and now they're going to face each other head to head here in SEA Games.
Yeah, true. Everybody is waiting for the third match of 32nd SEA Games, and Indonesia, we know this is one of the, maybe I could say, the strongest team in SEA Games. We realize that they have a lot of a strong player here with the good aim, power. Delby, NC Slazer, Eor, Moria, Asterix, and also Kus. The combination coming from Indonesia is coming from Alter Ego and also Bigatron player.
Yeah.
So, and we also know that they are representative their country for a SEA Games. So everybody, I think they want to show us how strong they are in SEA Games, right?
Yeah.
Especially when they already look for the Cambodia, Singapore, Malaysia, and also the Vietnam matches just now. So I think Indonesia, they also prepare something new for us in SEA Games, but they have to encounter Philippines for their first match here, and we know that how strong Philippines as well, because they came from the Oasis Gaming here.
Yeah.
We know that Oasis Gaming maybe looks very famous in Philippines with their own player. They have a lot of a good player as well with a good aim. We have Wildero, and we also have Drax, we have Gorgie, and the rest of the players from Philippines. They will represent their country to show us that they can be the dark horse maybe in SEA Games.
Yeah, I think Philippines is also one of the strongest teams we have here. Indonesia, of course. This is the team that everybody has been wanting to see, because Indonesia has long been one of the strongest teams here in Southeast Asia. Especially, we have players coming from Boom Esports, coming from Alter Ego, BTR. But now, the ones representing Indonesia will be players from Bigatron and Alter Ego. We have NC Slasher, Sayo, Morea, Gemma, and Delby. So Asterisk and Eor will be benched for now, and they won't be playing in this match. But look at Morea. He's looking at the camera. He's waving hi there. Yeah, Morea, of course, one of the most I'd say funny players that we have here in Indonesia, right? He's one of the most, trash talker, but he backs that up with his but he backs that up with his confidence, and he backs that up with his skill. But now we can talk about Team Philippines. I think this is one of the strongest teams as well here in SEA Games. They have a very solid core behind Draxi and also Nexi. These are players that are experienced playing in the VCT, especially in Philippines. And Oasis has long been one of the strongest teams appearing in VCT Philippines. And now they are bonded together, trying to defend their country and possibly going to provide and offer their first medal win for Philippines.
Yeah, even though they did not have a good result in their own region for the split 2, but Oasis Gaming finally they secure their second place in their Valorant Challengers in split 1. So yeah, I think we will see. It's gonna be a tight match between Indonesia and also Philippines. I think Philippines also realized that Indonesia is a very, very strong team that they have to aware with, and we will see. We will see what kind of map they will be play for our third match here. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Haven for our match between Indonesia and also Philippines.
I think for Haven, this is still a 50-50 map, Chimo. Like how we would see Ascent as a 50-50 map that was played as the first map for the day. And now we're on our third game. And Haven will be our map in this best of one. I think this is still a safe pick because both of these teams do play Haven. But I think it will be easier for Team Philippines to adjust because they do have the same core from that Oasis Gaming compared to Indonesia that do play in a mix and match team same scenario, Alter Ego and BTR, but we know that Alter Ego and BTR, they both are teams that are strong and can mold easily together. And I feel like for Haven, they have their own playstyles, right? We see Delby. Every time he plays with Alter Ego, he's always on this jet looking for picks, looking for blood, and he's always that duelist that you can always, rely and depend on. Meanwhile, we also have step up players and supports like Kush or like Morea. These are players that might be the support, but they're always actively fragging. Their aim is very, very sharp, and they're always on the run trying to tear down their opponents. But Philippines, I feel like they will also come strong, especially in Haven, which is actually one of the strongest maps that Oasis Gaming has. But now they are not Oasis Gaming, they are Philippines.
Yeah.
And they have
Record when they play. We talk about the aim power. They prepare a lot from this 32nd SEA Games. So I would like to see how Philippines try to counter Indonesia here, because Philippines, they are looking very good in their split too. So I think they also need to bring something different when they against Indonesia. If we compare to our last two match before, actually it's quite a tight match, right, between Singapore and also Vietnam just now. So I think we will see the same match again for our
to be a close match for both of these teams. But we could also talk about you talked about preparations. We could also talk about how Indonesia boot camped in South Korea, right? They were playing with Korean teams. I think they were also screaming with Korean teams. They also enjoyed a little bit of taste of competitive play in Korea. I think I'm really interested to see how the list of agents in which both of the teams are already picking, in which Anti-Slasher will pick Breach Killjoy on Sayo, Morea with Oimen, his signature agent, Gemma as well with his signature agent, Sova, as well as Delby on the Jet. Meanwhile, or for Philippines, Waloreo on the Sova, Nexi with Killjoy, Breach on Saviet K, Drax with Oimen, and Georgie with Jet. I think this is a mirror pick. So it all comes down to how they want to approach the game, strategies that they implement, and how they react towards their enemies and foes trying to do certain stuff. Will they be counter-reactive? Will they be proactive, trying to find information, attacks on how they want to play? Maybe a little bit aggressive in certain situations and certain chances that they could take. This will probably be a bloodbath if I could predict.
Yeah, I wish that we could see another tight match between Philippines and also Indonesia here. But if we talk about Heaven, 100% surely we will talk about a mirror agent pick coming from both of the teams. So I think we saw this a lot of we've seen this a lot of time, right? Realize like Sofa is gonna be the initiator here. The double initiator will come from both of the teams, and meanwhile there's gonna be a solo duelist coming from Jet for Delby and also for Georgie. So we'll see for the game number 1 for
time has stopped, meaning it's gonna be another technical pause that we have to endure and be patient, because of course LAN tournament, and this is indeed an offline tournament, so there are going to be a few hiccups and a few rocks along the way, but do be patient and wait with us as we're ourselves into commencing the first match, or this third match rather, of today. But if we see the utilities that they buy, we see Savi 8K with a full util, 2 flashes and an aftershock with the fault line as well as the recharge ability. I think he's going full on support for his duelists in this match. Meanwhile, Anti-Slasher takes the more aggressive approach with a ghost and a single flash as Breach. I think Indonesia would probably try to play more aggressive in this scenario, because they would want to push out. They want to try to maximize the play style that Anti-Slasher and Moria has in playing aggressively, because these are the players that have been racking up ACSs in Challengers Indonesia, right? We see them as one of the strongest core of BTR alongside with Sayo. Meanwhile, Gemma and Delby has been the dynamic duo in holding their ground for Alter Ego, especially since Eeyore and Asterisk was able to finally join the team. Meanwhile, for Team Oasis, they play with a little bit more structure. They play more passive. They play a counter-reactive towards what their enemies would do. But still, Savi 8K, one of the best players, one of the best initiator players there is in Philippines, as well as Nexi, who was rumored to join RRQ, but he then had to leave back. So now he is back in Philippines as one of the core
Yeah.
members for Team Oasis.
Yeah, if you take a look from the history from Nexi, while he was in the RQ last time,
Yeah.
maybe didn't give much a lot of
Yeah.
maybe didn't give much a lot of a good result while he was in the RQ. But now he looks very strong in the with his Philippine teammates. So it will be might be a disaster as well for Indonesia if they do not respect with the empower that Philippines have. So yeah, I think both of the teams, they have to prepare their own different strategy here. It depends on how they initiate, go to the side, or maybe how the defender trying to defuse and defuse the spike here. So yeah, we will see. Meanwhile, we are waiting for the technical pause.
Yeah.
Please be patient, guys, because we
Yeah.
know that everyone is waiting for today, especially for the 30-second SEA Games. So yeah, we will see.
Yeah, of course, technical issues is not.
It's always, it's always happen, right, when we go for the offline tournament.
Yeah.
This kind of thing, it's like normally happens. So yeah, especially for the day number 1.
Yeah, especially in the first day, when it's the first time you're gonna go to the venue, you're gonna check a few things, and then you're gonna diagnose and troubleshoot a few issues, and they just keep popping up sometimes. So I think it's for the better that we take a technical pause to prevent it from happening tomorrow. So tomorrow we might have a much more smoother schedule,
Better
and,
day.
and flow for the map, of course, for the matches, of course. This is something that commonly happens, and we urge you to be patient. And there you go. When I tell you to be patient, the clock will continue to tick on forward. And now, Indonesia, 3 players posting up in B, meanwhile playing with a 1-3-1 comp from Indonesia, as Philippines will try to spread out and find information, create people, the 3 players rather, heavying themselves towards C. And Sayo, tagged down to 75 HP, not yet faltering. Turret and 1 alarm bot will assist him in trying to hold his ground, but of course the fault line is going to connect to him. Flash towards backside, but a very, very fast response from Indonesia. They just want the side back in. They want to win it back, but Philippines, they're running away, scampering away like cats in a scaredy bag. As Indonesia is able to push them back, but A side is empty. So is B side. Philippines only cutting off their noise as they would try to re-hit back to C side. This would be a very confusing situation for Indonesia if they're caught off guard, where they see Philippines re-hitting back, but they're not gonna make any step. They're just gonna walk in. Fault line for the second time. Fault line from Anisatra as well, but the flash is gonna blind him.
Ooh,
2 kills for
30
Nexi,
seconds
but
left.
Maria is able to reply back. He's good for 2, looking for
down,
3,
C.
but Drax is
Last
there
player
to
standing.
silence him. And Gemma, it's up to him. Not much that he can do. Triple kill for Drax. And Philippines, with the cut noise and rotation back to C-side, they secure the pistol round.
Yes, Philippines. This is what we expected actually from our match number 3, right? Indonesia versus Philippines. It's gonna be a tight match between these 2 teams, and it's really a nice entry. They're coming from Nexi with the double kill here, and
1
Drax
enemy remaining.
was there to find the trade from Moria. So with the triple kill coming from Drax, double kill coming from Nexi, Philippines looking very strong in the pistol round. So now, but we are going to have another technical pause.
And another technical pause, of course, guys, from the first best round. It seems like we still have an issue unresolved. So please be patient, because see, whenever I say the word patient, the clock keeps on going again. So I think the safe word for me is
I think it's gonna be a magical
yeah,
word for you.
it's gonna be a magic word for me. My magic word now is patient, Chimo.
Patient. Yeah, we will see for the round number 2 from Indonesia and Philippines. Philippines, they secure their pistol round, so they will have more good weapons here. And C side, it's gonna be another target for Philippines, but ooh, look at that. Indonesia trying to make something here. But Philippines, will they go for another side? Meanwhile, Nexi is going to be the one who give the entry effect for Philippines. Oops, nope. Nexi is gonna watch for the flank. Meanwhile, Indonesia, they have to do some retake here. Oh, they're not giving a plan. But
Oh my
Savi,
goodness.
all of the players from Philippines, they are expecting Indonesia is going to fight straightforward before the spike has been planned for Philippines.
Yeah, they just flooded the site, and Indonesia couldn't do anything about it. Of course, Philippines also had the upper hand in terms of weaponry. So Indonesia couldn't do much of a thing there. They just flooded down. They just dropped down into hell, from heaven to hell. And of course, that's just good food for Philippines. And they are enjoying a very good start. Now Indonesia, the pressure is on them to at least get one more score, one more point. But Philippines knows this. They don't have the maximum weapon to try to take those close, long-range duels. But they just storm into Seaside, and it's clearly empty. As Sayo just gives it away because he knows the importance of playing retake, especially when you have that weapons advantage. But look at Georgie. He's actively seeking for blood, like sharks, circling them around. The goal is going to help him. But look at Moria, 2 kills from Georgie. What just happened there? He just got away with murder. It's actually not long he's gonna lose. But look at that. Just in a blink of an eye, Indonesia lose all of their members, and Philippines secure the third round.
Oh my god, it's a disaster for Indonesia. They even cannot secure their round.
Yeah, they couldn't get, like, this was an early pick from Maria, right? He gets the swing, but Georgie was backed up with a very good aftershock, and it was just job well done by the players of Philippines in knowing that they don't have the weaponry to play long range, Chimo.
Yeah, you know how strong Spectre, right? In the close round here, but now Indonesia, they are trying to play aggressively in the round number 4, and Delby has already been refilled by one recall coming from Wildero. But oh, there's a good trade coming from Delby in the mid side. Meanwhile, Drex already secured the C side here, and Philippines, they have to at least plan the spike because it's gonna be like 2 versus 2 for both of the teams. And now Safi and Drex, they want to find some information here. Gema also want to do the same thing. Meanwhile, Philippines, they are already secure the C side here, and Gema has been spotted in the C long. Meanwhile, NC Slazer aftershock, but there's not really a good aim coming from NC Slazer. Safi is gonna be the one who taken him down. But now Gema trying to stick defuse, but I think that's not really a good idea here. Oh, right away from Rex, but Safi is there to find the threats that coming from Gema.
Yeah,
And Philippines 4-0. Wow.
that's a very good post plan, right? After they fault line that, they stunned it and they just flashed it with the paranoia. So Indonesia, slow start, but we'll see what they'll do, because so far Indonesia has been caged by Philippines. Philippines has been playing flawlessly. They just find their way into the side, they push on forward, they play like they just have nothing to lose, and they just win the duels. And here, a little bit of whiff coming from both of the players, right? Thank God Salvi was able to secure his countrymen and help him to get the 4th round. And now Savi, alongside 2 other players, rather, they will walk in Garage because they know Garage is not guarded whatsoever with utilities. And look at Morea, the father of one-way smokes, but he doesn't care. Savi doesn't care because he has the aftershock to take chance to clear Garage, and Wateria gets the kill. Gemma gets a very good Hunter's Fury kill, but Maria is able to add up the racks of kills coming from Indonesia. From the shadows will be popped up. helps him teleport to Long. He doesn't even get spotted out. Nexi is forced into a bad position and he gets taken down by Delby. Recon is shot with a flash and also Blade Storm forces them out and he's dead. And they're down 1 by 1. Indonesia flawless retake as they put themselves up on the board. 1-4 Indonesia finally. First score of the day.
Yeah, that was really a good flash coming from NC here. Meanwhile, Delby,
My ult's ready.
we know how strong his operator, right? With the blast storm in his hand, he's able to take down Zalfi here, and really a good retake that coming from Indonesia. Finally, 1 point for Indonesia. Meanwhile, Philippines, they still have a lot of money here. They're still able to buy. They're still able to buy their own weapon for round number 6. 4-1. We will see. Will Indonesia catch up or Philippines is still dominating this series? Notorio? Oh, there's really a good information that coming from Philippines. Meanwhile, Moria trying to play sneaky peeky here. But Sezi will wait patiently. Meanwhile, oh my god. Moria, but there's gonna be a trade coming from Georgie with his operator. Really a nice classic coming from Moria. Trying to stay alive, but meanwhile NC's laser is staying behind Moria's back just in case it's gonna be a trade coming from Indonesia if something happened to Moria. But Philippines, I think they really love seaside here. They're going for another seaside plan, and now Indonesia, they have to do 4-man retake. Meanwhile, Sayo is waiting for Nexi, but is it gonna be another timing? Delby?
Behind him.
Oh no, the timing here. But meanwhile, Delby is still alive. Now NC trying to dodge all of the Hunter Fury coming from Will or Rio. Meanwhile, Sayo going taken down by Georgie, and Delby still looking for more. Meanwhile, what Oreo got 2 members from Indonesia,
time.
and Delby, yeah, he got no time, so he needs to save his operator. It's another point for Philippines, and Philippines are looking very strong in this series.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 4 out of 5 fights. 4 out of 5 rounds. Right.
Yeah.
And it's just heavily exposed. I don't know why Indonesia has no response towards this. I think most of the times Maria was able to really get that early push, but isn't necessarily helping Indonesia to further their advances towards the site, because Philippines just answer back with rotations, with cutting noises, with just getting a kill. This is looking a little bit grim for Indonesia, 5-1. But the game is not over yet. Nexi has lockdown, and now Philippines will try to switch it up a bit. They will go towards a side. His operator, he loses his duel. Nexi is the faster marksman in the server, and he executes Delby. Meanwhile, Indonesia has called 2 players to help Gemma defend this site. The drone is not gonna spot anyone. And Slasher with the Rolling Thunder is gonna make an earthquake inside, but Gemma wins the duel against Georgie. 2 kills back from Philippines. It's 4 against 2 now. It's not looking very good for Indonesia. No equalizer whatsoever, as the spike will be escorted back out of from A, maybe towards C or even B. And Indonesia is just left confused. They just didn't know where the Philippines went. They're just gone.
It's like it's like a normal mini games that Philippines always brings to us, right? For this series, like they are not really fully committed going to one side. They are trying to play with Indonesia. They are trying to play with their mindset here. So as like 6 round has been played, Philippines know that Indonesia always do a fast rotation here. So they just trying to get 1 player or maybe 2 player. After that, they are doing the same strategy by just rotating to another side.
Yeah, and it's just simple Valorant, Chimo. Like, they're just playing simple Valorant. They're just getting picks, and when they know it's not possible to do that, they bait out the utilities. And when the utilities are out, they simply just either re-hit, rotate, or just straight out fight them all, right? And this is leaving Indonesia in a speechless and bad state, because now they have to go back for a save, in which Savi will even get NC Slasher. Sayo has to save this operator, or else it's going to be very hard for Indonesia. He loses it from the grasps of his hand. And Philippines 6-1, Chimo. It's looking very, very good for the Filipino fans as they are present in the venue. And Indonesia surely will call a timeout. And we expect Bangil or Rosso to do some tactical changes, maybe a little bit change in pace of the game. Maybe they could play more aggressive, take spaces, take charges, because Indonesia has just been letting themselves cage out of the site. And Sayo, so far, he's forced to play rotate. He's forced to play retake every now and then, and the Indonesians just seems like they don't have an answer towards this.
Look at that, the KDA from Sayo, 0 and 7. Maybe I'm not sure it's gonna be a good condition for Indonesia, right? Because this is a best of one series, and we are in the group stage right now for the number 1 and the number 2, so they need to get points day by day so they can go to the playoff later. If they cannot get the points since the number 1, I think it's gonna be hard for them to catch up with another country here. So we'll see. The timeouts from Indonesia, what will they do after Roseo as their coach giving a little bit of lecture there for Indonesia? And Philippines, maybe this is what like sometimes all the Filipinos say, like lang malangkas, looking very strong for their country. So this is what I say. Indonesia, they have to respect with their aim power here. And we have another technical pause, so please be patient, guys.
I don't know if my magic word will work again, because this has been the second time or third time I've used this today. But we'll wait. I'll wait till I'm gonna use it. But we can talk about Indonesia's economy right now. It's crumbling. Like, they don't have enough credits to do a full buy and to opt into a purchase maybe. And I don't think the effects of the timeout will happen this time. Maybe it'll happen in the next rounds maybe. But Philippines so far has been playing splendid. Like, they've been playing excellently. They know how to maximize their timings, to push out into the side, just force their way into inside. And Sayo has been zoned out. Like, he does not have that freedom to play inside. And as we see currently, the clock has been ticking. I'm saving my magic word for later. And now Philippines will indeed head back to the side, Chimo.
They're ruminating with their 6 point, and now round number 8, Indonesia, they look crumbling. And now another C site for Philippines, and it's gonna be another retake as well for Indonesia. Look at that. This is what makes Philippines looks very strong. They have their aim, and they also have they always get their own entry, right? So this is what I think what Indonesia has to do, right? They have to be very confident with their aim, because I know how strong their aim as well. But look at that, Nexi deny all of my words here with the operator. Moria and also NC Slasher. Moria guts Nexi in the trade of his teammate. Meanwhile, it's gonna be 2 versus 2, because there's gonna be like another trade coming from Wild Oreo, a fake TP coming from Moria, and another TP. I think Wild Oreo expected it, and there you go. Another round for Philippines, 7-1. Indonesia, they are crumbling into pieces right now. Realize
this is insane. Like, Philippines, they just know the weakness of Indonesia has always been that C site, and they just attacked it repeatedly, and they just pummeled Indonesia into the corners of defeat. And this has almost been a winnable round, right? But Indonesia has to lose it anyways. And the matter of the fact is that even though they were in an economically bad situation, they were able to make it a little bit more expensive for Philippines. But Philippines is not going to care. They have all the money in the bank they need. As Nexi now has lockdown, Savi 8K also has a rolling thunder. They will try to traverse their way, find any sort of opportunity or chance that they could maximize. Delby now with the operator posing up, standing like a statue in short. He's gonna get spotted out with the recon, or the drone rather, so it's gonna respect him with that information, as Philippines still not with any hasty movement, still steadfast as ever. as the few rounds we have seen. But we see now Georgie readying himself up to attack Seaside. Moria, is he gonna be checked? In the corner, he's not checked, but Georgie still misses his shots. Moria inside the smoke, he's gonna catch one, but is he good for more? He gets another kill, but Drax is able to reply. They bite back, but NC Slasher gets another kill through the smoke, and 2v4 situation now, as Drax is 70 HP, with Wild Oreo still healthy.
30 seconds left.
Scarred, Cloud, and even hurt by the Filipino players. And suddenly, shrouded in secrecy, they don't know where the Filipino players are. They just cut their noises, don't make any sound. With 30 seconds to go, they have to attack the site now. Sayo, will he hold his ground? Hold on, Arresto wins the duel! Oh my goodness, Drax wins back the site with full hands and triple kill. Wild Oreo, the savior for Philippines. And
That's really a good trade.
It's insane, and he is able to win it back for Philippines.
Wow, that's really a good aim. They're coming from Wild Oreo, you know. Looking Drax, he's stepping into the side, trying to plant the spike, right? But meanwhile, Wild Oreo realized that he needs to protect his teammate to get the momentum, right?
Yes.
3 versus 2 from Indonesia. They are not able to handle Philippines with only 2 members left. Oh my god. Is it because of the technical issue, or it's just not the day for Indonesia for our third match?
Yeah, I think a lot of things could be factored into a certain failure, especially in Valorant. A technical pause, of course, could stop the momentum. But I feel like so far Philippines has just been in the heads of Indonesian players. You know, like the Indonesians also have just lost all of their duels. Like Sayo is struggling to get even a kill. He's 0-9 currently, not getting any chances to really win his duels. Meanwhile, Moria stepping up when needed, gets a kill. He's able to just trick the Filipino players into his movements, back into the smoke. And Philippines, the most important part, Chimo, was that they were able to win that round, which was a gun round, without using any of their ultimates. They still have Hunter's Fury, they still have the Rolling Thunder, they still have the Lockdown, and this is just going to open up tons of an opportunity window for Philippines to come back and possibly make this 9-1. Because look at Indonesia, they can't buy anything, only a few stingers and a couple of pistols in this round.
Yeah, Sayo did a good job by, giving his ultimate, the lockdown, to push a Philippine back away in the round number 9 just now. But when it becomes a duel, I think Philippines they have more, strong aim here. And another push they're coming from Indonesia. There seems, there seems lost here. They seems lost from Indonesia. They don't know what they have to do. They don't know how to counter the back side of C. And now 2 players from Indonesia, they have to do this retake. And with the eco, that's not really good for Indonesia. Also, of course, Philippines will secure with a flawless round with the 9 points.
From the front.
I think what Indonesia is lacking currently is creativity, Chimo. They don't have that creativity, right? They don't have that.
They don't have the trait. They don't have the crossfire.
Yeah, I think there's
We didn't see it coming from Indonesia.
Yeah, there's a lot of flaws in Indonesia. They just don't have that creativity. And what we can talk about as well, maybe they're lacking the brains that Astralis and Eor could give, right? Because these are players that are mostly young, and the reason of why Astralis and Eor was added to the team maybe was because they were also the veterans, right, of the game. Eor, Astralis, these are seasoned veterans that have been dabbling in the FPS scene for a while, and maybe because of that they don't really know what to do. And now look, A side is just cracked open like a cold can of beer. They're already inside. That easily Spike is also gonna be planted, and this could possibly be the 10th round for Philippines as they march their way into the site. They deny any form of control for Indonesia. But look at LB's in. He's blind. He's clueless. He doesn't know where to go. Look at Philippines. They're just slaughtering Indonesia to the guillotine, to the hands of the Filipino players. Eskema is the last man standing, gets a headshot, but what more can he do? What more can he pray for? He's just praying with his 5 hands closed, and now Philippines 10-1. Timo, 10-1 Philippines is just dominating Indonesia. This is so damn scary, and Philippines is looking like a strong team.
It's totally a bad things for Indonesia. We didn't expect that's gonna be like 10-1 points for both of the teams. I expected it's gonna be a intense match between both of the teams, right? Because we know how good, how strong their aim from Indonesia, but Philippines proved to us that they are way more stronger than Indonesia in this series. But we will see. Is it only because of the time? Like Indonesia need more time? Or maybe it's because they don't have any, answer, like I said it earlier. And Moria, he picks up the fight and he picks two players from Philippines here. Meanwhile,
good fight.
Sasi will be there to get the trade. And now, Nexi is already giving an information. There's an alarm bot in the B side. Meanwhile, Saxi still looking for more. 4 versus 3. Remember, it's still winnable for Philippines. We also remember that they won the round just because of 2 members left, 2 members remaining. But now it's gonna be 4 versus 3. I think it's gonna be a B side. And now Philippines are trying to find someone, but MC Slasher at the backside. And Delby finally secured the last man standing from Philippines, and it's gonna be the point for Indonesia. 2-10 for Philippines.
Yes, finally Indonesia gets another score on the board, but 10-2, I think, is a tall mountain to climb.
Still a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a long way to go. It's a skyscraper that you have to climb. And Indonesia, I don't know how they're going to approach this. Chimo, Sayo, 12 rounds, 12 deaths, 0 kills.
Oh my
He is
God.
struggling. Like, he is really, really struggling to get himself on the board, and I hope that at least he could get a kill or to really, regain that momentum to boost his confidence, because this is talking about mental now. 0-12 is not a spot you want to be in. It's a tough spot to be in. So Philippines, of course, won't stop because they have all the momentum in their hands and they're gonna grasp it with 10 fingers tip. Won't stop and will never stop because Delby now is going to pose himself into mid. And a stun towards Window with Shrouded Step as well. Look at Delby, he loses the duel!
Oh no.
Indonesia falls! But
Last
2
player standing.
trade frags coming from Sayo and Maria is at least able to equalize the score. No, it does not, because Maria is not left alone. He
heard someone.
Yeah, he does. He heard someone, but he's just curious now. Where did that person go? He's left alone, adding insult to injury, left to lick his wounds as he mourns the death of his friends. But he's gonna opt into going back to Seaside, in which this is not going to be a good choice because 2 Filipino players are waiting here. The Filipinos, they know what they're doing. They know what they want, and what they want is
30
victory.
seconds left.
What they want is Maria to die in the hands of Wild Ariel. Timing is not that good as Maria surrenders himself in the hands of Drax. 11-2 Philippines. They are
And
steamrolling. Another pistol round as well, Chimo. Yes, it's just going crazy.
Another pistol round for Philippines with, one more step for the match point for Philippines.
Yeah.
Indonesia, they only have 2 points here, and it's not looking good for Indonesia. And Sayo finally able to get his first kill in the round 13 just now. And now we will see what will Indonesia do. Is it gonna be a match point for Philippines? 2 players inside A, and now Delby on his way to get the entry frag. Oh no, Georgie!
Georgie!
Able to get 2 players, and meanwhile there's gonna be a trade coming from Indonesia. Meanwhile, Wild Oreo staying alive in A short, but the timing is not looking good for Wild Oreo. Meanwhile, Nexi is going to be the last man standing for Philippines. Killjoy versus Killjoy and Nexi. is able to close
Oh,
the
no.
round, the match of point for Philippines.
point.
Realize.
Match point for Philippines. I don't know what is happening with Indonesia. They just got dominated. Philippines handing them what would be their first ever defeat in such a marginal way, because what we saw from the previous tournaments in CAAC, for example, Indonesia was able to perform very well, but here
Yeah,
they're just stumbling. They
that's
don't
why I
know.
said that I expecting an intense match, right?
Yeah, but this is just one-sided, and
I know.
Philippines is able to just nail them down, and this could possibly be the final nail in the coffin. Death sentence for Indonesia. Drax gets tagged by the recon, but LB can't follow it up because of a stun. As Maria walks his way in, timing is everything. He doesn't really see Walorio there. He's just gonna swing it right set. Oh my goodness,
no!
Walorio is still alive. He pops up the smoke, gets 2 kills.
Moria?
Maria is still able to survive. But Savi gets the trade frag. He's still all alone, can't really hold his ground. And Drax comes in, helps him out, but Drax gets a kill towards
Spike
Delby.
planted.
And now it's 2v3, still doable, still winnable for Philippines. Nexi
That's done.
pots out one player, that is Gemma,
enemy
dripping with
remaining.
blood. And Nexi gets 2
Enemy
kills.
remaining.
The last guy is Sayo. Can he save Indonesia from embarrassment? Can he save his team? Can he save the Garudas? He
Oh
can.
my
And
gosh.
Philippines, 13-12. Indonesia, or 13-2 rather. Indonesia not given the
Wow.
chance to
Defenders
play. Indonesia not given the chance to touch even the third number. Chimo, this is wild.
Wow. Philippine lang Malangkas. Look at all of the supporters that coming to give their support for Philippines. Indonesia. This is not what we expected from Indonesia, but maybe this is maybe this is just their start. They need more time to fix their aim, fix their strategy, and come back stronger for another series, because we are still in the group stage. We are
Yeah.
still having a lot of times. All of the country that maybe not having a good result for today. I
Yeah.
think it's gonna be at least become their lesson.
Yeah, it might also be a chance for them to experiment, right, Chimo? Because I think Indonesia would possibly want to see how the team functions without Eeyore and Asterisk, because I think what has been lacking from Indonesia was that they just didn't have any creativity. They didn't have any much of a strategy to really implement. I think that could also be because Asterisk and Eeyore is not in the team, because Asterisk and Eeyore undoubtedly is the brain of the team, right? It is they are the team, they are the players that have the most experience, has the most, taste of competitiveness, and I think Asterisk and Eeyore could have been the key to unlock that brain of Indonesia. But yeah, this is still a group stage. Yeah, there could still be time to experiment here and there. But to be frank, Indonesia just got handed themselves an embarrassing defeat, and Philippines just went wild with them. And Philippines, they played fantastic. They didn't lose their duels. They were able to kill, to get a lot of frags, and they were able to time their rotations in a very splendid and sublime way. They just played confidently, and they weren't afraid
True.
of all the threats coming from Indonesia. Walorio just showcasing us how good he has been playing. Georgie as well. Yeah, they look like a very, very synchronized squad, this Filipino team.
Yeah, we didn't see a good result coming from Indonesia. Surely they have to bring something different for the next match, because even though we are still in the group stage, the point is very, very important for all of the country.
Yeah.
We still have another playoff later on the day number 3, and we hopefully there's gonna be some changes that coming from Indonesia for sure, because maybe like you said, I realized we haven't seen Eeyore play for this series. Maybe Roseu is
Yeah.
going to, I don't know, maybe making something different from Indonesia. But let's take a look for the post-match from Indonesia and also Philippines. Looking very strong, very dominating in this
Yeah.
series. And look at that, Nexi with the highest combat score here. The highest average combat score, 273. Meanwhile, Georgie and also Oreo, I think maybe I could say all of the Philippines player, they play brilliantly. I could say they always play with the mini games. Their mini games, they play with their utility. They maximize their potential to get the entry frag, and also all the trade, all the crossfire works for a Philippine for the series.
Yeah, I think Indonesia just, they were just clueless. They didn't really know what to do. And if you could see also the KD ratio, none of the Indonesians has a positive KD. Meanwhile, Philippines, we saw that Wild Oreo was mostly everywhere on the map, Chimo, but like look at Nexi as well. He has been holding the line. He has been able to counterflank Indonesian players into thinking that they would probably have a chance to push out forward, and it's just looking very grim for Indonesia. But yeah, it's insane, Chimo.
Yeah, that's true. But we still have another match.
Yeah.
Another match for Vietnam and also Cambodia. So we will take a break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned in the 30-second SEA Games. We will be right back.
Any minute now.
Of course, after the highlights.
We're still waiting for the highlights. Yeah, but
Yep.
I think we'll be waiting for the highlights first to send off our regards, guys. But yeah, like Chimo mentioned, here are the highlights.
We'll see you soon.
And yeah, we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back to the 32nd SEA Games Valorant. As we see currently, we've been going through 3 games, right, Simomo? If I'm not mistaken. So now we are going to jump into our 4th game, which calls upon an interesting matchup: Vietnam versus Cambodia, in which we saw Cambodia defying our expectations. They were able to batter Malaysia into victory, but as well as how Vietnam was also a little bit shaky against Singapore. They pushed it to overtime, our first ever overtime here in 32nd SEA Games. But what was most shocking was how Indonesia was slaughtered. They were dominated by Team Philippines, which was pretty crazy because Team Philippines also showed how insane they could play. Like they were playing fast, they were playing in a very high tempo that the Indonesians couldn't keep up with. So yeah, now we are going to enter our fourth match in which we see Cambodia take on Vietnam.
Yeah, that was really a bad result for Indonesia from our previous match, but
Yeah.
we have to move on for our fourth match of today, day number 1 of 32nd of SEA Games. And yeah, Vietnam versus Cambodia. If we take a look from their first match of the day when they're versus Singapore, Vietnam looking very promising. I could say they play aggressively. Meanwhile, Cambodia, they play, maybe I could say they came with their own strategy when they
Yeah.
beat Malaysia just now. So it should be an intense match, right?
Yeah.
I say it before for our third match just now, but it didn't come out as what I expected. So I would see how will Vietnam and also Cambodia go for our fourth match for today.
Yeah.
We know how strong this Vietnam player. I maybe I could say they are one of the dark horse in SEA Games here. Like Na Thong as always get his opening frag here.
Yep.
Very good with his operator. Crazy guys is insane, right? So Cambodia, I think they have to respect with their with Vietnam Empower here. Even though we know that Cambodia looks very strong as well. Lurker play as good as his name. He always get his momentum to give the run for Cambodia. But we will go for Pearl, another different map for today.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to hear Pearl will be picked because that means so far as the 4 matches has gone by, we won't see a repeat map, right, Chimo? We've seen Ascent, we've seen Lotus, we've seen Haven, now we see Pearl. And this is going to be an interesting map because this map will enable the playstyle of Crazy Guy, in which he was everywhere on the map, right? We've seen Ascent on how he was playing Sova. Sova is an initiator that will always be needed and required for his team to, set up, right? Recon, you need a drone. But he neglects all of that. He just roams around the map, he makes advantage for himself, and he does it successfully, right? He's able to pick up a man advantage for Vietnam, and Vietnam has always been on the roll on that match against Singapore. But this is, I think, this will be the true test for Cambodia because I feel like Malaysia was a little bit struggling. They were a little bit confused, they were a little bit clueless in that map. So yeah, Cambodia would they be able to withstand this high pressure? And now we've seen their compositions, Chimomo, in which this is a very different composition. They in which Cambodia would opt for a double smoker in Viper and also Astra, but for Vietnam they are playing a little bit more aggressive, I think. And Brimstone on Pearl. This is quite unique, I think.
Yeah, and they came with the same approach with the 2 initiator here for Vietnam. They bring KO and also Sofa. Maybe we barely see KO. We barely see Sofa in Pro, right? Because sometimes people just bring Sky for the flash and also the Trailblazer to get the information. But now, Crazy Guy, we know how crazy he is with this Sofa. So might be it's gonna be looking promising for Vietnam. I don't know. It's all depends on Cambodia how they counter Vietnam with their aggressive play here. Meanwhile, Cambodia, like you said earlier, they came with the 2 controller, Astra and also Viper. We've seen this a lot as well with the the delay potential coming from Tony with his Astra, with the Graffiti Well, with the Concast as well, and also how good Astra with the Cosmic Divide. It will be a game changer for Cambodia.
Yeah, I think Astra is still, for me, one of the strongest smokers that you can have in Pro, because like Cosmic Divide, like you mentioned, Chimo, is a strong tool to especially take a B site, right? B site and Pro is like one of the most obnoxious site that you could attack. It's very easy for the attackers to access that site, and it's very hard for the defenders to hold it, yet let alone retake it. And I think with the Astra in the hands of Tony Kim, that will really enable them to at least explore a little bit more options in their in their attacker side. Especially Cambodia will start as attackers, and now we've seen the clock tick. No more technical issues, thank God for that, because we will see much more favoritism, or rather favorite Valorant actions here at the 32nd SEA Games, Cambodia against Vietnam. How will we see Cambodia fare against Vietnam? Because Vietnam is pretty much one of the favorites as well in this 32nd SEA Games. I think this competition is open for everyone to win, right, Chimo? Like even the dark horses could also win this whole tournament. Maybe Cambodia could write a miraculous story in which they could just win this at their own hometown. And now Natong is called upon to try to push forward as Cambodia takes mid control. Tony Kim is potted out by Natong as he chooses to back off a bit. Natong is given the chance to take the orb. Not yet going to commit his push. He's just gonna hold his line. Gets a peek of Tony Kim, and he is way too extended in B long as Lurker takes his chances to kill him off. And now Sheriff is now in the hands of Patu. One more satchel to go. He could still use this, but Crazy Guy is not gonna let that slip. He's not gonna let that just go like that. And Fade with the recon tags two people. And the Viper's toxic screen is so damn good. Try to stop all the push, try to stop all the retake gun. But Crazy Guy, 2 kills out of nowhere. Even Pina together, hand in hand, they get their kill. Sweetie JC, last man standing, dead man walking. Bounty on his head. He will be hunted down by the players of Vietnam. As time goes by, he's just gonna die to the turret. And Sweetie JC can't do much but just bury himself. And Vietnam, good resurrection and good reset by them. Try to bring it back. 2 and even 4 quick kills by B9 Crazy Guy.
This is what I said about Vietnam. This Crazy Guy is insane. Out of nowhere, he got his 2 kills with his frenzy, and Pina just take care of the rest. Meanwhile, it's gonna be a, you know, oh my god, Vietnam, they looking very, I could say, solid in the first pistol round.
Yeah.
And now we have a little bit pause here.
I think I jinxed it.
Did
I think
you?
I jinxed it. Yeah, I think I jinxed it because I told you, right?
Yeah,
I think I said,
said it
yay, no more
earlier.
technical pauses, and now we are given
Stop
technical
it! Don't
pause.
jinx
Yeah.
it more, please.
Yeah, I won't
Guys.
jinx it. I think I'll just use my magic word,
Just
which
just use
is
the magic
patience. And I don't think it works. So yeah, we're just still gonna wait for the technical pause to ensue. But Cambodia, I think it was a good idea for them to take mid because I think mid control is also important. But I'm not really in favor of taking mid lane control because I think it's one of the hardest spots and choke points that you can
True.
really win. It's just so tight, right? And it's not as narrow as other choke points that you could take. Let's say just art
Yes.
or maybe a main. It's that tight spot that it's really a 50-50, if not 60-40 angle, and that 60 is for the defenders. The 40 is for the attackers, and Cambodia kind of fumbled that first pick done by Tony Kim, or by Lurker, I'm sorry. And even though Natong was a little bit too overzealous, pushing up forward like that, posing himself towards B main, but yeah, at least Crazy Guy and Pina is able to back him up with the frenzy. That was a very, very good retake by the players of Vietnam. Very good recovery. And of course, looking at the economy that they have, most likely they will, of course, full buy for this round with a Bulldog and Crazy Guy's hand. And I think Pina will still stick to the frenzy. No, he's just going to buy one Spectre. And I think this could be a 2-0 for Vietnam already.
Yeah, we'll see. What will Cambodia do for round number 2? And 2-4-2 for Pina and also Crazy Guy. And now Tony realized there must be someone who tried to push. And now Natong also has the information. Like you said earlier, realized they are trying to get the mid control here. Lose it. He got no ability or utilities to get the information as fast as we know. And now Sweetie already being spotted in the mid. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they know they have a better weapon here. They don't want to play recklessly. They want to just play very, very patient. And now even we'll see Sweetie trying to get his bait in the mid door. But meanwhile, no one been taken down. And Cambodia, they slowly but sure, but oh, alarm bot spotted one member. Oh, Pina. Also, Lurker get 1-for-1. And meanwhile, Suka is able
30
to take
seconds
down
left.
2 members of Cambodia. Meanwhile, Lurker is going to take the trade, but he is not able to do it. And Tony will be the last man standing, being taken down by Asuka. 4 kills for Asuka. Vietnam looking very strong, even though we know they have the better weapon. But look at that, all of the jiggle that Suka did just now.
Yeah.
It makes all of the Cambodia cannot get their trade.
It was very hard for Cambodia as well to capitalize on what they have. I mean, they got 2 early kills, but still they couldn't really retrieve the weapons, Chimo, so they don't really have the chance to, push forward with the weapons that they have. And yeah, it is currently going to be advantage for Vietnam, but Cambodia currently could still bring this back with the guns that they have. And I just realized, Chimo, that Pina is currently subbing in for Vines. So
Yeah.
Vietnam, they're still trying to experiment a few things as well, right? Because they are currently in total filled with 7 members, so they could still use a few weapons. In the head of door, if they get a kill onto Sweetie JC, and the Viper is down. A good one tap towards the head of Sweetie JC. Natong now, already with the operator in his hand. His teammates are on a bonus round. Meanwhile, he's just gonna cash out and buy an operator. And we know the
Yeah.
impact that this guy can bring with the operator in his hand.
It's
Cambodia.
important as well for him, right? Because we know once he dropped the operator, it could be a turn back point for Cambodia.
Yeah, true. And I think B-side also requires at least 1 operator player, right? Because it's just a very long valley and a very long road for the Cambodians to push through. And with an operator, I think he could single-handedly stop a push and reposition, especially as a jet. And Natong is already called upon to rotate
30
towards
seconds
B, but now Crazy Guy only spots 1 player. The timing is everything. He still gets a kill, and he gets away with murder. No, because Lurker will be able to put him down. 3v2 situation now. It's still even. Dead even. And a pop
Spike
flash
planted.
towards the eyes of Lucid. And Atong 2K eyeing players of Cambodia with his operator. They're stacking Link. This is not a very good spot to be in, but players from Vietnam, they are overthinking this issue. And now Lucid will try to spray down, but Pina is still alive. Molly will be expended to try to stop the push, and he can just defuse this spike. He could just try to stick it in, and Suka gets a kill towards Lucid. Natong gets 2 kills, in which he just buries it towards the heads of the Cambodians. And Vietnam run away with the third. They win their pistol. They win their bonus round, and they retrieve back the operator. Vietnam running in circles.
It's a smart play coming from Natong because he knew that he needs to fight closely with Cambodia player, right? So he traded
1 enemy remaining.
with Pina and take away that Bulldog to kill all of the member from Cambodia in the mid lane. Wow, really a smart play coming from Natong. Meanwhile, Cambodia, they are still struggling in the round number 4 now. What will Cambodia do? What's the strategy coming from Cambodia here? We haven't seen it so far. It's gonna be another buy eco cycle for Cambodia. With the Sheriff, Natong got the operator entry kill. And now, Crazy Guy trying to push, trying to play aggressive. Another kill for Natong 2K in the B long. I think it's not a good idea, when you are in the eco round, you don't have any much utility.
Crazy
And
Guy.
Crazy Guy, he's flanking. He's not a flanker. He's not a lurker because lurker in Cambodia side, but he play very brilliant.
Yeah, this is like Sova that is always eager to be on your backline, and he just does that with pure flaw, like pure flawless. And look at this, how he moves throughout the map. It's like he's always making these players guess. And the problem as well with Cambodia is that they don't really have a pure sentinel. They don't really have like a Cypher or a Killjoy to try to watch the flank. But now they're equipped with 4 guns. and even 5 guns. And look at Natong. Oh, he's ready. He's ready to take the kill. He doesn't really bring anyone with him. But the shock dart blown towards side. 0 point as well. Thrown towards B side. Drone from Crazy Guy. Try to spot out. He sees at least 4 players there. And now Natong taking his chances. Playing aggressively. Playing like it's a goddamn gamble. And now Lurker hugging the wall close by him. Crazy Guy is not afraid to actually peek out. And look at the gap in the smoke. There's one chance to actually win the trade. And 0 point will spot no players because it is eagerly destroyed. And even the second recon there by Vietnam, they have a lot of information in their hands. And Cambodia is not going to give up this side easily. Natong gets a kill. Look at Dorf coming in as well to back him up, but Lucid evens out the score. It's not really even, but look at Suka now gets a kill to Patu. The kills keep on coming, but it's disadvantage for Cambodia as Tony Kim becomes the sole member of Cambodia to try and pull this back, but it looks near impossible as Suka just jiggles out and strafes away. Pina gets a safe strike and 5-0 Vietnam. They are forcing their way into this win, and they are indeed looking for that 2-0 group stage record, Chimo.
Yeah, even with the Nightfalls, Cambodia are still not able to get their round, and 5-0 is not what Cambodia wants, though. They have to time out. They have to think another strategy that may be more efficient to bring Vietnam down. Because round by round, Vietnam, they are looking, I could say, maybe strong, but not giving a very like a promising run, right? Because Vietnam, they just trying to deal with their aim power here. Meanwhile, Cambodia, they are just crawling back without any points that they can get. So yeah, I think the timeout is important for Cambodia.
Yeah, I think this timeout will also help them cool their heads because they have been stopped a lot of times by Vietnam. And now Vietnam do have a lockdown in the hands of Suka, who has been playing magnificently, only dying once, killing 8 times. Meanwhile, Cambodia is forced to eco with the guns they do have. Lurker does have the null command. Could use it if he wants to, but no, I don't think he's going to use it. Sweetie JC, we have seen him in Lotus with the Bulldog doing wonders for Cambodia. As now Vietnam will try to push forward by Natong 2K with the operator, always trying to close out the gap, close out the space, not giving Cambodia freedom of movement. But look at the delays. Look at the Nano Swarm not vying, not allowing Cambodia to push forward. Now they're gonna do it. Fragment has a second delay. Look at the layers of delay. There's just too much for Cambodia to handle. Even a flash that's just gonna pop in front of his eyes. A Pain Shell with the Poison Cloud lineup as well. Pina and Dorf will be the holders of this side along with Suka. And Cambodia suddenly just don't want to push anymore. They're just trying to, cut out their noise and try to maybe rotate to another side. And this has been the same way Cambodia has been playing. They just cut noise, rehit, cut noise, rehit, and I think it's just getting too predictable now. And look, they're just gonna force their way into the side. Secret is spotted out, but Dorf gets killed. But kill towards Patu. Tony Kim, not for long. He's just gonna try to hold his ground, but Dorf is able to get another kill. Even Lurker, not for long. Pina will put him to the ground as Crazy Guy ends the life of Sweetie JC. 6-0 Vietnam. They are going insane, and look at the HUD, Chimo. They have 5 ultimates now ready to be used for this round.
Yeah, even though they already lowered down their tempo from Cambodia, they are still not able to get their answer. 6-0, Cambodia is getting crushed down by Vietnam, and now Vietnam, they just need to get their their position. They just need to play a little bit patiently. Oh, that's really a bad way for KO to get an information. And now Netong is able to take him down. Meanwhile, Tony finally
You are
able to
divided.
trade. And there's a cosmic fight. And another drone is already being applied by crazy guys. And one pen shell with the shuttle trying to push this crazy guy back away, because we know what's the impact
Spike
and how
planted.
strong this crazy guy can do to do the retake. A good flash coming from Dorf, able to take down a Lucid. And meanwhile, Patu and also Tony need to survive. 2 versus 4. Meanwhile, there's still a Sky Smoke. They're able to stop the
player
vision
standing.
coming from Cambodia
Last
and
player
Vietnam.
standing.
They're coming down, and Tony is gonna be the
Oh.
last man standing, the last hope for Cambodia. Finally, 1 point for Cambodia in round number 7.
Yeah,
Anyone feeling
important round for Cambodia because they can't let Vietnam slip away with the lead that they have. 6-1 at least. Now they can really tame down the damage that has been done. The crazy guy, he's been doing this blind hunter's fury kills ever
One
since
enemy remaining.
in Ascent, right? And he's been able to get it time by time. Thank God Tony Kim is able to get 1 score for Cambodia. As now Cambodia will look to hit mid with the chances that they have. Heart is fully swarmed with a lot of utilities coming from Suka. Now they're gonna hit towards mid link. We're gonna stack this up. Suka calls for help here. Crazy guy could just get a peek maybe. And he doesn't really win it. Sweetie JC gets the big Suka. Steals 2 kills like a thief in the night. Meanwhile, Natom 2K will be tested. He dashes out to safety. They don't need to be overzealous because they have all the chances that they have with the hands that they punched Cambodia with. And Natom 2K already accompanied by Suka, his accomplice, his partner in crime. And look at Lurker, able to dink Natong 2K. No command is activated with the fragment as well to try to zone out. Natong 2K is still going to peek. Lucid will punish him for that. And now they swarm the site. It's a trade kill after trade kill. Dorf is caught from behind. The Lurker with 5 HP. Lucid has to be the Guardian Angel to cover this plan. But no, Orbital Strike is expended. And now Lucid is going to die. No, he doesn't. Pina through the wallbang. 1v1 situation. Lucid is dripping. He is full of blood. He needs a miracle.
Smoke's down.
He needs help, but his friends are all dead. Molly
Wow.
towards Ling. He reads this perfectly. Pina can just go for the defuse if he wants to. Lucid spots him out. Information gathered clearly. And the Haunt will not detect him because it's smoked off. And Pina just wait for Lucid to come. Oh my goodness, Lucid! Through the smoke. He takes his chance and he runs away with the fortunes that he has. Lucid, the Guardian Angel for Cambodia. What
I thought
was
it's gonna
that?
be Lurker who has to be the Guardian Angel for Cambodia,
Yeah.
right? Because
Spike planted.
we've seen that. Oh my god. It's a miracle round for Cambodia because Lucid left with 30 HP. Wow. And Cambodia now, they are bringing back
Party's over.
as a unity, and now Natong trying to deny all of my words here with a good operator kill. Another operator kill for Natong. And Sweetie, what are you going to do? Because Cambodia now, they spotted the operator guys staying in the mid door, so they don't want to take a chance. They don't want to take a chance to just go passing through the mid door. But now Dorf already got the information. Maybe like 2 or 3 players in the art. Trying to rotating all the way back to the A side. Or might be they want to play with Vietnam's player mind. They want to make sure they can get tricked by Cambodia. And now Lucid trying to get his entry
30 seconds
frag.
left.
And now Lucid, ooh,
Just walks in.
Dorf and also Pina, yeah. Sweetie, I think it's a bad idea for you to just push away from that smoke. And there you go, Vietnam with the 7-2 closing the round.
Oh, Vietnam looking strong. I'm pretty convinced that they had Cambodia in their pockets. They were able to zone them out, forcing them to always push art. And this is why we see the alarm bot and Nano swarm by Suka
30 seconds left.
put down in the areas near art. And Vietnam just held this push successfully.
Enemy remaining.
Cambodia are left with not much options. They are indeed looking very, very strong and firm. Ultimate count. We see Suka still with the lockdown. Unused. Ooh,
Nice
beautiful recon from Crazy Guy. Just gives him all the information that he needs. Oh, Lucid gets caught by Suka, wandering off in mid. And now Patu could maybe give a window for entry with the showstopper that he has. He even has 2 satchels. This could be an option for him to go through if he wants to. Sweetie JC as well as the Viper Spit. Viper Spit extended already. Crazy Guy gets a kill towards Patu, spraying through the smoke. He's playing like he's out of his goddamn mind. Sweetie JC, double chop dart. It's gonna cancel the plan. He doesn't cancel the plan. Sweetie JC, oh my goodness, Crazy Guy. He is indeed crazy. This guy
sorry.
is just... He just doesn't stop. And
Yeah,
then,
the
oh my
mono.
god, and they're just gonna spray his body. Look. Oh my god.
That's actually a good molly coming from Pina, but
Yeah.
maybe he didn't realize that all of the Cambodia players already
Are
got
dead.
taken down.
Yeah.
Are dead.
And
Oh,
crazy
sorry,
guy, crazy guy was like, wait, what is this molly?
Hello.
Hello, you're just trying to hit me, but yeah, crazy guy. Perfect play
Perfect.
by the Vietnamese.
Yeah, that's really a good instinct coming from a Crazy Guy. He denied all of the Viper Spit that actually become a game changer for Cambodia, but nah, Cambodia said maybe next time. But yeah, Lurker want to play a bit aggressive. The recon is already being destroyed, but Crazy Guy realized, oh, that's really a nice thing that coming from Lurker. But now the operator guy will stay in the mid just in case there's someone trying to go back to the A side. What will Cambodia do? One toxic screen and a good flash that coming from Dorf here. They're trying to clean up the hole, and
Spike
there you
planted.
go. Lockdown trying to push all the members from Cambodia away. Meanwhile, Lucid finally shut down Pina. There's no smoke for Vietnam. But Natong and also Crazy Guy come back with insane playstyle again and again. A good flash coming from Dorf, trying to push and trying to get the information. Meanwhile, Tony Kim is able to
Diffuse
stay,
stick.
but the diffuse
Diffuse
stick
stick.
coming from Crazy Guy. Oh my god! What is going on, Vietnam?
Last round.
This is what
before
you
the
call
switch.
trust, okay, between your player, right? All of the player from Vietnam, they are trying to throw their body away because they know this is their momentum to stick it, the diffuse, stick
Yeah.
the diffuse.
Like,
There you go.
it's insane how he's gone away with that. He just sticks it, and I think because there was this upheaval in B long, they couldn't really hear much of the sounds, right? Like there was like gun sounds and also the showstopper. You couldn't really hear that Crazy Guy was defusing, but now Natong just steals the soul of Lurker as he gets dinked and forced
You are divided.
playing a little bit passive now, but he doesn't care. Oh, look at how aggressive Natong is. Look at how ready he is to get another kill. He does steal it from the clutches of defeat. Cambodia left with 3 men. Natong 2K, relentless as ever. Tail as old as time. He's been playing the same way he did since Ascent. But now Pina is able to get a kill. Natong, can he hold his ground? He can't. Not for long. The lion has been tamed. Desperate time calls for desperate measures. And now Hunter's Fury again with the blind. Hunter's Fury even gets another tag towards Patu. Crazy guy. More like Hunter Fury guy because he just keeps on getting the blind Hunter Fury kills. And now a pop flash. Patu is able to anti it. Gets the spike, collects it. And now he's able to at least spot out the player. No. Crazy guy gets the second bite of the cherry. And he confirms double digits for Vietnam. Vietnam just speed running this defender side in Pearl. Look at that.
One enemy remaining.
It sticks to the player.
One enemy remaining.
It's unlucky though.
Yeah, it is unlucky.
Again, blindly realize this crazy guy is totally insane. He always got his own moments, you know, like even though you left him by himself in one side, surely 100% he can defend it by like, you know, by himself because no one can touch him.
Yeah.
And now our second half, 10-2 for Vietnam. Is it gonna be like Indonesia 13-2?
It could possibly be. I mean, looking how Vietnam has been playing, it's like they've been playing like they are unleashed. They're just not stopping, and they're able to scavenge all of the important advantages that they want to bring. And now Tony Kim jiggles out, opens up the nebula, doesn't spot anyone. But he knows that Vietnam are coming here. Oh, Pop Flash even's gonna detain at least one player, or suppress rather. But Tony Kim wins the duel. Suka is there to trade back, and he will fly with 2 kills from Vietnam. They shut down the defenders of the side, and they win the side for themselves.
Spike planted.
Sees it with full force, but Lucid just sprays to the just goes to the smoke and sprays down Dorf. 3v3. And now they try to win this, but Crazy Guy still has 2 shock darts and even a Molly lineup. Look at how obnoxious that is, but the spike has been halved. Suka, it's all up to him, but he doesn't really get anything. And the spike is going to be defused easily because how Lurker has been able to halve the defuse.
Okay, pistol round for Cambodia. It's a good start for Cambodia in the second half. Hopefully they can try to keep up with Vietnam that already leading for 10 points. But I think for the buy round,
Going Astro, guys.
okay, I think Natong want to try to take his gamble by buying that Marshall, but no, I will go for the Spectre. Oh, and Vietnam, they are trying to force it because they get the plan. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we will see. Is it gonna be a Vietnam round or Cambodia? They are denying all of the buying potential that coming from Vietnam. We'll see. Trying to play rush, playing aggressively, and now Floodburst for the whole. Natong. Oh, it's being able taken down by Sweetie. Meanwhile, Lucid trying to help because they don't want to give the plan for Vietnam. And Crazy Guy is still alive.
Satchel.
That's really a good Satchel kill coming from Patu. And left Crazy Guy and also Suka behind. But no, Patu will be able to shut him down. And Crazy Guy is going to be the last man standing. It's a 1v1 situation. Oh my god!
The hunter.
What a performance coming from Crazy Guy! This guy is insane! I thought that he was going down by the last man from Cambodia, but look! I will survive with my classic. Did you see that?
You've heard about him, and now you see him. Crazy Guy. Remember his name. He is indeed crazy. Like, look at how confident he is. Like, he's playing with full confidence. He just rushes in towards Hall. Gets a kill, gets a 2, gets the clutch.
Scanning ahead.
And now Vietnam on the precipice of match point. Meanwhile, Cambodia left to attend to their own wounds. Their blood is now Vietnam's. Natong 2K will lead the charge, spearhead in this attack. He's gonna rush into the smoke. Lurker gets a 1 kill with the Sheriff, but not long enough till he gets taken down. And the spike is going to be planted with ease, without no obstacles whatsoever. Triple smoke from Pina. Oh, even a fragment towards mid-link. Denying Lucid free movement. Even their drone has been flown towards Link. Patu posing up in heaven. Crazy Guy gets a kill towards Lucid. He just sprays down. Dorf gets another one towards Tony Kim. Now it's a 4v1. Patu, what can he do? Nothing. He just surrenders himself towards the eyes of the Vietnamese players. 12-3. This has been an obliteration by Vietnam.
Wow. One more remaining to close the best of one series for Vietnam. Match point in the hand. And now Cambodia. They are desperately looking for the answer. But they couldn't find it. I just feel that Vietnam, they are just too strong. It's gonna be interesting to see Vietnam versus Philippines, you know?
Yeah.
The upcoming match, right?
Yeah, it is.
But we will see. Will they be able to close this series with the match point in the hand of Vietnam? Cambodia, they are trying to play aggressive with 3 members in the B long. But nah, Vietnam will go back to the A. They are ready for the A hit. And now, I think it's gonna be an information for Tony. Meanwhile, it's gonna be a spray to the smoke, but they couldn't find anyone. Meanwhile, Tony is trying so hard to extend their life. In the round 16, lockdown, Crazy Guy,
What?
able to get punished 2 members.
2v2.
2v2 situation right now, and Suka is planting the spike. The spike has been planted.
Last enemy remaining.
Oh, Lucid, so sharp with his Phantom, and Crazy Guy with 30 health left is not able to close the round for Vietnam. And Cambodia, they extend their life in this map.
Timo, that was scary.
I know, right?
Tony Kim was able to get 3, if I'm not mistaken. He does get 3. Suka trades it back, gets a 4. It's a 4v2. It becomes a 2v2. And,
I know, right?
and at least Vietnam was able to make it expensive. Cambodia almost letting their advantage slip. Tony Kim was able to valor his way behind the smoke, gets a triple kill. Was able to exploit it. And now Suka is gonna keep his lockdown for this round. This Crazy Guy also has access towards the Hunter's Fury, and now we wait. We wait for the showdown to happen in A side, in which lockdown has been planted to the ground. It's gonna force the players of Cambodia to run away. Hunter's Fury this time, it's gonna hit. It's gonna hit once, but it's not gonna hit someone till they die. But look at Natong. He's still traversing his way inside. He sees the head of Patu, and Patu is taken down. 4v5. Natong 2K deep inside the site. Towards spawn he moves. 3 players even wanting to take spawn. They peek one by one, but Pina is able to put back down Sweetie JC to his sleep. Suka gets another kill towards Lucid. Even Crazy Guy with a shock dart connects towards Tony Kim, and a Lurker left alone in this 1v2. It is hurting for him. It's gonna hurt for him. Fragment is thrown away, but Crazy Guy is able to end him. And Lurker, not long enough till he surrenders. And Vietnam making sure that they are not going to be beaten, and they are going to go to the playoffs, and they try their best to make sure that that happens.
Yes, 13-4 for Vietnam. Still looking very strong for our series. And like I said earlier, it's gonna be interesting to see which country will beat Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
I would like to see, is it gonna be Philippines, or because we know that how strong Cambodia when they beat Malaysia, right? But but Cambodia they fell. But Vietnam remaining strong
Like,
in this series.
Yeah, this team looks scary, Chimo. Like, I could tell
It's
you that
scary, yeah.
a crazy guy. He plays like he has no burden whatsoever. Right? He just plays like however he wants. He just roams around freely the map, gets the kill, gets this, gets that. Like, hey, it's yours. No, it's mine. It's yours. It's mine. Like he just takes it away from Cambodia, and Cambodia just doesn't have the chance to respond. And Vietnam, I think not only crazy guy as well, Nathong 2K has been that aggressive player that they would always try to put off the leash. We have also Suka, who has been consistently performing well, and yeah, everywhere on the map. Like, this team is just well-rounded. And yeah, I do agree with you. I'm interested to see which team that will at least beat Vietnam. We see Singapore taking them into overtime. I don't see a reason why maybe Philippines can do it, or maybe Indonesia after they learn from their mistakes from Philippines.
Or even might be Singapore, right? Perhaps they have a chance to beat the Philippines as well, because we know Singapore and also Vietnam, they went for overtime. It's quite tight for both of the teams, but yeah, we will see, because we still have a long day to go for our first day of 32nd SEA Games. We will see who will stay in the top 4, because only 4 teams will go for the playoff. So it will be interesting to be watched. And
I mean, it's still interesting to see, right, how this will go, because again, the 32nd SEA Games, this anything can still happen, right? I think even maybe we'll see Cambodia beating Indonesia. Who knows? I mean, like, anything can happen. Even everyone has a chance to really bring home that medal. Especially, this is the first time I think Valorant has been played in SEA Games. But let's first take a look at the scoreboard. 13-4. That is domination coming from Vietnam. Crazy guy again, back on the MVP board. 330 average combat score with 3.0 KD ratio. That is just insane. Like, he kills more and he dies less. Meanwhile, Tony Kim, he did have his moments. Chimo, he did get the triple kill. He was able to get a few advantages for Cambodia. Cambodia was able to actually play slow, but I think coming to this match, the way they played has been a little bit predictable. No, like, they're able to be read by Vietnam. Vietnam anticipates the way they play. They just try to hit side, cut noise, rehit, cut noise, rehit, or cut noise, rotate. And Cambodia, I think it needs to step it up a bit if they really want to, maybe push for more scores in the next matches that they will play.
True. 224 average combat score is not enough for Tony to close up every round for Cambodia, but we wish all the best for the next match for Cambodia. But Vietnam, I think it could be a chance for Vietnam to go to the playoff, or even we don't know how the other countries to keep up with a Vietnam performance, because they play very wonderful, and we will see what will other country need to do to beat Vietnam. But we still have our next match for today, so please don't go anywhere. We will see the highlights from our previous round, and we will come back shortly for sure.
scene. Back out fresh on the 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 scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
hypnotize
Welcome back to 32nd SEA Games, and now we are moving to our fifth match for today, and we will see who is going to beat Vietnam that are looking very strong for our series for today. For day number one, they already secure their two match. I mean, so we will see what will other country do to beat this, maybe I could say, the strongest team for our SEA Games. So I will go for the fifth match for today with my partner Jamalism Cast. Hi. Mm-hmm.
Indonesia 13-2. As
That's
you
right.
know, in this group stage, we have some tiebreakers rules. When you have head-to-head result, head-to-head map, and you have the round difference. So even every single round is important.
That's right.
Beating 32 isn't a good sign for Indonesia, and Philippines just looking so strong coming up into their second map.
Yep, and now it's going to be Malaysia time to beat a Philippines. Hopefully, we've seen the Cambodia versus Malaysia in the match number 2 for today, but turns out it didn't turns out very good for Malaysia either way because they have to lose with Cambodia 13-7. But now it's time for Malaysia to shine, like you said. It's their chance to take down Philippines, but we know how strong Philippines. Lang malangkas, like all the Filipinos say, because they look very dominant when they beat Indonesia just now with 13-2. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a little hard, a hard match for Singapore. So especially after they've seen how it goes with Indonesia.
Yeah, it's not like a one-man army or something for Philippines. It's their 5-man current roster is just performing incredibly well. They have Nexi, they have Draxi, Georgie. All the lines are doing so good on the previous round. We have Drax, Marky, Wild Oreo, Walduridu, and yeah, Nexi.
Ooh.
Or I don't know, Nexi is a couple of times changing his nickname. And
Yeah,
we have
that's
Sefi
true.
8K. So they are the Philippines lineup Lang Malakas as they just approved themselves beating Indonesia 13-2.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Marky who is going to replace the controller just now from Philippines, which is his Drax, right? So it's
Yep.
Marky time to prove to us, because we know how good Drax just now when he beats Indonesian team, and the map will go for Fracture. It's
Yeah.
interesting because we've been seeing like 4 different maps for today, and this is the 6th map.
This is the 5th map, I guess.
Oh, the 5th map, yes.
Yeah, we've seen Pearl, Haven, Lotus, and Ascend. So 5 different maps each at
For
each
today.
match. That's for today. And we have Fracture. For the map between Malaysia and the Philippines, I really know Malaysia, they seem so struggling back on their first match against Cambodia. They have so many things to fix. Like if I remember, the Gecko is using his ult trash. Meanwhile, he's the one who he's the one who's gonna shoot plan because he's bring the spike, something
Yeah.
like that. Just signaling that the communication between them isn't that really good. But we don't really know how they're gonna fix after their previous match to coming up against the Philippines.
That's right. Because when you meet, or maybe I can say, when you meet the strongest team in the series, you have to come with a special strategy, a different strategy. You cannot use the basic strategy here because you know how strong their aim power, like you said earlier, Jamal, because it's not only one man show from Philippines. All players from Philippines, they play very very good just now when they beat Indonesia. So yeah, I think Malaysia, they have to come up with something different if they
Yeah.
want to beat Philippines. And let's go. Let's see
Ooh.
if Malaysia can do it or no.
Look at the agent composition from Philippines. 2 controllers.
Mhm.
It's not Viper Astra, it's Viper and Brimstone.
Oh, Drake is playing. So it's Wild. Okay, it's Wild Oreo playing. So the one is not playing is Georgie.
Georgie.
Ooh.
Yeah, Marky is replacing Georgie. Meanwhile, the agent composition from Malaysia, we have some default agent composition. They're using Cypher instead of Killjoy and Neon. They're gonna be the spearhead for Malaysia, supported by Breach and KO. 4 flashes in the hands of Malaysia.
Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. The
This is
agent
new?
composition is completely different.
Yeah, it's totally different approach coming from both of the teams, right? So it could be interesting. It could be an intense match as well. But I'm not sure how about the aim they coming from Malaysia, right? Because they are not looking very promising as well when they met Cambodia just now in Lotus. So let's see if
Yeah.
Malaysia will deny all of our our words here, our sentences, because surely they have to stepping up because it's already their second match for today, and only 4 teams that can go to the playoff, right? So Malaysia chance is a little bit smaller than Philippines.
Yeah, they had a job to be done from Malaysia.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, Philippines, the euphoria from their previous match is still there. The momentum, and even they play a 2 controller on the attacker side.
True.
I really curious how Malaysia gonna attack against this kind of composition when
Yeah.
they're switching side.
Yeah, 2 initiator versus 2 controller. Philippines, they can play maybe brilliantly like they beat Indonesia just now, right? They are not committing to go to the site directly. They are not going to the site instantly, but they are playing with their mindset. They are trying to trick their enemy here. So
Yeah.
we will see if Philippines will go to the with the same strategy for our match number 5.
Yeah, Malaysia, they have 4 flashes. Kyle and Sabi each have 2 flashes in their KO and a breach, but no Philippines walking out to B side. There are only 1 trapwire and cage. How Zig gonna do anything? Zig's gonna do. He's not even showing himself. The trap is destroyed. Easy side for Philippines, and now they have to play a retake. As Drax, I guess he just cannot play the lineup, and Frosty brought down by Marky. On the arcade, even Nexi brought down Sabe. It's 3 versus 5. This is disaster for Malaysia. Oh no, they brought down one by one. And G, the last man standing. Oh, look at the BM. Look at the disrespectful move coming out from Philippines. They want to chop it down with a knife. They bring a knife to a gunfight.
It could be our first knife kill if it happens just now, Jamal. But luckily, Philippines, they want to show some a little bit respect here to Malaysia. And first pistol round being secured by Philippines, Nexi and also Wild Oreo looking so sharp with their pistol just now. And now with the Bulldog. Better weapon for Philippines. But is it gonna be the second round for Philippines or Malaysia? They will try to play aggressive. They try to push the dish. 3 players from Malaysia is already being spotted. Nixie out. He doesn't want to take a risk. And Frosty. They take the gamble. They are going for B side. But Philippines, all of the players, they are going for the A hit. Oh my god.
Oh
And now they have
no.
to play another retake. 5-man retake for Malaysia. This is what happens to Indonesia before, right? They gave
Yeah.
the site freely
site.
to Philippines. So Philippines will always get the bonus for the planted. So yeah, we will see what will Malaysia do for the retake. And
It's
Zik.
just so hard to play with this handgun.
Mhm.
And they're coming from drop. There's
Yeah.
poison cloud. They're
Oh
just
no.
coming into the trap.
Yeah.
They're just gonna fall apart, I guess. Wow,
Okay.
look at the spray. They
Spray.
brought down every single member of Team Malaysia. Okay, Sabi. Get one kill. But I don't think Malaysia will get another from this situation. They're just gonna giving up. Giving up their life to the spike. In Philippines. Easy round for them.
Easy run, easy side for Philippines. But we will see. Round number 3, it should be a run for Malaysia, right? With a better weapon, Vandal. 4 Vandal and 1 Phantom for Malaysia.
But
If they
look at
cannot...
Philippines.
Ooh,
They have 4 rifles in their
Yeah.
hand.
but they will play bonus. So if they lose in this round, I think it's still okay.
Yeah.
But they might be have to a little bit eco for the next round, or maybe half by. But let's see, round number 3 for Malaysia. Okay, Marquis is already being spotted in the arcade side, and next see, this player always become a clutcher for Philippines, and he always watch his flank. Okay, alarm bot spotted 1 member, and there's still more. Lexi looking for another one. Jit is still not able to catch him down because there's Saksi. Saksi who able to protect his teammate. And now another retake for Malaysia. I think
Oh
it's
no.
hard. 2 Vandal and Malaysia, I think they will go for save. They will go for saving. They don't have much choices here.
Yeah, they're forced to save because Safi 8K coming to save his teammates. That one tap and then the heal from regrowth. Just forcing Malaysia to just stand up and do nothing except waiting because they have no other option. There's no way to retake this 2 versus 5, and even on top of that, Philippines are looking for them.
They don't want to
Philippines,
give a chance.
they want to hunt somebody. Drax, ooh, coming out. My God, another casualties. Malaysia, they can only able to save 1 arrival to go for the next round.
Oh no, it's looking bad.
Philippines.
It's looking bad for Malaysia, Jamal. I feel like I just feel like that Malaysia has the same condition with Indonesia, right? They have the same pattern here. They are not able to counter Philippines. Their aim is so strong, so sharp. And now look at that. Even with the poison cloud, good poison cloud setup, trying to block the vision from Malaysia. But oh, I think Frosty got the timing.
I got the spy.
But he won't push too far. And now, Philippines, they are ready for the big hit. Cloudburst, and also the good entry coming from Marquis. Another retake. They don't want to fight because they know how strong the aim for Philippine player. Meanwhile, Zeke,
Spike planted.
good player.
Go, go, go.
On the other side, Frosty, the fast line pop up. Oh my god!
Enemy remaining.
Almost whiff, but he's able to take Zavi down. And now, left Frosty, and also Marquis.
Oh.
And we will see another life for Malaysia. Finally, they secure their first point in the round number 4.
Yeah, Malaysia.
Lola
They
was
actually
right. Weeds are
recover.
difficult to kill.
From the rock bottom. Their aim is simply back. Because all they need first step is just hitting their shots, and they did it on that round.
Yeah.
That sheriff kills from Malaysia is just give them one round. And Philippines, I think they kind of overhit with their kind of play because they're not waiting. They're the one who swing and get brought down one by one. Round 5. They're split up. 3 from arcade. And same as before. One person waiting to the A main push. Meanwhile, Marquee, who the one who take the arcade control. They know the Cypher is always playing B. But the Cypher, they only have one sentinel. All they have to care is just about the trap wire. It's not a big deal for them. They can handle it. And they're grouping up. Philippines looking the best time to go to the B side. They are ready for this. And Malaysia, a defense position, signaling that they want to play another retake. Dream is up, and they're gonna go for the second layer of the smoke. Marky jumping in and die instantly in the hand of Zeke. The spike is not be planted yet because the neural tap is kind of annoying.
30 seconds left.
They're aware of that full smoke and wall bank play from Malaysia. Open up the sky. Even Orbital Strike is committed. Philippines, they have so many problems in front of them. Oh my god, Frozy with the through the smoke kills. Malaysia are holding, and the Philippines
10 seconds
is
left.
the one who go back to their base. And the round is secured by Malaysia. It's 2-3 now.
Wow, Malaysia, they are fight back. They fight back right now. And Philippines, they lose 2 rounds. It's quite expensive because we know economically Philippines, they're falling down. And Zeke, that's really a good opening fragment coming from Zeke for Malaysia. And Frosty,
My ult's ready.
what a shot through the smoke. He got one and got another one. And that's really an important kill because the one who's down brought out the spike, right? So, will Malaysia catch up? Make it toe-to-toe? 3-3? Or it's gonna be another round for Philippines. Marky already being spotted by the 0 point that been thrown by Kyle. And next C is aware with his flank. But Trailblazer pop up. Ooh! Meanwhile, while Oreo is able to take Frosty down. 4 versus 5. Trying to play a little bit slowly. The Philippines totally reset, but Jit still able to get one. Meanwhile, while Oreo will have another trade for Philippines. Now it's gonna be 3 versus 3 while Oreo, the timing is ticking, and another 5 per speed. But meanwhile, Sabi!
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, he's denying everything, and now Kyle also giving a good cover for Malaysia. 3-3. Oh my god, Malaysia, they are fighting back. Jamal.
Sabi just winning the round for Malaysia. Make it 3 for them. That poison cloud 5 per speed setup instantly deny in the hand of Sabi. He just hold the side perfectly. And this is some decent call out for timeout. Philippines, they just throw away the round. They're not even look at Sabi. They're not checking side. Sabi just spraying them down. Free hit from side. Not even a trade. Not even a bullet coming into Sabi. Something is wrong. Something is missing. The call is not on point from Philippines.
Yeah,
They
unlucky
had
moment.
to do this. They had to call the timeout.
They have to. This is the first timeout for Philippines, right? Because they didn't call any timeout when they beat Indonesia just now. So Malaysia, they have a high chance to counter Philippines. And now Philippines need to show some respect, especially with Jit. because he always get that opening frag for
But
Malaysia. And
somehow Philippines still can buy. After
Ooh.
3 consecutive round losing, Philippines still buy.
Yep. But only one person, Marquis, will use the Bloodstorm here, and one Shorty. And meanwhile, it's even now for Malaysia and Philippines, 3-3. Frosty's good. Oh, that's really a good kill coming from Wall Oreo. Meanwhile, Drax also be able to shut down Jit here now. Only one person from Philippines been shut down with this
Enemy remaining.
Wall Oreo, and now Marky wants to play a bit aggressive here. He stopped Kyle. And now it's all on Zeke. What will he do? Will he be able to give this round for Malaysia?
Oh, no.
But nah, that's really a good flash coming from Zavi, and it's going to be another round for Philippines, Jamal.
I don't know. Malaysia is they play too individually.
Hmm.
The round before, Saudi it just had a thing during the round, and look at Kyle. He tried to flash out the smoke, but he's alone. Philippines, one coming from drop, and Marky jump above the box. So there's nothing Kyle can do. I think at this point, still Malaysia played so individually.
There.
Okay, another push. Orb control, B main control from Malaysia. Drop. Never be contested. Oh, Frosty with the shot! What a kill!
Can't use this.
The first blood is drawn. Marky ready to jump. B jump on top of the box. Try to clear inside. One spotted on the side. Try to swing out, and easy kill because Zeke is flashed, blinded.
Bomb grenade out.
4 versus 4 now. Plan from Philippines, and there's no ultimate except the Rolling Thunder from Malaysia. Two people coming out from drop. Oh, the timing! The full time, but still next to survive the squad from Frosty. Bring them down, and the Rolling Thunder. Only Marky is left alive on the side. Bye bye, Marky. While the Rayo, maybe they have some lineup. They still have the snake bite, or maybe Molly.
One
Fuse.
enemy remaining.
Maybe half the fuse and sticking. There's no way. Philippines. The lineup is not there. The
Yeah.
lineup, the Molly lineup is not on point.
Gotta go.
I really like the approach coming from Malaysia. They know Philippines want to play setup for the plus plan, right? So they have to take the fight in the A main side. So I think that's really a good strategy that coming from Malaysia here, because if they don't pick that fight, 100% I think Malaysia will have a hard time to defuse the spike here. Now 4-4, round 9. Philippines, they are a bit struggle against Malaysia. And now Malaysia, they are want to play a little bit aggressive here. Arcade, Jit, get the opening frag again and again with Frosty. Unreal. Fastlane trying to run away. Meanwhile, Jit wants to play sneaky peeky. But meanwhile, even though Sassy took him down, but there's a trade coming from Frosty. And now all on Drax and Walt Oreo. 2 versus 4 Philippine. This is the first time I saw Philippine kinda a little bit struggle. But Malaysia, at least they are proving to us they can be the dark horse. And now
One enemy remaining.
Frosty trying to... Okay, he got the information. The last man standing is in heaven. And there you go with the shorty kill. Frosty able to secure another round for Malaysia. Wow, it's very intense for both of the teams, Jamal.
Yeah, it's a different team from the Malaysia before. They're looking so strong in a couple of rounds, at least in these 2 last rounds from Malaysia. Their shot is just on point. Look
Heads
at
up.
Frosty. That play from Maki, I know the idea, dodge the the thunder relay bolt, and maybe caught Frosty off guard because he's still after using the relay bolt. Oh, look at this! Malaysia wants to fight right away.
There.
This setup, maybe they can flash and stun. Oh, Frosty is sliding. Oh no! Philippines is flashing first. Frosty gets the first blood and straight through the smoke. Savi with the threat. But Oreo is reloading but still fine. Gets another kill. A bloodbath in the B main. Next he tried to make it in space, but held D9 down. It's 1 versus 2. Malaysia coming out victorious from that a crucial moment. So it's all on Drax. I don't really think in this situation you can do the the lineup things because you still have 2 opponents that will be looking for you. But at least Drax, he will plan an A side. There's still some trap warriors, so Malaysia, they only need the trap warrior to be
30
destroyed and
seconds
then
left.
rotate and play the retake together, 2 versus 1 in the favor of Malaysia.
Okay. He decided to destroy the trap wire, so the information
planted.
for the last 2 player remaining for Malaysia. Okay, is it gonna be another fight in the aiming? Because he has the orbital strike. But there you go, trying to delay all the
Last enemy remaining.
diffuse potential. The Drax, it's gonna be 1-for-1 for Zeke! And there you go, Zeke! Another round for Malaysia! And now they even lead the points here. Philippines! Even though Drax was able to get at least 1 player, but unlucky. He cannot win the fight between Zeke.
That ult coming out from Drax, I don't really think that's a good ult.
1 enemy remaining.
You have to be in 1v1 situation at least to use your lineup and your ult. You need to make some space first for yourself
1
to
enemy.
make it isolate 1 versus 1. If it's still a 1 versus 2, it's just nothing to do with your ult, except due to crazy flicks or crazy spray transfer. And now Malaysia is leading up to 2 round. Philippines, they're so struggling, and someone is waiting from the underpass. Sabi, the information is there. Look at Malaysia. They push all the way from drop and arcade to make sure Philippines doesn't have this half of the map. And Malaysia know all the Philippine members in either in B main or A main. So this is their time to choose. Are they gonna fortify B or are they gonna fortify A? And Philippines making some max sound on A side, but nobody's there. Seekers out from the hand of Savi 8K. And they try to play contact. What Oreo? For the first blood. And Savi is left alone. In the side,
30
Marky.
seconds
What an
left.
entry.
1 enemy remaining.
Just like, oh my god, Marky!
What?
Cleaning up the mess.
Trust them.
Proving themselves
Last
that
round
I
in the
am
half.
your duelist. What a fast round.
Yeah, what a close round as well for Philippines. Once Marquis stepping into the side,
30 seconds
he
left.
got two members. After that, he just eliminates the rest. Wow, Marquis. And now Philippines, they don't want the gap for the point is too far. They want to keep close the gap here. And now, is it gonna be 7-5 for our first half, or Philippines they want to catch up with 6-6? Let's storm for Marquis. And you can see the respect that coming from Philippines after Malaysia fought back just now in a couple rounds. They're trying to slow down the tempo They're trying to play with their utility. They're trying to get some information. And once all the utility ready, Marquis will go for it. And now,
Perfect lockdown.
fake lockdown coming from Nexi, pushing all of the players from Malaysia back away. But they all got the information because they cannot find anyone. They cannot find anyone. And now, Philippines, they are ready for the A hit right now. And even with the Viper speed from Wild Oreo, Marquis, they have to be careful because
Spike planted.
ooh, there's a spray coming from Zeke, but he couldn't catch anyone. And Zeke, the cyber cage, and even the orbital strike trying to push all of the members from Philippines away here. But Drax get two members from Malaysia, and Frosty got the trade. Meanwhile, Nexi with the nano swarm kill took down Kyle, and it's gonna be 3 versus 2. Suddenly, Frosty's
There's no time.
missing the chance here, and there's no time. The time is ticking, and now Philippines, they are able to at least make the condition even for
Switching sides.
Philippines. 6-6.
What a strat coming out from Philippines. The walk team to drop into the side, opening the Viper speed, and they play close.
One enemy remaining.
They play close. I really like that. There are 5 playing close inside the Viper speed. When there is some utility from neon or flashes, but they don't care. They know as long as there's a Viper speed, as long as Wild Oreo is alive, they will have the advantage through the decay. And it's 6-6. What a round! What a first half from both sides. And now, second pistol, Malaysia is playing attacker. They put one member, Cypher, to counter push from Philippines, and the rest is walking to a B main. Oh, Zeke, he playing some important roles here, but the trade is there. The job has been done. He brought down one, and he make a low from Safi 8k. He's the one who can heal, so he cannot heal himself. But Nexi, the 2-point
Spike
kill,
down, B.
even the third. When the round is just over like that, just like that.
I didn't see it coming, Jamal.
I only see through the kill feed.
Yeah, me too. Oh my god. Philippines.
One
What a
enemy
good
remaining.
defense coming from Nexi. What a classic play. Even though it's not classic for Nexi. It's totally amazing round for Philippines. 7-6.
Forced by.
And now Malaysia, they are forcing by. Okay, we will see. Is it gonna be an expensive round for Malaysia, or with this force buy, they are able to get the round? Uh-oh. Okay, delay. Power coming from Wild Oreo. Meanwhile, Kyle!
Spike
And
down
all of the
A.
players from Malaysia are already in.
Last enemy remaining.
And now, Zeke
One enemy remaining.
will try to hold off the player from Philippines, but
happened?
Nexi, I don't know, it's just too fast. Suddenly, Wild Oreo holding up by himself inside the A side here, and luckily, Nexi was there to cover him up.
Oh, nice little cute play there from Malaysia. At least they brought 4 people down. But Wild Oreo, as you say, Chimo,
Yep.
he just stand there, praying all the way, bring them down one by one. And the backup, the cover is just keeping up layer after layer from Philippines. And now Malaysia, the gap, 2 rounds away. Philippines takes the lead. Will this sheriff do something for Malaysia? 3 people walking through the dish, but the birds spot them out. Oh, the timing, Wild Oreo didn't see that coming, but the smoke is enough to at least delay them. Frosty checking the site, all clear. But Drax
Spike
with the
down
through the
A.
smoke, I guess.
What?
Oh no, Drax is
player
playing from
remaining.
the rafter. Oh, and then another multi-kill from Wild Oreo. This man is playing absolutely out of his mind. Sabi, I guess maybe only one kill that we can start because the short is coming. But no, Sabi gets 2 kills for the consolidation. It's 6-9. Another fantastic round for Wild Oreo.
Very good defense from Philippines. Even though Malaysia, they are able to go inside the site, the problem is they cannot win the duel. They cannot win the fight. And I don't see that Drax with the through the smoke kill.
It's not through the smoke. He's picking from.
He's
Rafter.
picking a little bit. Oh, okay, from Rafter. But now Marky, he stops Frosty, who wants to play a little bit aggressive there, and now Drax is able to cover him up. There's no threat coming from Malaysia yet, but Marky is still locking into the arcade because he knows
No,
there
he's alone.
must be one player. But look at that. Look at that, Safi.
Retired. My
Oh,
ult's ready.
Safi.
Last player standing.
Hope a little bit, but no need Zafi though because Marky will close the round for Philippines 10-6.
Ay.
You
know, It's the buy round for Malaysia. Hey, they can even step into the side. The operator play from Marquee and the backup is on point. They read them so perfect. The operator placing, the operator placement, and Philippines take some people to the B side. They just read them Malaysia well. And now, Malaysia, they are need to win at least one. 6-10 and Frosty just play left alone. They're throwing out bodies. Wild Oreo following this trailblazer, picking.
Spike down.
Look at that.
Attacker spawn. Last player standing.
Philippines just destroying Malaysia at this point. Zeke.
Oh my god.
Of course he can do anything.
Here, I can
Malaysia.
pretty well myself. Make sure to
They
cover
need
the
to catch up
angles I
fifth round. The switching side, after you win the switching side, Malaysia doesn't even win any single round, any single fight.
Yeah.
One enemy
I
remaining.
miss how Malaysia fight backs same like in the first half, right? But we haven't seen it yet in the second round, in the second half. Meanwhile, Philippines, they are back in their domination here. Look at that. 5 rounds in a row for Philippines for the second half. And what will Malaysia do? And we have a little bit technical pause here, as usual, guys. Friends, family, just be patient.
It's normal to have some technical pause, guys,
Yeah,
in
it's
this
normal.
LAN event, because we doesn't really know. We're working with machine, maybe some
Machine,
internet or audio
true.
problems that can't even speak for themselves. So
Yeah.
we should troubleshoot every single things that might be cause some problems.
Yeah.
And we have technical pause. But you know what's more in the problem? Malaysia.
Oh no.
They're in the big problem.
Oh no.
They need to swing back the momentum.
Do you know Malaysia? The player come from Todak, right?
Yep.
So they have this yell, or I could say maybe they
Chants?
chant. Yeah, they chant. They call it Todak Langgar.
What is that? What does it mean?
means like it's same like Philippine Lang Malangkas. Like they langgar everyone to win the round series. But so we want to see how Todak Langgar goes for this series. But not really good for Malaysia for the second half, Yamal. Honestly, it's very hard even though they got the side, but they cannot win. They're not able to win. Yes, but they want to push very aggressive. They got the side, but they haven't planned it yet. But Philippines realize they want to play it fast. Malaysia wants to play it
Spike
fast because
planted.
they don't want to give a chance for Philippines to to just going down from the drop. But oh, Sawi with a good opening frag took down Marky. But there's an orbital strike coming from Drax, trying to hold a little bit. But Zeke got another one. And there's gonna be an information coming from Jit. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Nexi, the last man standing. But what will he do? Will he try to defuse the spike here? Meanwhile, the time is ticking, so I think he will go for next round, because Jit will shut him down away in the round 18. 7-11 for Malaysia.
Yeah, the Philippines tried to take the gamble, but they totally wrong. 3 members for the dish control, but nobody's there. So the gamble, they lose the gamble, they lose the side. Easy setup. You know, for three just running, sliding into the side, telling their buddies to side clear. And the post plan is playing kind of far, and the orbital strike, they another gamble taken by Philippines. And look at the exact setup from Philippines, but now Frosty dropped down to 13 HP left. But Oreo will he do anything again? Will he hold for another round? He's not. Only brought down one, but Marky from Raptor gets 1 kill, and with the Bladestorm out,
Spike
somebody's
planted.
pushing him,
Headshot.
and he expects it. Zeke,
Zeke!
Prepare for help.
you are not safe, buddy. It's 2 versus 2 now. Next you have the orbital strike, and I mean next you have the lockdown. Meanwhile, Jit, he doesn't have any more the orbital strike because he just used it for nothing. And this is the time.
Last player
Jit
standing.
can't go anywhere. He's brought down. Sabi with the last ultimate. Maybe this is the last breath from Malaysia. Oh, the Rolling Thunder is out, and Marky just bring a Sabi down. Is there any time? Yes, it will. And Philippines securing the match point. That orbital strike, it just wasted like that.
Oh my god. The same setup, they're coming from Malaysia. They tried to push the banana, but the thing is,
Spike
it's
planted.
different because there's someone who stay inside the site. While Oreo only can get one. But this is a really unlucky situation for Sabi because with the concuss. And unfortunately, he whiffed just now. So yeah. Match point for Philippines, and Malaysia, they have to take the time out. Because they don't want to give this round
Every
into the hand
breath
of Philippines.
might be the last breath for
I know.
Malaysia.
Hello!
And
look at that.
Oh,
Hello.
there's a baby.
So cute.
Oh, you're supporting Philippines.
Yeah.
Philippine lang malakas.
Why we are not going to Cambodia? I want to support. I want to cast there too. You know, a different environment and also different.
Maybe next time, next event.
Okay.
Maybe. I
You-
want
you
to go
pay
to the
for me?
Cambodia too. Oh, of course not, Timo. Don't be kidding me.
Sorry. Okay,
I'm
it's gonna be.
I'm just like Malaysia right now. You know, have no money,
Okay. Economically broken.
economically broken,
Okay.
and it's 7-12. 5 rounds to go for Malaysia to get us into the overtime. The thing is, Malaysia can deal with this operator. Marky just feeling everywhere. And the drop control, the dish control, the turret flash contact setup. Oh, this is huge for Philippines. The turret contact, the flash. What's the flash? What? Okay, the front line.
Down
Right,
A.
counter it, but the turret is still standing. Savvy 8K. And Malaysia, they brought down 3 people. It's 3 versus 2. Oh no! Pushing the side, pushing the cage, holding the flash, and Marky shutting down Malaysia and the Philippines. They win another match, another map for them. What a play from them.
Wow. Philippines What a round! What a close round! They coming from that cipher, hiding inside the cyber cage, Jamal, looking for the opportunity, and the last operator kill. It's very, very smooth for Philippines, but nice try for Malaysia. They did a really good job in the first half, but the second half, after round by round, they lose. I think
Right
it's hard.
after the side is switching, Malaysia barely do something. They just they don't know what to do.
Yeah, and
Philippines
now
is just all around the map, killing everybody, winning every single fight,
yeah,
taking up the orb, the map control,
that's right.
and
A good
Malaysia
defense.
a solid defense from Philippines. Malaysia only win one round for the
Yeah.
second half.
That's right. Even though they tried so hard to fight back, but we have to admit that Philippines, they really have a strong aim. I even cannot say good, strong aim. So
Yeah.
we have like two strongest team now in the SEA Games. We have Philippines and also Vietnam so far. So it get more intense. It get more. I think it's harder for other countries, right? Because the group states will go for the day number 1 and day number 2, and Philippines and also Vietnam, they already got a lot of points here. So another country, they have to catch up because the time is very, very limited, and we will see what will happen for the next match later on.
Yeah, this is some bad news for Malaysia because it's only 4 teams to go advance into the playoff, and they lose the 2 first matches.
Mhm.
And meanwhile, Indonesia, the round diff is so big. Indonesia need to win their
Yeah.
next match if they don't want to be same as Malaysia. In the
That's
other hand,
true.
Philippines and Vietnam standing strong on the leaderboard with the 2-0 victory. Especially Philippines with the higher round difference, plus 17 round diff.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's quite hard for Malaysia, for Singapore, and also Indonesia, right? Because they have to catch up with the point from Vietnam and also even Cambodia and also Philippines. So we will see. But before that, let's take a look for our post match for our series just now. Frosties. Even with the 97 combat score, it's not enough for him taken down all of the Philippines player by himself. Meanwhile, Wild Oreo, and I even cannot say only Wild Oreo, all the player from Philippines, like you said earlier, Jamal, all of the 5 men from Philippines, they are very on point.
They perform individually well,
Mm-hmm.
and they play incredibly as a team. So what a perfect roster! What a perfect form for Philippines. They seem so unbreakable at this point. They
Yep.
bring down the one of the biggest contestant in this event, Indonesia, with the stylish style, with the dominating fashion, and 13-2, and they beat Malaysia with another dominating fashion on the second half. They only let that one round slip away from the second half. And yeah,
We will see.
Philippines is just too strong at this point. I don't know that I can already say this, but maybe they guarantee the playoff, the top 4.
Probably, but we will see for another country how they catch up with their point losses just now. But we will have another match from Singapore and also Indonesia, so please stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because we will see these 2 teams trying to get their point to go to the playoffs. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Casting ako.
second SEA Games for Valorant, and now we are going to the sixth match of today. With still with
Yes.
me, Momo-chan, and also Jamalism Cast.
Hello. It's been around 6.5 hours since we did the live stream today, and yeah, we still gonna with you guys until late night because we still have around 5 matches. Yeah, I think around 5 matches to go, and the next match is between Indonesia versus Singapore. Both teams had lost their first map. Singapore had lost to Vietnam 14-12. Meanwhile, Indonesia, who had one of the best roster in this event,
Yeah.
gets stomped by Philippines 13-2. What do you think, Chimo, with this matchup?
I think it's kind of sad for Indonesia because they have to lose total domination coming from Philippines, right? 13-2. It's not really a good number for Indonesia, but I think they can try to at least make some changes here, even though the enemy is Singapore, because we know that Singapore, they also lost their first match for today when they against Vietnam. But I think Indonesia, if they want to secure their points, they have to make some changes here. Like I said earlier, they have to at least bring Yor maybe to their lineup here, because I just feel their first lineup when they against Philippines, they don't have maybe someone that can do the call out. The IGL is not there for them. So I think hopefully we will see something different from Singapore. But before that, let's take a look for the Singapore lineup. We have Divine, Frey, Styron, Nap, and also Farah.
Yeah, this is the Singapore lineup, who sadly lost in overtime on their first match against Vietnam. Divine, Frey, Styron. I think some of them may still underperform on the first map, but maybe they'll come back stronger on the second map. Meanwhile, we have Indonesia, we have Delby, Kush, Gemma, Morea, Eeyore, and Sayu. So Eeyore will be coming in replacing. Who is Eeyore replacing?
NC Slasher.
NC Slasher.
Yeah.
Is the one who not playing in this match.
Yeah.
As you say, Chimo, you have a good prediction about this matchup. Eeyore, maybe one of the Zoomers, one of the senior, one of the veteran that coming out into this game. The one who responsible for calling out, to chilling them down, to maintain the mentality for the team, maintain the mentality for this young star. Meanwhile, Singapore,
they're still the same lineup.
They don't have their roster change.
Yeah, that's true. But because this is important for not only for Indonesia, I could say for Singapore as well, because both of the teams had lost, like you said earlier. So they need this point. It's very important for them. And with the ER comes to the lineup for Indonesia, hopefully there will be something good for Indonesia. But Singapore, without any changes for the roster, for the lineup, they have to. I think Indonesia have to respect, because Singapore, they brought overtime when they against Vietnam, right? 14-12. So I think if we talk about the empower, Singapore still has it. But the thing is, maybe Singapore, they don't have a very, very effective setup if we compare to the Vietnam just now. But we are going to Pearl for our sixth match for today.
Okay, so Pearl. Have we seen Pearl today? I guess we've seen Pearl.
Vietnam versus Cambodia.
Yeah, Vietnam versus Cambodia. We've seen Pearl. I don't know. Indonesia played so bad on their Haven on the first map.
Yeah.
I don't know the Singaporean Pearl. Because as I mentioned before, Singapore, they have some members who still not playing well, still underperform in terms of aim and movement. So I guess we will see better of them. And Indonesia, with the roster change, Antis Lesser is out, replaced by Eor. They had some addition in terms of the stability of the team, the mental boost, the calmness of the veteran, and yeah, we'll see.
We'll see the experiences from the old player, I could say, because Yor has been, I don't know how many years in FPS, right? Because we know that even though he's a little bit boomer, like Jamal said, but he has a lot of experience. He has a good aim. He could be the IGL as well. He could be the changes for Indonesia to be a better team for this match. And Singapore, even though they have a good aim, but they have to respect, because even though Indonesia didn't look so promising when they met Philippines just now, but I think with Eor comes into their lineup, he can bring something different for Indonesia lineup.
And yeah, this match is so important for both because both had lost their first match, and whoever lose in this map will go 0-2. And yeah, they're gonna go to the bottom 2, and maybe the place is a red zone for them. And we have the agent composition for Pearl.
Ooh, two initiator for Singapore.
Yeah, Singapore will be still playing to initiator with Fade. We doesn't see a lot of Fade for current meta. And Indonesia, they still have the current meta, the current favorite lineup for many teams. They have Sky, Viper, and Harbor.
Yeah, I could say with this Harbor and Viper combo with Sky, actually the composition look very nice for
We have
Indonesia.
10 different agents.
Yes. Oh, okay.
We have
It's not
10
because,
different agents.
You know why, Jamal? Because it's not Haven, right?
And this is not the sand.
Yeah, that's true. So we will see who will take this map. Is it gonna be a Singaporean pride or it's gonna be Indonesian pride? So let's jump into the map.
Oh,
Ooh,
10 different agents. So interesting to see.
all right.
Oh, Indonesia is playing attacker first. Meanwhile, Singapore will be playing defender. And the wire is not destroyed. Okay, they'll be said, I'll do it myself. And look at the control. Singapore, they're taking B. But Indonesia will be not coming into that. A side is the side that Indonesia will hit. It's only the Vine. And he have no vision because the high tide is out. Look at the setup
Spike
in this
planted.
pistol round. Indonesia get the plan of really, and Singapore will do the retake from the two different direction, two flanks from Vera and Asterion. But Indonesia, look at the control that Delby is taking. It's hard. Vera to relay bolt to strike it, but no, the corner is not cracked. There's still somebody. There's still Gemma who holding a main. The fuse is straight to tap. But look at Delby. Look at Delby. Delby is rotating all the way. He dashed in.
Wow,
He dashed into the smoke.
quite take a risk, Delby. Because he also realized that there are 3 players from Singapore already stepping into the site, so he needs to move as fast as he can. But the problem is, even Moria got 1, the threat still comes in from Singapore, even with 2 kills from Styron. So that's really a good opening frag from Singapore. So it left 3 versus 2, and unfortunately Indonesia, they cannot close the pistol round. And Singapore, this is what I said earlier, Jamal. Indonesia, they have to respect with the aim power that Singapore has. Over time against Vietnam, already shown to us. They shown to us that they are trying to catch up with the whole country that are able that wants to take their points in this group stage.
Look
So,
at it.
oh, look at that, Indonesian representative, and we also have BTR Valiska, who become the brand ambassador from Indonesia.
Yeah, we're seeing Kailu and Frostmine as assistant coach,
Uh-huh.
and we're seeing Asteris
NC?
and NC Slasher as a substitute,
Yep.
and we're seeing the brand ambassador from Indonesia. Who's his name?
Valeska, yes, Valeska. She's pretty though.
Yeah, she's pretty though.
We have Indonesia has two brand ambassador, which is it's Valeska and also Anissa. So
Yeah.
they are trying to give their support, even though they know the past result is not that good for Indonesia, but they are not losing their hope. And Singapore, they finally got their pistol round, but suddenly we have some technical timeout.
Yep. Tactical timeout, guys. Maybe we may say the magic word. We need to be patient. And as if I'm not wrong,
Mm-hmm.
I saw some forced buy coming out from Indonesia.
Oh, because they got the plan.
Yeah, because they got a plan, and you know when you're playing a pistol round, you can't really have that much utility for post plan because you know you started with 800 creds.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of questionable for Indonesia to play that type of post plan. They want to play it far away. Meanwhile, DLB is rotating through the sewer, but they don't have really much utility. And Singapore took that chance to just floating into the side together.
Yeah. But they have to take the risk. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Hello.
oh yeah. Hold up, Mr.
Maria.
Harbor.
Hold up.
Yeah, they're
Suddenly
forcing
scared
by
us.
Chimo.
Yeah, because they got the plan, so I might
in the
be
middle
they
right
think it's okay for them to take the risk. At least they have to win this round. If not, I think it's gonna be a huge disadvantage for Indonesia. Sarah, ooh, want to play aggressive, and he got Eeyore, the Sentinel from Indonesia. Meanwhile, with the information that comes from Eeyore, now Indonesia they want to force themselves to go to the A side. They are ready for the A hit. And look at that, Divine is going to play retake as a 5-man from Singapore. Divine don't want to take a risk to just go inside the A. And now they are going to plan for
Spike
the
planted.
secret. And Farah, sneaky peeky trying to find somebody in the art, but they couldn't find
There.
anyone.
There.
Meanwhile, Farah and also Stryon will waiting for nap patiently. Meanwhile, he looks so Sayo, and now there you go, Sayo has been
One
taken down.
enemy remaining.
Meanwhile, Siren and also Divine. That's 2 players, and it's gonna be another kill from Divine that will close the round for Singapore. This is what I say. Even they got the force buy,
Listen up.
they have
Kill
to win
them
the
before
round.
they kill
If
us.
not, it's gonna be a huge disadvantage because they have to do the eco round now.
What a push from Singapore, and I think Naf win the most important battle of the round. Sayu lose the
One
duel,
enemy
the most
remaining.
important duel because the plan is for backside. The plan is for the defender spawn, and if they lose control of the defender spawn, they lose the round. Basically,
That's true.
Indonesia back on in eco round because they're forcing by previous round, so they had to play with only handgun in their hand, sheriff, and Singapore had to respect it. Damn, is this good? Set up. Turn is out. Trapwire is broken. There'll be. Oh, look at Sayo. The revenge kill and the nap from the previous round. And the Delby push. He got the blue dot.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, the flick on the Farah. Indonesia suddenly taken 4 members from Singapore on their hand, and Divine is left alone. I don't think Divine had so much to do. Maybe he just want to die to the spike or just giving up his life while looking for some kills for his ultimates and for credits. Divine is spotted. Indonesia, they're fine with any result after this, but Indonesia is speaking. Indonesia is looking for blood. Updraft
Ooh.
and Gamma close the round for Indonesia. What an entry! What an opening kill from Sayu and Delby.
Yeah, but it should be a 3-2 round, right, for Indonesia, because they came up with some Sheriff and also Classic, but they got Bulldog, and even the last kill goes very smoothly for Indonesia. And finally, look at that, the happy face coming from Indonesia, 2-1. Now, Singapore. Even though they didn't get their bonus, but at least now they can buy a better weapon. 1 Vandal and 3 Phantom here with 1 Spectre. Now they want to try to play the Vault, but ooh, what a nice shot from ER. Divine is being taken down. And now Frey looking for an information, but he cannot find anyone because Delby playing patiently. Now Farah. Ooh, the timing! Oh no! The timing from the fast lane is not coming out from Farah. And 2 players down from Singapore. Meanwhile, Gema is able to take down Naf. It's all down to Frey. Will he
Spike planted.
be able to defuse the planted spike? But Frey, the information in, and there you go. The unfortunate situation for Frey, because in an important situation he has to reload, and Gemma will take the kill.
Got one.
I don't know what Divine is doing. He's Astra. He's playing alone, and this fake flash from Indonesia doing so much work.
Quick break.
Frey, yeah, left alone, can't do anything. It's the 2-2. Indonesia with the momentum from the previous round. Maybe they will take a lead because Singapore is on an equal round. Push! Ooh, what a shot from Frey! ER just deleted
Holy!
instantly. What was that? ER was not ready for that. Starion dropped down to 39 HP. But that's not a big deal. You have no Sentinel, you have no Night Watcher, Indonesia. They're not even stepping out from their base. They basically still on their base. They have 2 ultimates. They have Reckoning and Seekers. So maybe you can combo both ultimates on one side. But Singapore are gambling. They're stacking 4 members, 4 players to guarding the A side. Indonesia, will they go to the trap that Singapore used? Another 1-tap kill from Farah. The Reckoning and Secret is out, and Farah tried to looking for more, but the Phantom Supremacy are reloading. Ray, okay, it's not a good time to reload. And Gamma with a triple kill. He still have 1 flash, and Sayu following up. It's 1 versus 3 suddenly. Nap left alone. You have your utility, but you have no teammate, Mr. Naf. I think it's kinda over for Singapore, Chimo.
Yeah. It's impossible for Nap, I think. Because his true enemy is time.
Yeah.
Not Indonesia. Gema with 4 kill. 2 first kill for Singapore, actually quite good. Because they got the entry frag, they have a chance as well to deny all of the push that coming from Indonesia. But after Gema stepping up in an important moment,
30 seconds left.
Look at that. This is the first kill. And Frey! This is the second time I saw him
One enemy
reload in an important moment, right? The previous round and this round. But that's really a good moment for Indonesia because Gema stepping up in the exact moment. And
Yeah.
3-2 to Singapore.
Ooh, look at the coach,
Mm.
Mr. Rosafai. Look at that gesture coming out from Mr. Rosafai. He's looking at this paper. There is
His
so
notes.
so much notes that they had, so much strat. I don't know that notes. Is it a strat book or something?
Should
Just I don't know.
Should be, I think.
Whew. Then Gema, after he used his ultimates, he already have 4 orbs because of the quad kill, with
Yeah.
9 kills on his pocket. Gema is looking hot in real life. I mean,
What?
looking hot in this server.
I can say yes to that.
Okay,
Okay.
the fast setup. I think there's gonna be some quick entry for Indonesia to go to the B side. Hall is clear, and Singapore then try to gamble. Taking A side. Oh, they'll be still alive. They put both trap on Hall. What a cheeky play from Frey, but Gema with the confidence is spraying them down. Frey and Nav is taken down so easily, and Singapore don't know what to do in this point because they need some quick kills. They need some quick kill from, but Indonesia not even picking. Indonesia is playing discipline.
Take this.
They're not picking.
This way. Gotta go.
They still have some utility. They'll be
Last player remaining.
guarding halls. So good. And Divine is brought down too. What a round from Indonesia.
I got your backs. Just
Yeah, looking
from the
so solid for Indonesia. And there you go. Play aggressive, play in a fast tempo. I think that's the answer for Indonesia, right? After the timeout just now, Rosafai, he just say, just go in lah, don't have to play slow. Because when you play slow, it's easier for the enemy to get their momentum, get their map control, right? But if you play aggressive, enemy is not ready for that. Okay, and now even Farah got one player. There's the smoker from Indonesia. But the thing is, there's a threat coming from Delby. 4 versus 4 and Frey. But the Sheriff, is not able to take down Moria. Meanwhile, Nep is still there to take the trade. And Delby already get that information. Nep is staying in B side. So the other 2 member will be around A side. But the problem is, with the turret behind, they don't have to worry about the flank. And now they have to do the post plan. They have to worry about the post plan.
Planted.
I've got your track.
Meanwhile, the Seekers pop up from Gema, but unfortunately Divine will take him down. Meanwhile, Delby get the trade and oh no, almost 2 kills. But Delby got concussed. And the right click. Holy moly, Delby.
They're supposed to be
Oh,
Another concussed Jet, but got the kill.
yeah, because of the right click.
Yeah.
That is your kill with the right click. That's all.
Dead. My ult's ready.
But Indonesia did not expect that is still waiting there.
That's
Divine, unable
totally
to get
unlucky.
the last kill onto Delby.
Divine so unlucky, Jamal.
Yeah, Divine playing some important roles. Because even Gema didn't expect that he will play on the backside, on the duck out. And Indonesia is still on the right track to keep up this momentum live. Singapore, they need to recover from this. They fine have the ultimates, but Indonesia plays so slow. They put Gema to play solo A side, solo A main. because the aim power from Gamma and Indonesia play slow towards the door. Vera try to hold with the stun, and Nev holding a default line. Maybe if Vera want to pick, he can support with the fault line. But look at Indonesia. Indonesia is just trying to waste all the utility as much as possible, as many as possible from Singapore. It's 30 seconds left. Oh, the bait, the Trailblazer bait from Gemma and Frey.
30 seconds
The
left.
information is there, but look at Singapore. They had to rotate all the way from the A side because Gemma keep, giving some sound cue, and this should be an easy free side for Indonesia. The thing is, it's just the post plan, Chimo.
You should
Okay,
run.
and now they're looking for
10 seconds
the
left.
retake, the define.
Spike planted.
Got one member. Is it
Oh.
enough? But Sayo almost got taken down by Frey. But meanwhile, there's gonna be a lockdown. Meanwhile, the divine player coming from Singapore.
There.
Indonesian player being flanked. Meanwhile, Farah will close up the round for Singapore. No one watched the flank, so it's easy for Divine to take them down. 3-5.
Oh, they're not expecting Divine again. This man is just terrorizing Indonesia.
Welcome to my
The previous round, Divine is waiting on the dark
enemy
side,
remaining.
nobody expecting him, and now he's flanking.
There.
Nobody is expecting him coming up from behind. And the 2 kills, the most important kill is onto the Viper. Sayu is brought down, so the Viper speed is out, and Indonesia had to call the timeout because I think it's some mistakes that they're not expecting any flank. You have your Viper speed on the side, you should there should be someone who watch your back, your flank, because the front line is already, you have already a Viper speed. It's already enough, safe enough for guarding the spike, but they get caught from behind.
Yeah, and respect comes from Indonesia. They suddenly, no, I cannot say suddenly, they instantly call the times out because they know the potential from Singapore to catch up the gap. 3-5, only 2 points gap. So Rosify, he doesn't want to give the chance to Singapore because if we talk about the aim power, both of the teams has it. But if we talk about the setup of strategy, Singapore maybe look better because like the flanking potential, right? Oh, meanwhile, Igor! At least he got one because the threat comes from Frey. And now the spy cam spotted 4 members from Indonesia, and look at that, the good high tide. Now
Spike.
Singapore, they have to do this retake 4 versus 4 situation, and Styron. Look at that, 3 members, but unlucky Delby. Oh, there's a threat coming from Sayo, and
Cage triggered.
the fight still going on. 3 versus 3. And Frey, so sharp
Cage triggered.
with the
One
headshot
enemy remaining.
into Moria. And Divine also got Igema here. Meanwhile, Sayo, the last man standing for Indonesia. Information is there, but
Oh.
but Divine will close the round for Singapore. And there you go, 4-5 Indonesia. The timeout didn't work well for them.
That was a good cosmic divide from Divine and
Yeah.
Styrian. Got some important kills, even deal some damage. Another and Frey just, I think that kill that to the harbor is just game winning kill. That flick from Frey, it just winning them round. That is so important to get. Indonesia, they still can buy. Their economy still can find. Look at the horn lineup. Look at the push. Another push with Eeyore. bring them down. And Styrian did not expect there's somebody still there. Singapore lose 2 members, and the threat in the favor of Indonesia. They try to play together as 3. Oh, they're pushing together to mid. They overthinking. Where gonna Indonesia go? So they split up. And they will play one by one. Nap gets 1 kill. The information is there, but Frey cutting out.
remaining.
The refrag from Gemma. Frey only get 1 kill. It's 1 versus 2. It's all on Divine. How many times Divine gonna save Singapore? He used to save Singapore back then. Will he do that again, Chimo?
It's possible 2 versus 1.
Spike planted.
And a Divine, you just need to wait for the spike planted. And now it happened. Indonesia, 2 players has to take him down. But we know how good Divine, like Jamal said it earlier, he saved Singapore twice. Gemma, 50 HP. Meanwhile, Indonesia just need to wait for the time. But there's no time for Divine. Oh! And look at the short kill coming from Delby right in his face. And 4-6 for Indonesia. And Divine,
Spike down.
even
Attacker
2
spawn.
versus 1, he still
remaining.
can get 1.
Blocking vision.
What a shot from
What a
Divine.
monster from Divine. This guy is a
Enemy
beast.
last player standing.
Divine. Some scary name coming out from Singapore. And yeah, Indonesia. What a roller coaster round for them.
I know, right?
Because the push, some early push from Singapore. Indonesia can read them well. Singapore is on a mixed buy. Divine, he doesn't buy anything. They can only have Sheriff. 1 trailblazer should be enough to clear and push them away. Meanwhile, Farah, this position is kind of cheeky, but Farah is the one who's gonna swing. Farah just throw the bodies. Free kill for Indonesia. The bait from the art. And now it's all on to Frey and Nav. Frey is spotted. Dior makes the duel happen and wins that duel. Nav's left alone. And I think Indonesia knew that the last guy is on A, so they're just gonna play safe and go B, minimalizing the casualty and, you know, put some respect over Nav. And yeah, Nav, 1 orb Nav.
Yeah. Safe for Singapore. But I think Indonesia,
I have the spike.
they will secure this round with 7 points.
Spike planted.
And oh, I think Nap is not going for the save. He's going YOLO.
He try?
He'll try. I think he'll try. The thing is, he die with a spike, or he give the ultimate orb for Indonesia, right? So we'll see. Look at that. Look at the crossfire. Even the turret also cooperate very well with Indonesia. One snap step in, but oh,
Too late.
your
My ult's ready.
the second one. It's gonna be the third one, Sayo.
Come on.
The poison cloud. There's no time, so it's going for Indonesia. 7 and 4. Nef,
Last round before
Almost.
the switch.
that's not enough. Wow.
And because of that 2 kills, Nef now have a Rolling Thunder for the last 3.5.
Enemy remaining.
So that might be some consolidation for Indonesia.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
I just feel that when Eeyore steps in, Indonesia is more, structure. They have a good structure and they have a good plan as well.
Yeah.
They play more discipline. So it's a good thing for Indonesia. And now, Singapore, they left 3 points behind. What will they do? Indonesia.
Singapore should be play a retake because they have the best ultimate combo,
Yeah.
Nightfall and Rolling Thunder.
Mhm.
And Indonesia knew that the side it should be free, or the option is they can play full retake with those ultimates, or they can delay the plan, try to fight the side using one by one in the side of Siren and Nap, because Siren is kind of far away from Nap. So I don't know what will they choose. In Indonesia, they have 3 ultimates. They have lockdown to push them away and reckoning, but they want to fight. Singapore want to fight, but it's just a fake lockdown. Here again, just throw the body to bait and make some space to his teammates. And Indonesia will go to the A side where 3 people waiting for them. Reckoning is still on Moria's hand. Big Wine on his favorite position. Swing up from Gamma. He's taking his time. And the flash is good. Gamma doing some fantastic job. Even concussed. Dealing with the trail, but there's no time to plan. There's no time to plan. Indonesia is crumbling. They're broken into pieces. Oh no! Singapore fighting back. Punch them away. Make it harder for Indonesia. And it's 5-7 to close out first half.
All of the players from Indonesia, mostly, they are busy in the secret. They are trying to hold all the Singapore player from the city side, but the thing is Frey. He took his momentum and canceled the plan in the crucial moment, in the crucial timing. Unlucky round for Indonesia, but 7-5. They close the gap, and we are going for the second. Yeah, but true. Now the second half. Look at that. What, Delby? Oh no! Meanwhile, Farah realized that someone trying to push him, but he's able to run away. Able to escape with the high gear. Delby, unfortunately,
He's
Indonesia.
lost in the direction.
Yeah,
It's facing against the wall. The hell be.
he's trying to.
I think he's trying to dodge.
Yeah, he's trying to dodge, but unlucky. Farah is there, and now you're trying to set up this alarm bot, and Singapore, they are going for the A hit. The Nebula setup come in, and Farah. Oh, what a shot from Gamer! Double kill with the sheriff kill. 74 HP left, and now Moria after that one.
Enemy down.
Styron is going to be the hope for Singapore. 2 players have to be careful because Frey is waiting, and he also saw
Player standing.
Sayo, but it's going to be 1 versus 1 situation. Sayo aware, but unlucky. Styron got the frenzy kill. 6-7, and Indonesia, they lose. Oh my god.
30 seconds left.
Styron.
Enemy down.
Iron. And look at the bait.
1 enemy remaining. Standing.
Look at the bait. Siren is running while Frey is waiting. And even Siren closing out the round. What a play from him.
Sayo is not ready for it.
Yeah.
He didn't realize that Styron will push that fast to the city side.
Yeah, this kind of plays is play that we're not seeing this kind of gameplay on the Singapore first game. So in terms of individual performance, I think there's so much improvement coming out from Singapore. Indonesia right now, stacking side, pushing A main together. Try to play the quantity. S4
There.
only leaving Sayo alone on the B side.
Gotta go. Dark
Remember,
Shock
Sheriff is this Sheriff.
Take this.
One tap. It made me care, but look at the sequence. It's just impossible for Sayo to do anything in that position. Indonesia,
Spike planted.
maybe they will drop another round because Vera is just spraying them down.
And 4 kills.
4 kills. 1 ARP away to overdrive.
Take this.
Really nice.
Go, go.
He got flashed, he got stunned.
One enemy.
A nice relay bolt they're coming from Vera though. And this is what Duelist has to do. Play aggressive, trying to get kills and kills. And Vera did really a good job in that run just now. And now it's gonna be a bonus round for Singapore and a timeout as well from Indonesia. What will Rosefai say this time?
Yeah. I think this timeout is to secure the buy round for Indonesia because they
Yeah.
cannot afford to lose this.
Yes.
And
I
this is
think
some important round, and yeah,
Rosefai can say, "I will treat you guys feast amok if you win this round."
it's motivation.
It's a motivation. Amok is a local Cambodian food.
Have you tried before, Timo?
Of course, no.
Oh,
I haven't tried it. I haven't been to Cambodia before.
yeah.
Have you been
You-
there?
Nope.
Okay.
I
Maybe
hope
someday.
so. Maybe someday in the future.
Yeah.
But yeah, currently we're on the 15th round
Mhm.
of Singapore versus Indonesia. It's 7-7 on the leaderboard. Indonesia on their first buy round. So statistically, Indonesia should be the one who gonna close this round, but we don't know. Singapore with Divine and Vera play so well. Look at the push, but Sayo is ready for that push, and even Sayo is pushing out B main. He took the aggressive position,
Spike
but
down.
Frey is there. Spectre is not good for any long range moment, and Eeyore is the one who holds the side with the quad kill. Eeyore!
Oh my god, Eeyore! With the quad kill. Finally, Eeyore has his own time to shine. In the round 15.
Spike
Maybe
down,
15
B.
will be his
Spike
lucky
down,
number
B.
now.
Yeah, because
One enemy remaining.
Eeyore is always a free bait, you know.
I know.
You're gonna be the buddy for his teammates, but now the quad kill, the fault.
Okay. And there's a snake bite pops up from Sayo. And we will see. Indonesia. They are still holding their position here. They don't want to play aggressive. They know Singapore has an incredible aim. So they want to play contact, trying to maximize their utility they have. One nano swarm to delay the push they're coming from Singapore. But look at that. It's gonna be a fault line from Nap. Trying to support Farah comes in. Oh, the turret contact. And Farah is already inside. And Sayo is not ready for it.
There.
5 versus 4. And now Moria got flashed. He got blinded. But Eeyore! Another kill for Eeyore! But the spam through the Cybercats won't deal anything.
Player standing.
Eeyore! Oh no, Farah! Oh, he didn't get his ace. But at least Tyron will get the trade. And Delby will be taken down. And 8-8. We've seen this before. We've seen Singapore versus Vietnam, right, in the first match. And now it happens again, but versus Indonesia. So Singapore could be a huge problem for all of the countries, I could say, in this SEA Games.
Yeah, especially Vera in this map with his neon.
Yeah.
That slide, Vera doing some fantastic job. Look at the slide and spray from Vera. Just shut Indonesia down. And look at the move, Vera. This is like just his playground. This man of Neon is just on another level. Overdrive is out. Look at Vera. He's hunting. He's looking for blood.
Planted.
He's hungry.
Yeah, he's hungry to eat some Indonesia flash meat. But Indonesia is on an eco round.
Oh
So
my gosh.
they will play a little bit slower. Try to isolate some angle first because, you know, playing some sheriff angle. Look at the delay. Gravity well aftershock, but sheriff is just being sheriff like a state. Map is down. Gamer will check the corner. One is left, confirm. But somebody is pushed from the side. Theo gets one kill, the trade is there. But the personal difference is just too huge for Indonesia. We're gonna try to defuse, but Farah guarding the spike with the short E, and Singapore takes the lead, 9-8.
And Indonesia, they are crumbling down. They are falling down. It's a bad thing for Indonesia, even though we know they are in the eco mode.
Enemy remaining.
They are trying to make it looks expensive for Singapore, but they fell. But it's okay. 9-8. Now Singapore, they are leading the point. They have this nightfall. They have the... Oh, the flash comes in from Indonesia. And the spray comes in also. Oh, they'll be with the operator kill.
No charges left.
Finally, we see the operator kill from Indonesia. Bloodstorm in the hand, but he won't activate now. At least it stopped Vera, and it stopped the whole Singaporean player to not keep pushing into the B side.
Yeah, this
And that-
operator
Mhm.
might be huge for Delby
Yeah.
because this is the first operator round for him, right?
Yep.
So Singapore need to adapt to how to deal with this operator, Timo.
That's right. And he's still aiming. Ooh, and there you go. Styron is going to be the next player. And Frey. Ooh, he needs to find Sayo, but he cannot find it. And Sayo able to defend the A side with Eeyore, and no one can
30 seconds
touch
left.
them down. And Nap is going to be the last hope for Singapore in the round 18. Phantom and the crossfire, look at that. It's so scary. But he will play with the time,
10 seconds left.
and he will try to...
Does he know?
I don't think so. Okay.
Okay.
They will just run for it, and they will waiting patiently, both of them. And there you go, Indonesia got their point back. 9-9. Oh my god, Singaporean people always try to play very disciplined actually. But
Yeah. The thing is, Indonesia commits so many effort to win that round because they know they need to get the momentums back. The first operator reveal, then commits the Viper speed. So Indonesia really won that round to equalize the score and takes the momentums
oh
back.
no, the hound failed.
The hound is failed. But still, they have 3 ultimates. They can use the Cosmic Divide for entry. Because, you know, at least the operator can shoot me. They need to take it slowly, meter per meter. But no, Saya with the snake bite kill.
Wow.
There is too much damage for the utilities. The insta lockdown. Aftershock try to bring the lockdown. but I don't think the aftershock is enough in this patch. Look at the Eeyore. 2 people down from Eeyore, and Delby got the flank with the operator. Indonesia can chill a bit. Delby is coming
With the Bloodstorm.
with the Bloodstorm, and Indonesia took the double digit first. It's 10-9.
10-9 for Indonesia. They are leading back their point. But will Singapore catch them up? Because as we know, that Singapore needs the timeout, and there you go. Even though we've seen 2 ultimates being popped up by Singapore just now. They use the Nightfall,
Yeah.
but the thing is they
They're
are
not
not able
committing.
to. Mhm.
They're not committing the ultimates. They're not using on the same round.
Yeah.
If maybe Divine just use his ultimate Cosmic Divide, maybe still one will brought down for the from the utility. But I don't
Mhm.
think at least they have the better post plan for it.
Mm,
No, they have the 3 ultimates, but they don't have really enough economy to stay alive. Maybe this will be the last buy if they lose.
yeah. And also with his notes, with his death note. Yeah, he's taking notes. I think in every round, and he kept giving lecture for his player here. Meanwhile, Singapore, they're doing great so far, but somehow they're not able to close the post plan. So Indonesia is still able to do the retake. And now Farah trying to get the mid control here. He has the high gear, but he doesn't have the fast lane. He is trying to find someone. And Moya, where? And there you go, the first opening frag from Indonesia, and a reckoning from Moria. Oh, meanwhile, Delby missed the shot, but there's a cover coming from Gema, and Moria saw someone, and there you go, 3 players from Singapore,
Last player standing.
all vanish, and now left Divine, and he cannot do much, and there you go, 11-9.
What a read! What a read! What the response from Indonesia when they knew that Singapore will be take a double door and will coming from
Spike down
connector.
A.
Morea with the brave heart swinging out takes 1 kill and used the reckoning
Let's get some
because he knew so many Singapore player there. Even though Singapore used the rolling thunder, it does nothing because Indonesia is ready, waiting on the choke point.
Yeah.
And now 11 is on the scoreboard. Singapore, they need to get the rounds back. Nap with the opening kill. Lord tried to make some sound cue, but Eeyore still holding the B link. Singapore, they have to go back first. They have to regroup after they get traded by Eeyore, and Eeyore still have a lot of utility on the B side.
Gotta go.
This
You
is
want to
some
fight it?
huge work, and finally, Cosmic Divide is out. The Nano might be delaying some time, but I don't think that will enough to cancel the plan. Eeyore taking the risk
Oh, no.
to play with Shorty on a hall. Eeyore is waiting. Eeyore punishing them down.
One enemy remaining.
But somehow Frey is not checked. Frey is not spotted up.
where you are.
It's only Delby using the operator. Not the best weapon to retake. Try to use
Oh,
Shorty,
no.
but Frey confirming Singapore will have the double digit and closing the gap to 10-11.
I think that's a bad move from Delby. Once he knew the neural threat coming from Frey,
Remaining.
he should wait for the second
Yeah, second pick.
thing though, yeah. But it's okay because Frey got the triple kill. He saved another round for Singapore. Now 10 to 11 for Singapore. Is it gonna be another overtime like we've seen before? But Sayo will try to delay with the snake bite, and Nap having the fault line, having the aftershock, even the flash. But will he try to support Farah to go into the A side, because they are going to the art where there's a nano swarm and also alarm bot spotted already. At least it's got information. Eeyore got Styron, but the threat comes from Nef and Farah. Are they still trying to push from art? Because there's some information, at least Eeyore got 2 or 3 players in the art. And now Indonesia, they don't want to play recklessly. They want to play a bit
Indonesia's overthinking.
patient. Yeah, but they are
30 seconds
overthinking.
left.
It's not 3 a.m., but they are overthinking. And now Farah checking all of the corners and with the high. Oh no! But at least Moria got the trade here. Oh, trying to push the Cybercades, but unlucky because Frey is there. And another trapwire setup. But oh, look at that. Gamma got the timing. And now it's going to be 2 versus 2. Delby and even the Secret trying to respect Singapore, and Gamma got the match point for Indonesia. And Singapore,
So scary.
yeah,
The captains from
Unlucky.
Singapore should be work, but I think that's kind of a push from Vera.
One enemy
Because
remaining.
you don't have to take the backside that far if you want to plan on the default. I think it's kind of a push from Singapore, and Indonesia punishing so hard with the response. They want to rotate, but suddenly Singapore coming to A side and match point secured 10-12. And look at the economy from Singapore. They are broke. They don't have really some good economy to mix by. Even though Farah can use the overdrive, but still, Delby is superior with the operator. They need a color to push Delby away, but Delby doesn't even care about it. Oh, Farah already using the slide. Overdrive maybe used now. Gemma will have 1 flash to go, but Farah know where Gemma is. But bye bye Gemma, and they'll be punishing down. Doria still alive on the side, but not for long. 2 versus 3. Eeyore have the lockdown. But I think in this situation, Singapore, they can push if they want to, because they have some utility still. They have still aftershock and fault line. Lockdown is not there. Indonesia choose to play contact, and I think we're gonna see another round after this, because the time is ticking. Sayu, he need to tap first. Gravity well is out, and Sayu needs to tap another one to confirm where is the 2 members left. On is there. Another tap. Sayu so distracted. 11-12. Singapore keep the hopes alive.
yeah, he got distracted by Divine just now. Or is this Tyron from the art? Because 2 versus 1 is not easy for Sayo either. But nice try for Indonesia. At least Singapore, they keep bringing the pressure back. And it's not easy for Indonesia to close up the round. 12-11. 1 more remaining to bring this to overtime. And good rolling thunder coming in for Nap. And Farah got the second kill. Delphi and also Gema. get punished. Meanwhile, oh, it's gonna be a Moria moment, but he only can get one,
enemy
and it's
remaining.
gonna be 3 versus 1 suddenly. And the lockdown, pushing all the Singaporean away. Oh, but now I got the deja vu. But now with the 3 members from Singapore, Sayo is not able to close the round, and we are going for another timeout for
Switching sides.
Singapore. There's still a chance. There's still a hope for Singapore to close this series.
Singapore play another overtime today. My God, what happened with Singapore? Another overtime. And with that closing, we had some video from Style left alone versus 2 or 3 members from Singapore. In
Yeah.
the exact place, exact time, exact position. Oh, wow. It's another overtime for Singapore and Indonesia. We need to play a couple more rounds to know who's gonna be the 0-2 on the leaderboard. But now Indonesia need control. Cascade out with the Trailblazers. Tyron gets hot. Oh, the contest, and they'll be blowing up. Tyron brought down without any help. He's playing alone. In Indonesia had some option, whether it's they going to Ling or waiting from Sewer, but Divine just playing in his favorite position. Nap, who's playing Kiki. He can use the flash, but no. Moria will swing out. They'll be brought down. Farah. It's 2 versus 5. It's almost impossible. Only a huge blunder from Indonesia that may cost this round. They'll be checking Hall. Hall is not clear yet because there's somebody.
Spike
Frey
planted.
is using shorty. Oh no, so many smokes, and they punished hard. Indonesia take the first match point.
Yeah, actually, Frey wants to do the same
Switching
thing.
sides.
Like
Match
before.
point.
Remember when he tried to sneaky peeky going inside the cove and trying to cancel the plan, or maybe trying to ninja defuse. But the problem is now Indonesia, they are more ready to hold this guy.
One enemy
And
remaining.
there you go.
Flawless.
And Indonesia, what a flawless round. And Singapore now, it's all on them. They have to bring this to the second overtime, or they will lose this series. And Jamal will get his answer. Who is going to take the 0 and 2 for the standings?
Yeah, this is some important match
Yeah.
for both. Again, the technical pause will let us to breathe some air, because we had some 25 intense rounds before. So yeah, they let us to breathe a bit before we find out will be
To-
another overtime or Indonesia will close this out 12-14. Imagine, Timo, if Singapore lost another overtime in the exact score 12-14.
Oh yeah. It's going
I don't know how they feel.
it's going to hound them, Even for day number 2, it's not gonna be easy for them as well. So yeah, I just realized when you said it, it's going
Yeah.
to be a nightmare for Singapore. But I still have hope for them.
Yeah, Singapore is the one who is under pressure right now.
Yeah.
And Vera just running all the way, but Nap punishing Delby.
Ooh.
Playing aggressively. Oh no! Dimmer inside the fast lane gets 2 kills. Only 1 actually. My bad. It's 3 versus 4 now. And Singapore
Spike planted.
tried to play plus plan. 1 man is lurking. Frey is looking for a flank. But the Armut is out. Eeyore try to isolate some angle. Look at Eeyore. Oh, the timing is there. Eeyore with the wallbang shot.
What?
But the hall is not clear. They need to throw utility to hall. Moria with the kill, but he doesn't
Last
know.
enemy
There's
remaining.
somebody still finding the kill. Divine standing strong on hall. Try to tap first, doing
enemy
out
remaining.
from Sayu is 1 versus 1. Frey versus Sayu. There's no other utility. All they relying is just aim. Half the view, Sayu. Try to stick it out. Sayu brought down by Frey, and we have another overtime. Divine once again
Switching sides.
saving Singapore.
Overtime.
And Frey as well, because Frey just need to play with the time.
One enemy remaining.
What a good round for Singapore. He knows Sayu tapping it until half defuse. But the time is ticking for Indonesia, and he just need to play, jiggle a little bit here. And Singapore forced Indonesia to play for another timeout. A good flash coming from Gemma. There's a relay ball. And Farah, oh my god, I think Singapore want to take this round, Jamal. They are trying to play aggressive. Looking so different than the previous timeout. And now Eeyore running to the A side. Oh, but they cut the noise. They make all of the Singaporean overthinking right now.
But the Siren is controlling B main, so they have the
Yeah.
information, Chimo.
Oh no, and it's falling down. And there's a trap wire from Frey. It's not gonna be easy for Indonesia. 3 players standing and even trying to get their momentum back. If they can get at least 2 players from Singapore, they can eliminate 2 players. I think it's still winnable for Indonesia, but Singapore, they
30
are
seconds left.
playing patiently. But Eeyore with the double kill, and it's enough. And look at that, he gave the spike to Eeyore for the lockdown. But he's still waiting patiently. There's a step, and Farah want to punish
Enemy remaining.
Sayo, who's hiding. Oh, and Eeyore just need to play with the timing here. 1 versus 2. Oh, but the siege. And also the Hound.
Ult is ready.
Oh my god. And Singapore, finally they secure their round. Look very solid though.
Yeah, because Indonesia decide to play on the dugout and play together on the backside because they don't know where the rest of Singaporean players was. They could become from A main, they could become from art, so they had to isolate those angles and play from dugout. So they only have to look on the backside. But the lockdown is kind of useless because all the Singapore players coming out from backside. In Indonesia, the table has been turned. Indonesia is the one who's on the pressure. Singapore 1 round away to get their first win of the day. Frey playing solo, but the mid control from Gemma and Morea, they have already a nice position because Delby is peeking to be man with this operator. Oh, Gemma. Oh, Frey!
What a nice shot.
What a shot! There was an important kill
Cage triggered.
to be made. And look at Indonesia. They are overthinking. They instantly rotating without any sound cue.
Nice power.
This is not good, but Korea holding with the triple kill! Keep the hopes alive for Indonesia. And it's 3 versus 2. Indonesia know the rest of the Singaporean player was because Morea, with all the
30
information,
seconds
took
left.
down 3 members, and it's up to Divine. They're still the last boss. Divine is still on the server,
Spike
so
planted.
not any guarantee. Frey
no.
win the duel against Sayu.
One enemy remaining.
Eeyore coming out from heaven. It's 1 versus 2. It's the last boss from Singapore. Divine against the world. Nobody's tapped yet. Okay, Delby will be tapped, and Eeyore is still holding from heaven, but the
Oh,
defuse
the stick.
is completed.
One enemy remaining.
Eeyore and Morea save the day for Indonesia.
Switching
And
sides.
we are going for
Overtime.
another overtime.
Routine inspection.
Indonesia. More to have another
Player
overtime.
standing.
And Divine, even though he's able to get Eeyore, but he's not able to stop. He was not able to stop the diffuse stick that coming from Delby. And now, round 29. The third overtime. Morea need to wait. Look at the crossfire coming from these two players. And meanwhile, Farah. They know that Indonesia like to take the mid control here. But playing default is the key for Indonesia. They have to find the information. The guiding light won't give anything for Indonesia. But Frey with the good spy cam. The Prowler giving information. One person. Oh, but meanwhile Nep and also Farah, who already waiting patiently behind the box, finally got two players. And it's 2 versus 5 situation for Indonesia. Gemma at least got the trade.
30 seconds left.
One trade.
Blinded.
But meanwhile, Gemma,
Last enemy
he knows
remaining.
there's someone. But Divine is the box
Enemy was punished.
for Singapore. And Divine, another safe
Switching sides.
round for Singapore.
Take a breath now.
Wow.
Release the tension.
There's some
Let's go.
actually there was some obvious mini games at art, but somehow Indonesia is still fell for that.
Yeah.
One enemy
Even,
remaining.
Got stunned, the bait, and Vera with his aim that is on fire today brought them down. The stun from Vera is just on point. And Singapore, another lead, it's 15-14.
There.
And Singapore maybe we will go quick. Set up to the side. Vera opening up the fast lane on the stun, and the duck out is pushed away by the aftershock, and Stereo and draw the first blood. Moria through the smoke. His HP is dropped to 57 to 47, and look at the fray. The big flame coming up from Frey. Vera is going down. Indonesia floating towards side. Frey is trying to tap. Gravity well is on. Frey, you need to come as soon as possible.
One enemy
Frey,
remaining.
where are you, Frey?
Oh no.
The defuse is half, and they already know.
One
Frey is
enemy
coming
remaining.
from behind. The defuse is complete. Indonesia makes another match, another overtime.
Switching sides.
Frey is just
Overtime.
too late to come.
Yeah. He's too far though. Way too far from his friend. And I think timeout is the thing that at least this one team needed. Singapore call the timeout. And the same approach from Singapore, right? Once they got the plan, the post plan didn't work really well for them. And the stick defuse again, Indonesia
One
twice.
enemy remaining. Last player
But we
standing.
will see for another overtime. Jamal.
Yeah, it's just Frey just too far. And the rest of the team couldn't handle well Indonesia's floating to the towards side. So yeah, I don't really blame Frey for flanking from the B side, but yeah, there's some factor that the teammates is couldn't handle. They can't stand long enough.
Yeah.
Make some time, buy some time to Frey to come.
Yeah,
But
but
yeah.
the timing is not precise
Yep,
for
exactly.
Singapore.
Indonesia just float so quick towards side. 15-15, Chimo. It is not what we
Ooh.
expect, but it is what it is. Another mid control. Indonesia like to play mid first, and Singapore will play to retake A because they stack 3 players on the B side. So Tyrion playing a huge important role here. The Falcon is good, but no follow-up after that. Indonesia already controlled the B link, but Indonesia knew that Singapore have three players on hall. This hall is the key. This hall is so important for both sides. Frey tried to pick, and Delby is just entering the crosshair. 4 versus 4. Indonesia had to go back, and yes, they will rotate away from B side, Timo.
Yeah. And still 4 versus 4. And Indonesia, they are running back to the A side. They are ready for the A setup here. A good cascade and also a good cove.
Spike planted.
But they want to play post plan now. Singapore with a good aim power. Will they be able to get this? There's no one inside. But you're playing a big role in the league, but no. Oh my god, the lineup. And meanwhile, Moria and Sayo, they succeed.
Match point.
What?
There is no lineup.
They
The lineup
lose?
is just too late.
Oh, the snake bite is too late.
The snake bite is too late.
Unlucky Sayo. They got the kills. But the problem is
The
the
defense is done.
defense is they learn from Indonesia, you know. They just copy it.
The defense is done. There's no lineup. There's no nano. Because EOR is playing on art. Oh no. You
Yeah, I
can
think-
feel the pressure from Indonesia. There'll be another operator in this overtime. But I don't think it will work now. Oh, still
Oof.
work because Farah is brought down.
And
They'll
Delby.
be pushing slowly and gets the first blood. Oh, the setup. Singapore try to contest this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good idea though. But it's already 3 people. Plus there's some operator Moria.
remaining.
They'll be and Gamma.
Down A.
I think we're gonna go to the next overtime, Timo, because again, Frey, he is used to be alone as today, as this round. He's lonely as before. Versus 4, and maybe we can hear the operator shot coming out from Delby. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Delby miss,
Cage triggered. I have retrieved the
and
spike.
Frey get the kill
30
on the
seconds
Gamma.
left.
Become 3 versus 1.
Yes,
And
he
25
took the
seconds
spike.
left.
Frey, don't tell me you're gonna clutch this. Of course, no. Because if you're gonna clutch that,
Jamal, we go to the
Switching
Cambodia.
sides.
Yes.
Overtime.
Almost though. Almost for Frey, but 1 versus 3. It's not easy. For Frey. Tell me, missed the shot. But Indonesia, they refuse to lose in this series, and they forcing Singapore to play another overtime. 16-16. But this is what we expect from both of the teams, because we know how good Singapore with their aim, Indonesia as well. But Gema, ooh, and another mid control from Indonesia, and Farah and Styron playing a big role there. And there you go, Eeyore is falling down, but Divine is trying so hard to survive inside the Ace. But now Delby has succeeded to take him down. It's going to be 4 versus 3, but Indonesia, they are not patient enough, I could say. But Nep, that took it.
remaining.
But Farah, unlucky for Maria because he cannot get the fourth one. And Farah.
Ooh, that's not enough. Moria,
Switching
you
sides.
you
Match
did good,
point.
but that was not enough.
One enemy remaining.
Singapore,
Last player standing.
they just read Indonesia like a book. They wait every single member from Indonesia to come, and yeah, even with the miracle shot from Moria, Indonesia still lose the round and timeout from Singapore. 17-16, everybody. One round away for closing the round. And the pressure, still the tension. We can feel the pressure coming up from Indonesia. After they lost their post plan, the huge blunder where the lineup is not there, there's no nano, and the fuse is completed. Now we can feel the pressure. And Singapore, as you can see, their player cam, they're loving because I don't think they feel that much pressure.
I think they keep changing their face though. I mean, like how they feel after the fifth. I think this is the fifth overtime, is it?
Yep.
Or this is the fourth. I even can't remember. But 17, Singapore now they are leading their points. One more remaining to close this series. And Siron, they should realize that they'll be always play this operator defense. But look at that. Delby and also Gema, they push. They are pushing the B long, so they have the map control here, and the information is there for Indonesia. 3 players trying to defend the A side, but Farah, they are trying to copy Indonesian strategy just now by trying to take the art control here. But Eeyore, ooh, what a nice dodge. But ooh, it's not enough because there's a fault line as well. And Eeyore with Sayo,
One enemy
they are
remaining.
trying to defend. But meanwhile, 3 versus 1 because Frey is left by himself. Frey, what should I do?
30 seconds
I got
left.
deja vu.
I have
1
retrieved the
versus
spike.
3 again. A hard situation for Frey, and there's a crossfire from Gema and Eeyore, and another overtime. I think this is the longest round for the longest series, I could say, for SEA Games so far. Even though for the day number 2, I'm not sure, because we can see, right, Singapore, they are desperately they want to close this series, but the thing is it's not easy as well, because Indonesia, they always find their way to holding up their side and not given a chance for Singapore to claim their victory.
And yeah, technical pause we're heading into. But what a cove. That cove is protecting Eeyore, and Eeyore punishing them down with the 2 kills. And 17-17. At least we have the 19-17 score line. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe this is the longest ever in 30-second SEA Games Cambodia. I don't think on the final day or on tomorrow group stage day 2 may this long. We still don't know though, but this match, you can feel the tension. They just go back and forth every single round, and I hear some clocks ticking, so we should go back to the game
As soon.
because the clock is ticking, and it
I
means
heard
the buy pace is over. And I hear some turret.
I heard a prowler as well. There
Okay.
you go.
There you go. 17-17, everybody.
Let's go.
It on this situation, in this particular situation, I don't think Strat is viable anymore. the first thing you want to be is your mentality. But they'll be sneaking out, slipping away, but he whipped. Ray on the side, but the trade is there. Game on, try to spray transfer, but Farah does not miss. 3 versus 2. Sayu try to swing out, wins the duel against Tyron. It's 2 versus 2. I don't think this is gonna be good for Indonesia because they have the position. The spike is dropped. They need to tap.
30 seconds left.
Sayu throw both neck bite. The tap is
Last
there,
player
and they will swing together. Sayu 11 HP.
Oh, he's run.
He know he doesn't have a time.
He runs.
It's
no.
under 20 seconds. So Sayu, you need some miracle.
10 seconds
You need
left.
some huge
Oh,
moment.
no.
But even Farah closing out with a wall bang shot.
That's
Switching
unlucky
sides. Match point.
moment for Delby just now. Because Sayu tried to... He tried to actually
10
giving
seconds
some space for Delby to at least get one person in the secret. But Delby failed and left Sayu by himself. And 18 points for Singapore. Another leading points for Singapore. And Indonesia, we've seen this so many times. A good defense, but they are not going for the A side. They are trying to get the B control here. Meanwhile, they'll be spotted. And what a nice right click classic. But the thing is, suddenly it becomes 3 versus 3. And Styron
There.
still have that sis. And Divine. Ooh, but Eeyore play a big and important role here with his flank. And Nap is ready for it. It's all about the timing. It's all about luck. Eeyore! Oh! This is what I call the timing! Eeyore! Succeed to get one.
One
The
enemy
Divine
standing.
is getting the trade in even the
last
double
boss.
kill. And the last boss is still there. Look at that, he's still in the fuse! But
Attackers
Styron
win.
is going to be the one who make Indonesia fall. And finally, the overtime is done.
Oh, what a long map. What a long match between Singapore and Indonesia, and Singapore coming out victorious. And in a hard way. 19-17. And Indonesia, they had a lot of homework to do. They 0-2.
Wow.
They're on the bottom on the leaderboard now, on the standings. This is not a good sign if you are an Indonesia fans.
Yeah.
This is some heartbreaking moment for Indonesian fans, but
Oh my god.
Singapore proved themselves that we will not lose in another overtime. And they played so many rounds today already. And
Yeah.
they still have some couple of matches today. Do Singapore still have a match for today?
Singapore, I think they still have
Yeah, they still want.
they still they will meet
Yeah, Cambodia.
Malaysia and Malaysia, yeah. So another 2 round for Singapore. Jamal, we are back into the game. Hi. But yeah,
Singapore
well,
will be facing Cambodia today, so they already played so many rounds and they still have one match away.
wow, what a series, what a match from Singapore and also Indonesia. But actually, I expected because I know Singaporean did this when they against Vietnam, so it could happens again when they meet another country such as Indonesia, or maybe like you said, Cambodia and also Malaysia, right? So we will see what will happen for the next match for Singapore. But Indonesia, now they are in the bad situation. They lose this match, and if they lose another or maybe remaining matches for Indonesia, I think they will lose their chance to go to the playoff. Only 4 teams are able to stand in the playoff. So
Yeah.
I think they
And
have to win their remaining match.
the most fun part is the bottom two on the standings currently is Malaysia and Indonesia, and they
Yeah.
both will meeting each other on the ninth match today. So that will be a huge match, because that whoever who lose that match between Malaysia and Indonesia, I don't think the chance to survive on this group stage is so low.
Yeah, agree with that. Because they lose a lot of matches, and their chance to go to the playoffs is getting smaller and smaller. So it will be important for them to keep catch up with their opponent, and we will see what will they do for Malaysia and also Indonesia. But let's take a look for the post match between Singapore and also Indonesian. What a round, what a series. Look at that, 19
No.
to 17.
I don't agree with this.
Why?
I give my MVP to Divine.
Oh, but I will go for Frey, you know.
No, I'll go for Divine. Even though the KD ratio is maybe lower or the combat score is lower, but
Mm-hmm.
Divine saved so many rounds for Singapore.
Yeah, agree. Maybe we can give both of them
Yeah, some
MVP.
honorable mention maybe for Divine.
Yeah, but unlucky for Indonesia, they have to lose after a long overtime. But nice try, and they still have another match to keep up. And Singapore, look at that, free 220 combat score, and Styron, this guy stepping up in a perfect timing, I could say. Like, he got two players from Indonesia. He's trying to get another threat for Singapore. So I think he's stepping up in a perfect timing, especially for the overtime. But we will see if Singapore they can bring another overtime if they meet another country, Cambodia and also Malaysia, because we have still another match to go for today, Jamal. We have
Okay.
Philippines versus Vietnam after this.
Yeah.
So we will see.
We have Philippines versus Vietnam, the top two current standings. So this match will define the top one and the top two
That's right.
for Philippines and Vietnam.
It's going to be an intense match as well for the top two for our 32nd SEA Games. So please don't go anywhere. We will take a short break and stay tuned for the next match. See you soon.
welcome back everybody to the 32nd SEA Games Cambodia Valorant. Still with me, Journalism Cats, and now I'm back with my second partner, Realize.
Yeah, welcome back. Substitution player currently because we have a lot of games. We're currently in. Correct me if I'm wrong. On what game are we currently in? Sixth or eighth? Yeah, I think seven game. Yeah, we're gonna enter our seventh game of the day. It has been a long day, but we are not going to be short of any Valorant action because next match will possibly be the hottest match and the biggest match we are going to witness: Vietnam against Philippines. Now here we will see finally which team will go unbeaten and which team will eventually be beaten, because Vietnam and Philippines are currently 2-0 if I'm not mistaken. They're currently tied in their standings, and they are of course trying to fight each other to get that first place. But we did see Jamal heading most overtimes in the 32nd SEA Games. He has been casting a lot of overtimes today too, one with me and one with Momo-chan. And he casted the last game 19-17. That was a very long overtime in which we saw Singapore finally triumph against Indonesia, who was the favorites, but they look very shaky. I don't know what's happening with them.
Yeah. Indonesia coming into this event into the really high expectation, but the two first match doesn't really show what they preparing for. The 13-2 is just so heartbreaking for Philippines, and props to Philippines. They played really well today. That's why they are on the 2-0. They are on the top leaderboard, and this match will be defined who is the first one and the second one on the leaderboard on today against Vietnam. And yeah, I have to say maybe Singapore, they played 2 games, but they already played 62 rounds today of Valorant.
Yeah, that's a lot of rounds, because we saw them also pushing Vietnam to overtime in the first game, and in the second game they had to go 19-17, which is practically playing 36 rounds of Valorant, and that's a lot. And I hope that their stamina and will still hold, and they won't be fatigued by that. But now we'll move on to our second game of to our next game, seventh game of the day, which is Philippines against Vietnam. Now we see this lineup: Wild, Oreo, Marquee, and the others here. Of course, they have been a solid squad in this game, in this match, or in the SEA game, in 32nd SEA Games. They have been very strong, Jamal. But now they are going to go toe to toe against Vietnam, which fields Dorf, Asuka, Crazy Guy, Nathong, 2K, and Vanessa. So Loki, Vanessa will come back to the starting lineup after they had to play with a different composition. Yeah, they had to play Pina on Pearl. And now we will see how they will fare against each other, because it is interesting to see which of the teams will possibly go unbeaten, right? Because Vietnam and Philippines are both giants in the first day of SEA Games. We had expectations, of course. We had guesses that probably Indonesia will be up there, but they have been thrusted by all of the teams today, and it looks like Vietnam and Philippines are going to be the favorites to probably win the whole thing, and they do look very strong. And we are going to go to Lotus, which hasn't been played by both of the teams today. I've only seen Lotus played by Cambodia against Malaysia. So this is going to be interesting on how they would approach the map, because the way these two teams play, it's almost the same. They are aggressive. They are always on pursuit of utilities. They are always actively seeking for positioning, information, advantages that they could maximize to a certain extent. So yeah, it is an interesting match indeed. Philippines against Vietnam. It's only up to the Asian select and how the players could withstand the cruelty of 10 matches today.
Yeah, and the things maybe we can discuss is how these two teams won on their first 2 match. On the side of Vietnam, they had really a big figure, Crazy Guy, who played really crazy today on the first 2 match. On the side of KDA, the gap between player it's so high. Meanwhile, on the side of Philippines, the gap between the KDA of the player is more like, it's not really a huge gap, only a small gap between the KDA. The
True.
5 men is doing all the job that should be done.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the Vietnam is more like individual step up, the making a plays over here and over there, from Crazy Guy and Suka on the last series against Cambodia. And on the first map, they have Natong who dropped 30 plus kills.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you rely on that kind of style to win against your opponent, someday you never know when is your day off.
Yeah, true. I do hope that these players are still going to be performing on the peak of their performances. But as we see now, the Asian select and Asian composition, it seems like, only a change in the Sage and Sky, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
For Vietnam, they opt into the Sage, and Crazy Guy on Sage. Finally, we've only seen him play Sova, if I'm not mistaken, today, and now he is going to pick up that Sage for him. I think he will be more into a battle Sage, and we know how aggressive this guy can be, and how sharp his aim could go. Meanwhile, for Philippines, they are opting into much more of a controlled state of a game in which they do have the Sky for that extra information, because the problem with Vietnam is that they don't have exact information that could really reveal the player side. It's only a boombot, and boombot is only like 5 seconds, and it's been nerfed, right? And as attackers, of course, they need that information. I think Asians like Fade would be much better, but I think Vietnam, with this composition, they really want to fight, right? They really want to push forward. They really want to get all of the kills possible. Meanwhile, Philippines, I think they are approaching this in a much more controlled state, in which, they are starting as defenders. So they do need the delay. They do need the control that they want to get into each choke point possible in the map.
Any quick prediction for this match, or maybe the percentage of the prediction for both teams?
I think I'm going for Philippines in this one. I prefer their composition a lot more. With the breach as well, and the race, which is indeed apparent on both sides. But I feel like the Sky, especially in the hands of Georgie, we saw him play Sky, play Jet in Haven. I think his aim was insane. Now it is interesting to see how he will do when he is given the chance to play Sky. But what's your prediction, Jamal? Do you have any predictions?
I agree. Maybe it's a 60-40 for the advantage of Philippines, but it's only a prediction.
Yeah.
We will see the fact right away, because the pistol round is here. Philippines playing defender and Vietnam playing attacker. We'll see Satchel already control trouble from Philippines. Vietnam choose to control Mount, taking out first. Meanwhile, 2 players are holding into the B main. The door is open for Link, and they would hit B or C. They still have a lot of option. They still have a lot of time, and you can go back first for Vietnam. But C side is the side that they will go. But Arne is good. The delay is there, but the trade kill is on point for Dorf. The door is open. They want to rotate towards the link to the B side, and the Philippines respawn. There's so many utility on the B side, and Vietnam, they keep opening the door. So Philippines asking where exactly Vietnam's gonna go. Throat is out. Suka still have alarm and nano swarm, but the splash try to delay first. The nano swarm is so good from Suka. The trade is there. It's 3 versus 3.
30 seconds
The
left.
fight is still long to go.
Planted.
But look at the flank from Savi 8K.
Oh, Savi.
Makes the kill on the Crazy Guy. And they
Enemy
pinch.
remaining.
They both pinch, but somehow they still manage to stay alive. Not for long though. And Wild Oreo will claim the first pistol.
Yeah, you see how much of a delay that the Filipinos have, and it's enabling them to really just retake the side, at least buy some time for the rotation to come in, and the Filipinos are able to withstand the pressure given by the Vietnam team. And now 1-0, of course, Vietnam will have Crazy Guy purchase that Stinger. I think that would be a hero buy for him, but no, he opts out of it. And now Philippines, they have the chance to make this 2-0. Of course, with the guns that they have, this is much more possible than ever. With the Bulldog in the hands of Georgia as well, he will also be one of the aimers that the Philippines would depend on. And now, Vietnam taking control of Rubble, or Mound, excuse me. walking their way into C site. Nexi and Marky are standing by, standing strong with the smoke and the paranoia. Even a nano swarm in their very eyes forces them back to take the hard route, in which they will go to B side, which surprisingly nobody is there, and Wild Oreo will take his time, opts out of the push, flashes once, and looks for Natang 2K. Natang 2K does some damage, but it's not good enough. Nexi, they line up for him. Triple kill for Wild Oreo and flawless round for Philippines. And Vietnam, there was a window of opportunity to just rotate and go towards B, get the spike down, but luckily enough for Vietnam, or for Philippines rather, they were able to recover the round in a much flawless fashion.
Flawless.
Oh yeah, you can feel the delay from Philippines. It's just so damn good, and even Wild Oreo have the 4 kill already. Not much more to get to the Rolling Thunder. And the Philippines, for the follows round, they started to build their economy.
Hey.
Hey. Say the magic word, please.
Patience. Guys, please be patient. We've had a long day, and yeah, technical pause is of course. I'd say it again and again. It's part of an offline event, right? It's part of LAN. It's part of a LAN event.
To talk, because it's only 2 rounds, and 1 round is anti-eco for Philippines. So yeah, we don't really see the Sage work, or the attacking seam for Vietnam. We don't really have so much to talk about.
Yeah.
But Philippines, their aim is so stable. They're so consistent throughout these 2 games and these 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think Philippines has been very strong indeed. They have been always eager to actually maximize their advantage that they have, and with this composition, I think they could even achieve more, because you practically have 4 flashes, a flash for information, and 2 flashes that is notably the hardest flash to dodge in the whole game. And you also have the Trailblazer, the Seekers. It is always going to enable information, and I feel like Philippines, they won't really play passively into the site. Maybe in a few rounds, 1 or 2 rounds, in a couple of rounds, they would play a little bit passive in the back. But when it comes to certain rounds that they did think they could win, maybe this round as well, they would play aggressive, and I don't blame them for that, because with limited weapons that can't really excel in long range, and with a Breach, Raze, and Sky, you're always going to have that opportunity to play aggressively forward, right? Meanwhile, Vietnam, I think this is an important round for them to win, because Philippines, they are starting to build that momentum, and the Vietnamese, on the other hand, Dorf maybe can just farm some orbs, get 2 orbs max, and he achieves the Rolling Thunder. So that could unlock a lot of potential pushes towards the site. And Vietnam is also not without any advantages, because they do have a crazy guy on the stage that, this guy has been insane. But hello, Omen. It's an Omen face waiting for the technical pause to resume, because we are also waiting for the game to resume. There has been a few technical pauses here and there, but we'll make the best out of it, and we'll ensure that the game runs back smoothly. Oh, Sage face even.
How do you think about the first bite round? Which side is the most potential for the Vietnam to go for the best way to go?
Yeah, I think
on the side of Vietnam.
I think if we're talking about the buy round, Vietnam currently has, and with the composition that Philippines do possess, I think it is best for them to play default, just poke out over the guns that the Filipinos have. It is not really wise to just rush them, because Spectres are very good at close range, right? Just force them into isolated long fights, isolated 1v1s that is easily losable for them, and Vietnam could actually succeed in trying to achieve that. And with the abilities, like I said, 2 more orbs for Dorf, and he unlocks the Rolling Thunder, it is possible for him to actually give a window frame for the Vietnamese players to just push into the side.
Yep. Yeah, good insight. So Vietnam should take a long distance fight to avoid the the Spectre angle supremacy.
Spectre angles supremacy. Yeah.
Yeah, Dorf might be can take some orbs to get a Rolling Thunder, but we still have some technical issues, so we still don't know how or where Vietnam is want to go. And yep, the technical pause asset is gone, but the time is still freeze. Okay, the
It's
time
gone,
is
it's
still
gone,
the
it's
time
gone.
is ticking now. So, which side do Vietnam want to go? They'll play default, and Philippines don't really control much. They only have the flash. It's kind of good. Mark is not ready. Nothing to just drop to 18 HP. There's no threat for that. Georgie comes to make it more even for Philippines. But still, there's some heal from Crazy Guy that you can give to Finesse. Oh, Finesse? How?
Oh, how is he there?
How is he there? And he's not aware. Somebody's coming. But luckily, Suka gets the trade onto the South 8K. 2 versus 3. I don't know how that Finesse suddenly up there. And Crazy Guy make it hard for Nexi to do something. He's facing against the wall. Nexi, all you have to do is punching the wall. You need to punch more, Nexi. But I don't think Nexi, at least, he can bring one or more members down. Oh no. There's no way.
Can't use this yet.
I'm still wondering though.
Savi.
How come that Finesse be up there?
Yeah, I don't even know how Viness was up there. I think he was like flanking. He won an entire shot. Look at this. Like even Savi wasn't aware that he was there. Viness, I don't know which angle he was holding, but he just also didn't expect that Savi was there.
Enemy remains.
So a stroke of unluckiness for Viness, but at least Vietnam gets the round. Now the real round would start with 5 long-range rifles in the hands of the players. Look at how heavy they want to fight B or C rather. They don't want to give this for free. Nakong 2K is fearless. He's not scared. But look at the perfect rolling thunder. It doesn't really put someone down. It doesn't really have any impact because it only sends the players of Philippines flying. And Soviet K gets finesse. Now, with the fair duel up in A long, or in rubble rather. And Savi 8K doesn't even want to move. He doesn't even flinch. And Osuka moving closer. Crazy Guy. It's going to be forced back for a few inches because of the paint shell thrown by Savi. He breaks the door. He sees Suka. Oh my goodness, that's very sharp of him to just crack open the skull of Savi. And a 4v4. The situation is evened out by Suka, who has been getting these nasty headshots.
Here.
As Vietnam traverse their way into A side. Wild Oreo waiting in the wings, trying to make something happen, but now it's up to Marky. He's flashed, he's blind, he is dead. And now Natong 2K satchels into the side. The fault line will do some a bit of stun, but not much that he can chew on Nexi. That's the wings, and Wild Oreo alongside Nexi and Georgie just cleans up house. Vietnam wiped from the server. The Filipinos confirmed 3.
Ooh, the turnaround fight from Philippines. It's just so perfect. Vietnam cracking up the side with the flash and swing to the door to the Hobbit. But Philippines, the right timing to take a fight. And just like that, Vietnam just lose the round against it. The Philippines leading up to 3-1. There's 2 ultimates ready. And yeah, like a default setting of Vietnam, they just gotta taking the orb, but Nano is there. The Nano is out with Nexi. All he need to do is to spray his Phantom. and Natong is go down. Vietnam, they don't really have the entry fragger, the duelist. They don't have the satchel. Even they using two marshals. So the plan is not go to the side of Vietnam. The plan is to take the duel anywhere that they can duel. But Safi is ready for that fight. Three members left. I don't think there's so much to do. You're hoping for Philippines to pick out and punish them with the martial one shot. But I don't think Philippines is gonna pick this. They're gonna come into the crosshair. For Philippines player. Easy peasy lemon squeezy 4-1 for Philippines.
Yep. Philippines has been very, very clean in this round. They respect the eco that the Vietnamese have, and they just play tight. They just hold them. Maybe it's just gonna be Savi that is going to be given the permission to just play aggressive, because he is naturally a race. Going for the aggressive push is not really gonna hurt anyone. I know Nexi and Savi both have lockdown and showstopper. Meanwhile, Suka also has the lockdown. Crazy Guy could also potentially turn the tides around with that resurrection of his. They walk into the same crocodile hole, but look at Viness. He's holding the flank. Marquis is impatient. Jump spots him, but Viness just sprays them down. Triple kill for Viness. Oblivion in A site as the mirror shatters and Philippines lose 3 members. And on Nexia and Georgie left to attend to the death of their teammates. As Vietnam, with discomfort, there is no way they would lose this round. Nexi exposed by the smoke that dissipates out of his sight. Viness 4 kills. He is looking for the ace. He is looking for the last man. That is Georgie, but Suka is just gonna snatch it away from him. As Vietnam win that round, mostly courtesy of Viness.
Yeah, the spray of the victory from Finesse. Just confirming that Vietnam is still alive. Look at the spray, the lineup, the wall bang. Of the the alarm bot vulnerable. It's easier for him. But still Finesse. Even the quad kill that he got on the round. 4-2. Maybe this will be some momentum for Vietnam, and that's why Philippines take the tactical timeout, because maybe they have something to do. And the thing is, throughout this 6th round that we had, Philippines always control A main. They always got the rubble with the satchel and the smoke. Meanwhile, Vietnam always control the mount, so they never met on the early stage of the round.
Yeah, I feel like
Because one is controlling A main, one is controlling mount. They fight on a choke point, like that Finesse spray on the triple kill.
Yeah,
because I kind of think that Philippines kind of overpushed that.
yeah, I feel like that was way too enthusiastic of them to try to get that advantage. But I do like the aggression of the Filipinos, because they did play a little bit passive, and now they are going to step up the gas. Look at the satchels coming in. Viness with the shrouded step, and nobody has spotted anyone unless Nathong gets the kill. He does. Savi is down. That's a lot of stunts going on around. Even Wild Oreo with the Rolling Thunder doesn't even get anyone. But Marky has to dodge this. He does dodge the rocket, but he loses. And the resurrection will bring him back to life. Will bring Viness back to life. As the Vietnams will move on to middle and into A side. It's just Marky all alone, having to surrender himself. And Vietnam inching closer towards Philippines. We do have ourselves a game.
Oh, they do it with the Vietnamese style, the aim of them, relying on aim, battling every single corner that they can battle, and win every duel. Vietnam with the typical Southeast Asia style, you know.
Yeah.
If we can fight, if we can shoot, and we win the duel,
Why would we wait?
why do we wait? Wait so hard? Just take a fight and win. In Vietnam, rush into the B side, settle in, and oh no, Nexi! Deny the space that nothing would be made. With the Guardian on his hand, finesse. This man is hot. Ooh, he tried to make a play, but Marky answering with the Sheriff one tap. The spike is planted, but both Killjoy using the lockdown. So we're gonna see some time that one player get detained each. How they're gonna keep this post plan alive? The showstopper from Savvy 8K. Bring Crazy Guy down, and Nexi just keep on defusing because he actually trusts his friends. And Georgie calls the round for Philippines.
Ooh, Vietnam.
That first blood from Nexi, bro.
Yeah, that was very good. Like Nexi has been very sharp, right? He's like one of the best players that Philippines has currently, and he just showcases that aim, slaps Natong 2K in his face with that Guardian one tap. Very, very sharp and precise. You know, the Filipinos could sit in a much more comfortable position. And look at Vietnam. They're upping the tempo. Savi is there, gets caught by Fitness. Natong 2K will try to push them. All the kills keep on dropping. Fitness triple kill. And it's just like a recap and a replay of the previous rounds that we see, in which the Filipinos fail to seize rubble completely, as Vietnam will lay claim on the site. Just Nexi and Georgie together stronger. What will they do? Oh, Suka even lying deep as a flanker, able to catch Georgie off guard.
No
And
way.
Finesse again with the 4 kills. Vietnam answer back, and they answer hard.
This is what the match that we were expected.
Yeah.
The battle between the sharp aim on both sides. Look at Finesse. Make like Valorant look so easy for them. Just spraying all the way, and suddenly gets the triple. And even the quad kill. This guy is a beast on this map.
Beast.
4-5. Vietnam catching up.
Cover going out.
And look at Philippines now. They're not even trouble anymore. Because once Vietnam fight back, they're done. And Vietnam slowly push towards A side.
Here.
Maybe they waiting for someone to speak out for the curiosity. Oh no, they're rolling down their hits too. But Natong 2K is still not in yet. Because he don't have any satchel. Natong, all he can do is run because there's some smoke from the dark cover. Oh, Philippines, they're floating to the side. Wild Order still have 2 flashes, but Stuka opening the kill. The threat is there from Nexi. Crazy Guy holds the angle. And the tree, 2 people from tree. And Crazy Guy broke down Marky with all the Philippines member floating to the side. Kill one by one. And there's no chance for Vietnam to even set up any post plan. Philippines get the 6.
This is the game that we expected to happen, right? Like, this is very close, and finally Philippines is able to shut down the A control that Vietnam has been longing and yearning for. And this is all due to how strong and how closely they've been playing the body split.
One enemy remaining.
To these teams. And Nexi with the triple kill just solidifies himself. A very strong member of this team. And we do see both Omens do have the From the Shadows, the ultimate. But how are they going to utilize this? Still a question to be answered. Now Flash against Flash. Trades of flashes. But at least Georgie gets the information that there's at least a player in rubble. As Vietnam again and again, they just make their way into the site. And the way they've been playing this is that they just force the issue towards A site. The same wall is gonna happen. I think they're just gonna rotate towards B, break this wall, break this door, and just make a wall by Crazy Guy. And they do. They go to B site. Fault line is perfect. But look at how they are stuck inside. Natong 2K prepares his satchel, he gets into the side, and he wins it for his team. But look at the delay. Nanoswarm is gonna take the life of Dwarf. No, it does not. But Natong 2K will be caught in the crossfire to a Crazy Guy. Trades it back. Georgie is able to give an advantage towards Philippines, and they will teleport towards A site. But Dwarf is just gonna fight through his way through the Nanoswarm, and he gets C site. Next, he loses the duel. Dwarf, with only 15 HP,
Spike planted.
is able to single-handedly win the control of C site and of Philippines with a heavy task shouldered upon their very backs to try and win back this site. They are fully healthy, they are fully equipped with armors, 2 players at least in Wild Oreo and Marquee. But look at the Nanoswarm popped up there, even the alarm, but the second one commences, and Wild Oreo make his way through the smoke. He's trying to tiptoe his way, but look at the fault line. Connects, and 3 players are down there. Mikey gets the kill towards Vanessa, Suka, and Dwarf just needs to play the time. But look at Georgie with the triple kill, and the defuse will still go on. But is there time? Is there enough time? Is there enough time? There is no time! 0.07.
Last
They,
round in the
by
half.
the skin of their teeth, Vietnam win the round. My goodness me, that is so damn close.
You know what? I guess it's because of the perfect line
enemy
up
remaining.
fault line.
Yeah.
3 people get concussed and delay some time for them to take a fight, and by some time for them to take the defuse. 0.07. Every milliseconds matter in this game. And Philippines taking control of Rubble again. Will Vietnam know? And maybe they're gonna just rush into the seaside because they know somebody or maybe a multiple players is rushing or controlling Rubble.
Here.
Finesse is the one who delegated to fight against everybody on the A main, because you know Finesse is one of the best aimer in the map throughout this 11 round. But still, Vietnam, they chilling up a bit. They still deciding which side is the most easiest way. You know, Crazy Guy, back to the default setting, to the place that he just can take a fight. But Vietnam choose the B side, try to delay with the slow orb, the finesse. Still can go with the TP, but not on 2K. Get the refract. Wall is there. It's instantly destroyed.
30 seconds left.
Vietnam has to go back. Oh, Crazy Guy.
Yeah, what?
We forced to plan. Everybody's there. The trade is good. It's 2 versus 2. I don't know what to say because everybody's fighting each other.
Enemy remaining.
And 2K make it harder for Dorf and close the round for Philippines. Everybody had their own battle.
This game is just jam-packed with action. Like, we can never blink our eye because there's just a fight happening somewhere in the map. And here in B side,
down,
they're
B.
able to just fight it all,
30 seconds
skin
left.
by skin, mano a mano. And look at how there's always a gunfight happening. It's just so much
enemy
going
remaining.
on, but at the end of the day, it's Philippines that do get the advantage. They do get another round. As Savi cements number 7 towards the Philippines. And coming into the second half, of course, they will switch sides, and Philippines, I am intrigued to see how they will approach the attacker side with a composition such as that, because I feel like this will be much more aggressive compared to what Vietnam has. And the post plan as well, they do have that possibility. But now Vietnam will just leave B for Dorf with also a single alarm bot. But look at Viness, he's already pushing up Mound. Meanwhile, Philippines, they strut their way into B site. But Dorf already placed the contact. He's down to 4 HP. That grenade is just gonna kill him. Goodbye. Boom goes the grenade, and Dorf is sent to the afterlife. And Rosabi still swings his pistol, gets 2 kills, but Natong 2K is there as backup to slowly seclude the Filipinos. And Vinez is having his own battle against Georgie, and Georgie just wins it with a single headshot. And Seaside is wide open. The Trailblazer luckily does not spot out Natong 2K. He still has one satchel to probably just deny the plan and wait for Crazy Guy to come. Crazy Guy is just gonna come from Waterfall. Wild Oreo with the spike plan. Is he gonna push it out? Natong 2K cancels the plan, but Marquez as a backup. Perfect body system. Hand in hand, they are stronger. And they do confirm their second pistol round.
Oh man. This is looking gloomy for Vietnam. When they already lose their aim, I don't know what they're relying on now. When they lose the battle, when they lose the gunfight, how they're gonna win? Because aim is all that Vietnam's about. They're so relying on that. And like we discussed before, you can really always relying on someone's aim to win every single round. Everybody has their day off. In Vietnam, they have 3 or more rounds to be catching up to at least equalize for Philippines. And a full bulldog, the bulldog meta from Philippines, to maybe make the bonus round even better if they're not losing anybody or they have the minimal casualty. This guy was down to death, and the Philippines, they just running around the side clearing trees from that Snavi 8K. And yeah, if they win this with flawless round, the bonus round would be so good with the 5 bulldog on hand. Oh, pushing to the ropes. Safi 8K tried to coming out to the heaven. And Georgie, the finesse waiting from behind. Oh no, the bulldog is dropped towards in the hand of Asuka. But I still, Philippines already sealed the deal. Vietnam can't do even a stepping into the side. It's 9-5 now. But yeah, they expecting to, you know, have the flawless round, get the 5 bulldog out of the round, bring the 5 bulldog to the next. With only 3 bulldogs that they will bring into the next round.
Yeah, this is insane. And it's crazy to think that Savi against the playing against Indonesia was playing breach, right? He was the support of the team, and now he's racking up kills, dropping 14 kills already as the race, and he's getting the entries towards the site, which just shows how much of flexibility that Filipinos have, and they have been doing very, very well in these 3 matches that they've played. And now Savi already has a showstopper in the 3rd round of the 2nd half. Gets the boombot out. Looks for information. Nothing is there. Even the Trailblazer is out. But look at that. Party is here. But will the party be ended as the showstopper just misses? As Suka is taken down to 34 HP, healed by Crazy Guy. Asuka swings out, but look at Savi again with the stinger, connects the shot towards Dorf, but Dorf gets double kill. And a Wild Oreo and Nexi, the last 2, hold the line. They can't do much, so it's just Nexi alone. He's gonna hold himself back, but no. Only a single ding towards the Natong 2K, which won't be enough. And the Vietnams, they get the spike defused and get their 6th round.
Ooh. Philippines can finish the job. So many people low from Vietnam, but you know, 4 people is still 4. They still can shoot, throw util, etc. They can deal damage, but they can't finish the job. And now Vietnam try to catching up. Philippines. They don't really have that money. But Marquis wins out, gets first and gets another one. Marquis with a nice TP and 2 opening kills. Some rifle is dropped because Georgia only using the sheriff. Oh no, and Marquis gets healed from the regrowth. Vietnam. They lose 2 members instantly. That's not that they were expecting. And now Philippines, they have so many options. They can still fight. They can rotate. Because there's so much time, but their swing alone, Marky, without any trade. The flash and the stun is good. For the follow-up, there you go. They clean up the mess. Georgia left alone and brought down. The Philippines get the double digits.
Ooh. The Filipinos confirm double digit. And this is a piece of aggression that was very good by Marky. He gets 2. But Dorf, it looks like he was able to pull out a miracle, but suddenly the Filipinos just backed each other up. And they looked very strong in the trade going on. And now 10-6. And Vietnam is just gonna force this, Jamal. They're gonna buy a Bucky on Suka. And a few guns with only light shields. They do have the Rolling Thunder, but I wonder how they're gonna use this. And look at Marky now, forced back in. Savi already making his way into the front rubble. Gets Natong 2K, gonna be healed from his wounds by the regrout of the Georgie. As they stroll into middle, taking control. Look at Walorio readies up the Rolling Thunder. It just throws away a lot of player rampantly into the side, and they just get it for free. They lay their hands onto A side once more. As Savi just wreaks havoc with the triple kill he secures. And Suka with a single Bucky. What is he going to do? What are you gonna do, my friend? Show us some magic, please. No, of course not. Laban Pinas, the Filipinos, gets the 11th.
Man, this tempo of the game is just so fast. We already had 17 round, but I don't really feel it. It's like a 17 round because the tempo is just so fast, and because of Vietnam is forcing on the previous round. Now they have to take a Nico, I guess. Oh no, Filipino is up in the air. They have the, heads in the cloud.
Yeah.
And even crazy guy did something crazy, but not for good. It's crazy in a negative way. And no finesse get caught because the flash is just too perfect. Look at them go. But Suka still so dangerous with the sheriff. Safi, he knows what he's doing. Look at the swing flash. Even the swing before the flash comes out. Far in the hole. What you gonna do? Oh! What's the promise? It's okay. Some Rosa ult that we're seeing. But not on 2K. All you need is 3K to save your country first. Walk Ariel down. Oh, Showstoppers out. Another Rosa ult. Bro, what is just happening? Not on 2K. Will he get the second one? 2K is real. All he needs is just 1K to save his country. But Marky with the From the Shadows bait. Playing out his mind.
Match point.
He's so damn smart with that ult. Who said that ult is bad?
Was able to reposition himself right, and this enables a window for him to outplay Natong 2K. But I think, like, coming into 2 years of Valorant, it just seems harder to hit the race ult. No, like, it just seems harder than it used to be. Like, back then it was so easy to just hit the showstopper, and now, like, everybody can just dodge it. And now look at a shrouded step done by Marky. Ooh, Vietnam is eager to check that angle, but Nexi spots out Crazy Guy. Just a whiff of the shot. Will not harm anyone. Bullets expanded, but no victims taken. as Savi again and again and again making his way to seaside that easily. It's just as easy as the back of his hand, but Viness gets the kill onto Savi. Savi gets the dink,
Spike planted.
but Viness is all good. 23 HP, look at the Rolling Thunder, they're just gonna fight this. They're gonna fight this
One
together, and
enemy
Vietnam
remaining.
swarm the site together. They're falling like flies in Philippines. It's up to Nexi to win this for Philippines. Caught in the fault line, he's just gonna die soon, of course. This is looking very hard for him, but Crazy Guy will put him to his sleep. Vietnam live to see another day. 12-7.
Oh well. Will Philippines claim the first place leaderboard, at least for now? Or will Vietnam fight back to get the first standing? They need a couple more rounds, at least 5, to get into the overtime. Will I cast another overtime?
I think this is gonna be another overtime, no? Anything can happen when you cast the games. Maybe we'll go like 22-20 today, Jamal, and we'll just like,
Or
you know.
maybe this could be, some 50-52, or yeah, we just breaking the world record or something like that,
It is possible because, like, Vietnam has been very reactive, right, towards taking control. And I do like a little detail that we had seen here is that Suka, he put down his lockdown near waterfall, which is an exposed place, right? And that just baits Philippines to just go out and destroy that lockdown, and that gives the opportunity for Dorf to just rolling thunder his way into countering the push coming from Philippines, and it just baits the whole Filipinos out, and they were able to get the kills for free. That was so smart by Vietnam, by Suka and Dorf playing together with the utilities and with the ultimate in hand. And now possibly the Filipinos, are they going to end this? Or will Vietnam breathe back and show signs of life still? A flash out, not much that will happen to Natong 2K as he has been very aggressive, taking space for Vietnam. Crazy Guy with the same exact position he has been tasked to hold. And now Savi pops out the boom bot. Slow orb as a response. Even Dorf readies up his fault line. No casualties yet. Savi just making sure that nobody is there. A smoke out to push Vietnam away, or to push Philippines away rather, from the site. They're gonna walk this slowly, and not much of a contact happening. A main is going to be scouted out.
The Rolling Thunder combo for the side.
Yeah, it is. It could be possible, but it looks very hard for them, and they do walk in forward. Savi will lead and charge the attack against once more, but look at the Rolling Thunder with the Seekers out. Crazy Guy gets a kill towards Wall. Oreo snatches it from the clutches of Philippines, but Savi is able to wrap around the smoke. He's gonna wait for his time, but fault line connects and he is stunned. But luckily, he survives to live another day. 4 against 4 now. Asuka makes his way to drop. Nobody has heard any single sound. It's like a needle in a haystack. 2 kills for Vietnam. Even the third one connects. Dorf makes his way from behind, and Nexi is able to get one more kill, but it's 1v3. It's looking very hard for him unless he does something magical here. No moment of magic because the magicians are shut down by Vietnam. And Vietnam breathes life back to this game.
And Vietnam live to another day. I think there's some mistakes. Georgie holding the flash after he heard the drop down.
One enemy remaining.
But he not weapon ready. He's not holding the weapon. There's some huge blunder. Because when you already release drop, the side is not yours anymore. Philippines, they still buy at least a couple of rifles. Mixed buys there. Natong trying to dodge the trailblazer, but the flash, Natong, he needs some help. But Natong is the one who swings out and gets the kill onto Marquis. This man, ball of steel, but the trade even gets another one. Nato asks for another help, but the flash is there. The resurrection, but the flash, counter flash. Everything is going on so quickly, but Crazy Guy will be coming out victorious, the last survivor of the day, alongside Suka, who doesn't know anything, but the round is already over.
There's no way, right? There's no way.
Can I get a job?
There's no way this is gonna be overtime because
Everybody is blinded.
I mean, it's still possible. Vietnam just need 3 more rounds to confirm it. But look, the nasty shot from Nakong 2K.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Philippines fighting their way as the Vietnam Sable to hold their defense, their fortress, unscathed. Now Philippines. Backs against the wall. The pressure is on for them now to close this game because Vietnam is just mounting up the momentum for themselves. As they will take a slower approach. No sound cue whatsoever. As they walk slowly. As Georgie prepares his flash. As the first information, Trailblazer, rather, as he switches up. And the Trailblazer will help the Filipinos to just rush in towards Mount, locked down by Nexi. This will be the most important tool to win this, but look at Vietnam, they want to fight this, they want to contest this angle, but Nexi secures 2 kills for Philippines. And the push is cancelled. The lockdown will perfectly flow out into the side. Even Suka gets He's just gonna nice this aftershock. Goodbye! Everything is falling apart for Vietnam as Crazy Guy. Crazy no more. As Georgie puts an end to him. And now Philippines go 3-0 in the 32nd SEA Games. They look very strong. They look like a medal contender right now. They could win the whole thing. They look like a very strong team.
That's how you close the match. And now Philippines reaching the top of the standings. And Vietnam will move to the 2nd place. Philippines, as you said, one of the strongest gold medalist contender.
Yeah.
With this kind of performance, the aim, the communication is feels so good, each one of them, because the utility usage and the follow-up of the utility is always on point from Philippines. Look at the smile.
Yeah.
This squad is dangerous.
This squad is dangerous. Like, they are indeed playing very well. It's like they've just pocketed Vietnam out of their own hands, and I feel like the way they played the game was like, it was so good. Like the way they countered Vietnam push, like that last push we've seen on how Vietnam was so desperate. Like desperate time calls for desperate measures. They wanted to push out the lockdown and just destroy it, but they couldn't, right? Because the Filipinos were just ready and eager to just push to wait out the pushes coming. The defense that they have is so amazingly good, and this is the Filipino team that everybody has been waiting for, right? This is the team that everybody wanted to see, and they have come to Cambodia, they have come to SEA Games, and they have shown what they're capable of. This Oasis roster as well, right? Now they stand hand in hand, forgetting the Oasis logo for a while and just fighting for their own country, and this is what you get. 7 or even 5 players that is always hungry to win. Young players, you could say, right? And they just steamroll throughout the competition.
Yep.
This is still too early to say, right? Because this is still the group stage. We haven't even gone to playoffs yet. But from the looks of it, I'm seeing positive things in this Filipino squad.
Yeah, at least Philippines, I think they already secured of the
Playoffs.
the top 4. At least we don't really say much about the medal or the semi-final, grand final, but at least Philippines just proved the haters wrong. I think they already secured because 3-0 with the huge around difference gap. I think they already in a safe zone right now.
Yeah, I feel like the Filipinos has made a statement that they are a team to be scared of. They are a force to be reckoned with. And now Philippines 13, Vietnam 9, and the scoreboard that we see, the statistics in which Savi becomes the MVP. Like I said, he was playing Breach, supporting his teammates, and now he's just, casually getting kills, entering the site easily as a raise, getting 304 ACS, 1.64 KD ratio. But of course, in the side of Vietnam, a crazy guy, luckily enough, was shut down fully by Philippines. Like, he wasn't given that much of a chance to play, right? And the Filipinos, they run away with their third win of today in the group stage as well. They're looking very strong and very solid, and I think they are going to be the team to beat in this event.
Yeah, everyone maybe look up to Philippines right now in this event.
Yeah.
And yeah, we still have a couple matches to go.
Yeah.
After this, we still have Singapore versus Cambodia, and next, one of the most important match is Indonesia versus Malaysia, because both are 0-2.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're heading that after the Singapore versus Cambodia, but we need to prepare that for the player to set up the gear. So we will go back after the break, shortly break. So stay tuned in 30 seconds. SEA Games Cambodia Valorant. Welcome back, everybody, to 30 Seconds SEA Games Cambodia Valorant. Still with me, Journalism Cast, and Realize as my partner for today. We're heading into the 8th match of the day between Singapore and Cambodia. Both are 1-1. I mean, 1 win and 1 lose in their 2 first matches. So the winner will be get the safer place on the standing. How do you think about this match, Vice?
I think this match, it is mostly favored towards Singapore. Cambodia got their true test against Vietnam, and they kind of, shook it off. They were kind of shaky in that Pearl match that we saw. They lost 13-4, if I'm not mistaken, at 13-4, and they were handed a pretty marginal defeat. So I feel like they have to fight everything they have. They have to give all they have, trying to fight against Singapore, because Singapore did lose towards Vietnam, but Singapore lost while pushing Vietnam towards the limit. Right, they pushed it to overtime. They were also down like 2-5, 2-6, and they just made it back in the game. So I feel like it's still an open ending for both of the teams, but I still kind of heavily favor. I won't not heavily favor, but it's still like 50-40 towards like 60-40 towards Singapore maybe, because we saw Vera playing out of his mind against Indonesia. He was just running around, running in circles against Indonesia, and he just gave Indonesia a playstyle that was highly regarded as like just full on rush, and a playstyle that was just hard to keep up. And I'm interested to see how Cambodia can keep up with Vera and the other members of Singapore.
Yeah, I casted 2 Singapore games already today, and both games went to the overtime. I don't know what to say if this game will be an overtime too, because Singapore sometimes they're playing like a god in one round and they just throw away in another round. It was so confusing to see, but I guess from the momentum for the previous match against Indonesia, they have some good mentality heading towards this match. So yeah, as you said, this matchup is slightly in the favor of Singapore, because the last match of Cambodia is they getting stomped by Vietnam pretty hard. I mean, it's 13-4 or 13-5. It's 13-4 on Pearl. So yeah, we're gonna see who's gonna get the safer place on the standing, because someone's gonna be 2-1 and someone's gonna be 1 or 2 on the standings.
True, but Cambodia also, I think, is not without an advantage. They showcased, I think, pretty good Valorant. And that game against Malaysia, I feel like Sweetie JC has always been the focal point of that Cambodia squad. But of course, we could also talk about other players like Lucid, who has also been phenomenal, right? In a few rounds, a very strong clutcher as well. But for the side of Singapore, I feel like they need Cambodia need to stop Vera, because Vera was just off the leash, playing Neon on Pearl, just running around, getting the kills, playing aggressively, and they just stomped throughout Indonesia. Not really stomped, but like they did make Indonesia play uncomfortable. Like Indonesia was just confused as to why Singapore was able to just catch them off guard again and again. But also Divine, who has been a strong, solid core of the team, playing the smokes, Frey as well. Like Singapore so far has shown their potential in this SEA Games, and I feel like Cambodia is going to be another high wall for them to take down, because like you said, they are of course aiming for the 2-1 record so far, just to ensure their safety in the group stage. Of course, playoffs will be the main point and the main focus of these teams heading into SEA Games.
Yeah, and if Cambodia have Tony Kim and Sweetie JC, on the side of Singapore they have Divine, who was the savior of Singapore against Indonesia back then. Divine is I think one of the most important role in Singapore. So yeah, if Divine performs well, I think Singapore is on a good sign. They will win the map easily, I guess. So yeah, Cambodia, they have a moral job than to do instead of Singapore, because Singapore really had a good fight in their first 2 match. Meanwhile, Cambodia, they get stomped. So based on paper, I think it's around 70-30 for Singapore.
Yeah, I feel like this is also going to be unique because this is the first time Cambodia has encountered Singapore. If we
Yeah.
see, for example, the previous matchup, Cambodia against Vietnam, they have previously met each other in CAEC, one of the warm-up tournaments before the 32nd SEA Games, and they still lost towards Vietnam, right? But now Cambodia, of course, is a new, fresh squad. They are, preparing themselves to be able to fight their way back towards the group stage. But now we will see the lineup of these players: Lucid, Patu, Sweetie JC, Tony Kim, and Lurker. And of course, we also have to talk about Lurker, who has been lurking for most of the part. But the lurk that he has done is just phenomenal. He has been able to get the kills, capitalizing on positioning that is often unorthodox, but he is able to get the kills from behind. And Singapore, I feel like, have to be able to be cautious towards the movement of Lurker, right? But now Singapore, we have Divine, Frey, Styron, Neff, and Vera, who has been very, very strong at the duelist side. And Vera has just been proving himself as one of the strongest duelists that we have in this event.
Yeah, Singapore with slight advantage for them, and the performance from 5 of them is pretty well previously. So Cambodia, they had to prepare for Singapore. They have to careful of the Vera movement and etc. And Split, is this a new map today?
Yeah,
I
feel
think
like
so.
Yeah, Split hasn't been played that much, right? Or hasn't even been played at all in the group stage.
This is the first
Yeah.
Split, right?
This is the first time we are going to see Split, and that is going to be picked by Cambodia throughout the map veto, which means Singapore will start defense. I love this choice by Singapore to take defense as first, because Split is still one of the most defender-sided maps that we have in Valorant, and I feel like they're just going to capitalize a lot more on the defense, and I feel like they would also opt into agents that are heavy utility that could stop the pushes coming from Cambodia. Maybe agents like Cypher or Killjoy will be a must. Even Viper, Astra could also be a choice that they could opt into. But Cambodia themselves, they have Patu, who has been actively seeking advantages and entries with the raise that we saw, right? Because his raise also was enabled fully. In a few scenarios, he isn't like the typical race that would get all the kills, but he is the race that will ensure space, that will ensure entry for the site. And I feel like Singapore could also and have to also be cautious for that.
Yeah, Split is coming out for this match. And talking about agent composition, we have some variation to go into the Split. Me myself, I prefer the Sky as an initiator for Split, because sometimes if you're really good at Sky, some choke point, the fake flash is really effective, and you have the Trailblazer for this for the the spot like a Mel room or A main, B main, etc. So maybe I think Sky is one of the best initiator in this map.
Yeah,
but the controller setup or the Sentinel setup, you can play the Viper Astra or the pure Sentinel like Cypher or a Killjoy. Both are still viable. But here we go, the agent selection: Singapore, Omen, Cypher, Sky, Sage, and Vera. They still playing Sky in the hand of Nap. Then Cambodia with Sky, Erase, Viper Astra, and KO. So they have some different fundamentals in the agent composition.
Yeah, Cambodia throughout the maps we saw has been playing with double smokers, so mostly Viper and Astra. Still Sweetie JC and Tony Kim with their signature agents. Patu will still be given himself his raise, yet to make much of an explosive impact, but still he is giving that space for Cambodia. And well, for Singapore, they opt into a much more information-based and heavy defense agent composition. We see Frey always playing the Cypher, And also, like you said, one of the best initiators that you can have in Split is Sky. Maybe second would be Breach. But yeah, Sky would still be the most important initiator agent that we could have. And now we are going to start the pistol round, Jamal.
Ooh, the first pistol round between Singapore and Cambodia. This is the fight to define the third and fourth place at the standing at the day. Fast to settling out, but the shorty is there. The flash blinded both sides, and the trade is good for Cambodia. Frey still alive and try to play short of combat, but Sweetie JC already aware of that. Was low from the side of Cambodia, but that's fine because Lucid have the regrowth. You know, the value of the regrowth on the pistol round is just so huge. But Naps coming out from flank, gets one kill, maybe the second or the right click, but still not enough.
Weapon here.
2 versus 3. Divine. Maybe he can help Nap to get away from this, but the flash is just too good. But oh no, Nap still get a kill. It's 2 versus 2. They still have one smoke. But Nap is just so low. It's 4 HP left. Divine needs to do something, but no way. Sweetie JC still the deal. The first pistol goes to Cambodia.
Yep. Very good pistol round. Good choice by Patu to go directly into ramps or rafters. Yeah, ramps. I'm sorry. And Singapore, they did prepare at least 3 players to wait for that push, but they just failed to do so, and Lucid backing up Patu quite well. Vera unfortunately missed his shorty shots, so Cambodia is eligible for that first round. But now we are back into a technical pause. Of course, this is quite common for the pistol rounds to be seasoned with a few pauses. But look at this replay. It was actually a very good flash, but it kind of flashed Patu as well, right? That flash by the KO from Cambodia. So it was
slightly not stuck into the right corner.
Yeah, the right corner. But Patu as well maybe is also in a quite unfortunate position to anti-flash that, right? From Lurker, excuse me. That pop flash could have been better, or rather could have given Cambodia even a much more bigger, advantage, because they didn't have to lose Patu if that pop flash did connect, right? But that pop flash also blinded Vera, who just blindly shot his shorty. So it's a win-win situation for at the end of the day for Cambodia.
Oh, look at the buy system, the buy structure for Cambodia. 4 bulldogs and 1 phantom.
Ooh, 4 bulldogs.
This either so expensive or they will have a good third round or bonus round. Vera playing Sheriff close. The Sheriff angle is there, but Sweetie JC, this player is always consistent. But actually Cambodia is playing mid control first. So both smoker on the A main. Nap with the 1 tap.
Ooh.
Singapore make it expensive. But Frey did not expect Hanakim will come for backing up Sweetie JC. Will be the second layer for Cambodia. But still, I think 2 casualty for Cambodia is kind of expensive because they're blind rifles. And Patu, how that he will able to get into that position? Cambodia 3 versus 2, and Singapore in this kind of situation, all they can hoping is just extra kills.
Player standing.
Yeah, they could be wishing that they could get an exit frag, but suddenly Tony Kim gets Tyron, and Divine is the last man standing, looking for what he could chew or what he could scrape off, but nothing. As Tony Kim gets the triple kill, and the crowd is still there for them. Jamal, even this late at night, this evening, the crowd is still present to give their support towards Cambodia, and maybe they will once more get that crowd buff and could possibly upset Singapore, right? Because we saw them also defeat Malaysia. Could this be the same old script they would write on this group stage? Now Singapore have the chance to win this round with the guns that they have, full buy. a couple of light shields as well because of the minimalistic buy they did in the previous round. Cambodia will not falter. They have JC on the Sheriff, trying to minimize their spending on the credits because they do need it for the next round. Neff jump peeking, jump spotting. People in mid, nobody is there. Slow orb expanded as well as the smoke. Lavished towards mid. Even a second flash to try to spot anyone else. No, it doesn't really pop. Or it doesn't even give a sound cue. As the players of Cambodia played this very smart. Another wall by Neff already. But look at Vera!
Spike down mid.
He's able to get a kill towards Lucid as soon as the wall breaks. And now Lurker will retrieve the spike. But look at the delay that Singapore has in this mid. But however, Cambodia is able to make their way into vents. Tony Kim, will he spot out Frey? Waiting in ramps. He sees the chamber of the gun. He gets a kill, but whiffs the other two. And he is forced to retreat towards ramp, or A main rather. But now the neural theft will reveal the positions of Cambodia. Lurker even thinks that he is the Patu is his enemy. But Lurker is able to at least pull one back. Triple kill for Frey. Styron is unnoticed. And the first round for Singapore. And a little bit of miscommunication by Lurker. He was startled by the appearance of Patu from behind. He thought that it was his enemy, but
30
it
seconds
is not.
I don't know what's going on there. But Lurker flick the spray towards Patu.
10
His
seconds left.
teammates got sprayed down. But yeah, that's I was expecting more of that around for Cambodia, but yeah, that is all they can get. 1-2 now. Nap using the judge on his hand. The Cambodia will be playing the mid control first. Maybe this is the best way to, you know, destroy the trap first, baiting some utilities to come because they have two controller. So they will not worrying about the I don't have any smokes anymore because they have two controller. And they will slowly controlling Heaven B. Meanwhile, the spike is walking slow towards the B main. Oh, Patu will get the second kill after he draw the first blood. The entry is good from Cambodia. Singapore had to do the retake, and especially Nap is using the judge. I think he need to change the weapon first. Farah will be go from the alley. Nap already got the Phantom. But oh, he spotted someone on the backside. So many angles to check. And Lurker. I don't think Lurker. Oh,
what?
The flick from Farah. He's still in the safe position. One backside and one still unknown. He swings out together. Patu and Tony Kim. Even Patu still alive in the backside. Cambodia tries to make some gap even wider.
Yeah, I think Cambodia has been able to actually push out the choke points pretty well because Singapore don't really have the incentives to hold them back. Only the delays that they can handle, they could depend on inside. So Cambodia has been pressuring Singapore constantly. And now Tony Kim does have that Cosmic Divide Neff to even out the odds with the Resurrection, but Singapore is on a low budget buy. Oh, and as suddenly as I say that they don't have the pressure, they do stack mid with 3 players. Nebula is opened. Even the second one towards the left side only dissipates it. And now Lurker is trying to find Vera. He's stuck in a hard and rock place. And Lurker gets him. Vera is unable to escape. Even Patu gets Frey. Stumbling in the back. Lurker timing. It's not gonna be favored to anyone because Neff just makes his way out. No, he does not. Lurker catches him and Lurker just flashes away. He doesn't even care for his teammate. He's gonna get more. No, he does not. Styron catches him away. It's Styron. 28 HP and Lucid. To make his way towards A. Plants the spike. Tony Kim trying to hold his ground. Patu even still in mid. He sees Divine. The Trailblazer is out, trying to catch him behind. But Tony Kim and Patu will be the players that will try to handle the two last remaining Singaporeans. And they do that at the extent of Patu's life.
All the utility from Cambodia is just on point.
Yeah.
How they control mid, and they clear every angle with the utility. The combo, the snake bite fragment combo, and the nade into the fan. Every single utility is just so painful for Singapore. It's 1-4 now. Patu doing so much damage. And now, I think Singapore wants to contest this mid. Singapore wants to fight this. But the option is on Cambodia. Will they contest back? Will they counter it? Or will they just run away towards A or B main? Because they have both controller on the side of A main and B main, controlling the choke point. So the option is still on Cambodia. Look at Lurker. Try to make some good angle for flashing. Oh, the good Nebula. To stop the aggression. Even Patu have the showstopper. This is a good way to go. Fan is the good way to go. Because you know, you can see Sweetie JC still waiting on the A main. So Frey is left alone there. No command is out. There's no trap wire. But Styrion try to cut the movement. Where's the showstopper? I want to hear some showstopper to make some wave. But Nap try to hold it down. Frey with a nice hold. The time is ticking. Even the secrets comes out. Patu need to recover from this. Get flashed away. And Farah will claim the kill. Singapore read Cambodia so well. But the thing is, I don't see any showstopper from Cambodia.
Yeah.
If you use your... You have so many ultimates.
There are a lot of ultimates ready. I mean, if Patu just, you know, gambled it out and actual back to elbow,
You don't need to gamble. You just use it and, you know, to zone them away.
Yeah, true. I think Showstopper is much more than just killing people, right? It could also zone out the players. But I don't know, maybe Patu just thought that it wasn't ideal. So Singapore run away with the second. But still, they have to chase for more, as Cambodia is still in the lead. Neff, ooh, he gets tagged. Half HP, forced back. And he uses the heal. But Styron is also going to maximize the regrowth to put him back to 100 HP. The wall conveniently broken by Cambodia. As they do have 4 ultimates, Jamal. They have 4 ultimate Seekers, a Showstopper, Viper Spit, and Cosmic Divide. 2 to take the side and 2 per post plant. This is going to be very ideal, but Tony Kim, he's playing above the boxes, and Styron is readying his flash. Will we see Tony Kim win this? Or rather, Styron that will be the one who will flash out and peek. But look at Tony Kim is still alive. Styron doesn't even move. He's like a goddamn statue. And Divine gets 2 kills, but Tony Kim is the one winning the battle. Up in Garage, 2 kills even. Lurker comes flying from heaven, and Neff can't do anything with the charge. Kratos gets 1 kill, and Sweetie JC will clean up the round. Cambodia, 2-pronged attack, and the Garage was single-handedly won by Tony Kim.
Tony Kim, the key of the victory for Cambodia.
Should I play some stars in this reality?
Controlling so much space. Winning every single battle that he had into. Singapore, they need to deal with this both controller who played so well today. And look at Lucid, even though he's only killed 1, but the flash is so impactful. And now Cambodia, they're looking so confident to take this mid. There's no sound cue from Singapore, so this signal should make Cambodia too aware on another space of the map, because Singapore is pushing toward base and sewer. Somebody need to aware from them. Tony Kim's the one who's holding the B main push. But Vera, this showstopper went boom! Showstopper kill on the
Spike
third!
down mid.
Vera! The triple kill!
Last 20 remaining.
And even Frey, the sure push is so well done. Singapore pinch Cambodia would like to stay so long in mid.
It's a good thing, alright?
Nobody watching sure.
They do eventually.
That's the huge mistakes from Cambodia.
That very good showstopper. Split second decision by Vera. He knows that maybe in terms of arsenal, in terms of weaponry, he does not really win that fight. But he knows he has a showstopper, so why not just utilize it? And he did get 2 kills in an instant, even third one. And the backup from the other Singapore players has also been very good. So it helps Vera to try to take space and follow up. And now Cambodia is the ones who are forced into economic despair, in which they only have a couple of pistols, the 2 guns on the players, which is Sweetie JC and Lurker. And now they're making their way into the side. Lucid gets pain shelled to death. As well as Divine with the kills. They just dropping blood, and in an instant, they are wiped away from the site. Singapore clean house easily in round 8.
Ooh, what a round.
That's a very good slow orb. Good slow orb, good pain shell, right? Look at the delay
Yeah,
they
the combo.
had. Yeah, they did have the combo on point.
Classic combo.
Yeah.
Back then when everybody using stage in this map, you know, the wall to the cross to the side, the wall for the crossing to the side. After wall, everybody just counter it with 1 slow orb and 1 nade and done.
Blinded.
So maybe that's one of the main reason that wall is not used anymore. Even the sage is not really, the pick rate is not high anymore.
There.
Farah, he's playing well, but now, look at him. He's anchoring the A side. They have 3 people on the side, that Farah gets 2. The threat is there, but so low. Sweetie JC can't do anything again. Because Singapore keeps coming layer after layer. It's taking 3 people to guarding the side. And it's all onto Tony Kim. I don't know which way that Tony Kim can win this clutch. Especially with the slow orb and Frey repositioning. The spike is dropped in the worst position of Flash. Oh my god, Tony Kim. What will you gonna do? Frey is watching cross. Woo! Water run again from Singapore. They read the Cambodian wants to go to the A side, so they stack and they take the gamble and they absolutely hit it.
Yep. Did their best, of course, but still, Cambodia now chased back 5-5, and Cambodia with a timeout. They need to be able to think of a way to try to break this defense, because slowly but surely Singapore has been able to bring up the fortress. And if we see the ultimate, they have still the Cosmic Divide and the Viper's Pit, and to trying to maximize their post plant maybe, but this is just blind attack by Cambodia. They just push out, try to clean the site, and almost ensures them the kill, the round that Frey is able to shut them down in the end. So now Frey is able to get the final kill. Cambodia will take this time out to think what they could do, of what they could really maximize. And surely Cambodia
It's looking spicy for both.
yeah, they're still with their maximum potential, right?
You have to remember that Cambodia get 5 rounds on the attacker side. That's a huge point that they get 5. So I think they already done enough, and they are in eco round now. So okay, nice wall. I remember this called some NXL wall. But Vera already draw the first blood. The second
Oh,
satchel.
he doesn't see it.
Will he check the corner? Vera is aware of that. Tony Kim, goodbye. Woo. Another good kill from Vera. And look at the fray. This is the way that Cambodia is pinched
Blinded.
from the previous round. Frey is just walking all the ways. Guys, base is clear. I don't know, Sewer might be Sewer, but the spike is dropped on top of the tire. Farah draw the third kill. How does Cambodia recover from this? There's no way. Patu left alive, alone. Only with his frenzy. And that angle is not for frenzy.
No, it's not.
It's 6-5.
Last round before the switch.
It's a little bit sad for Cambodia. And if you notice right here, Vera gets the kill, right? Spikes are off. He pops out his showstopper. Tony Kim walks to the showstopper.
Yeah.
Because Vera actually did not notice that Tony Kim was there, right? He wasn't really aware. But Tony Kim just decides to give his life up for Vera with the showstopper. So yeah.
Tony Kim
Flawless
said
round.
like, I'm just gonna die anyway. So yeah.
My time has come.
My time has come.
And indeed, his time did come for him. But now, on the precipice of a second half, Singapore is able to still hold the line by Neff. That's an interesting wall. I mean, there's a gap. Oh, he can maximize this. But the smoke from the Vine will deny that. So maybe a little bit miscommunication, because I feel like Neff could have got maybe one free pick with that angle that would probably not would left unnoticed. You know, Sweetie JC holding Sewers. He's expecting a single flank, but Vera with the timing, he chases back towards A main. He's able to occupy A main. This is very important for him, as now they will swap places. Neff will play farther back, and the operator is given back to Frey. He switches to the Phantom, and Heaven is going to be the destination of attack, in which a spray down contest has been taken down. Neff sprays them all down, gets 3 kills, and shatters the glass. Shatters the whole entire Cambodian squad. Frey, that's the kill towards Tony Kim. Neural Theft as well.
30 seconds left.
Expended. And Suri JC as the last man standing will be spotted out. Of course, Freytil just needs to wait, but he misses his shot. And the paint shell will take down Suri JC. Singapore come back with 7, and they take the lead now.
Switching sides.
And they needed that, because they will switch into the attacker side.
Okay, Cambodia. I guess 5 is it's kind of fine to play in a split, but
Spike down. B.
with this kind of aim, with this kind of individual performance that Singapore had,
Enemy remaining.
you can about to worry for this, especially Farah. This man is stomping on Indonesia previous match. So Cambodia, you should be worried about this Farah on the attacker side. They're looking to play some default first, I think. But Cambodia, they have Viper on it. They have Viper to control mid. So Singapore had a lot to do, because Cambodia have you know, some delay power from the Viper Astra and even the Nate and Fragment. But this is a pistol round, so it's all back to aim. There's not much utility that you can use. And look at Tony Kim, he just jiggling out. And he spotted somebody's there. Frey is spotted out. The smoke onto mid van. They're gonna go to the B heaven. Is there any delay? There's Nate, but he pushes to the stairs. Farah jumping into the side. The side is clear, but not yet clear enough, because there's still Tony Kim. The trade is there from Divine. Not ready yet. Really good trade for the mid. Turn gets 1 kill. Even though he's traded out, but still the job has been done to delay as much as possible. Cambodia, hey, don't block me, Said Nap. 2 versus 3. Where's the trade? There you go. Sweetie JC left alone with only frenzy on his hand, but the crossfire is just so good. Singapore Widening the gap.
Surrounded by
It's 3
Villa
rounds
Familia.
gap.
We won't lose.
Oh, whew. Interesting. In which Singapore finally come away with another pistol round. So now Singapore will, of course, have the upper hand in the gun rounds with 4 Spectres and a Bulldog in the hands of Divine. Cambodia only has pistols, and they are looking to reaggress towards mid. Tony Kim just jump spots. I don't think he knows that Frey is up close and personal, but he will jiggle. He will go into astral mode. Oh my goodness, he's just gonna spot him out. He still gets away from it. And Frey, I think he knows that Tony Kim has the shorty. He does, and he just goes away from the site. Doesn't really want to force it. So now he just traverses away. Jump spot. Not even going to reveal any information as Tyron. Look at how respectful Singapore is playing this round. They know that the economy of Cambodia is not the best, so they're trying to play with shorties. But look at Vera already swinging in, flying into the site. But look at that kill from Lucid. I don't know where he got that. But not for long. He gets through with the frenzy. That's more than enough for Cambodia. And now Singapore, oblivious of what just happened. Meanwhile, Frey making his way to heaven. Tony Kim can't do anything about that. He just leaves himself, submits himself to Frey. And now Vera will be looking for the last guy, which is Lurker, which will be spotted out and killed by Frey. 9-5 Singapore. Round that looked very close, but Singapore finally is able to get the 9th round.
I don't know. Its split is not really defenders headed anymore
Enemy remaining.
because Singapore played really well at attacker, especially Farah. This man is reckless. He just jumped into the side like, you know, he doesn't even care if he dies. And now Cambodia needs to control this with. Oh, look at Farah! Just jump in front of you right away, right in front of your face. I know that Divine might be flashing to Mailroom or Heaven, but Farah, you just shock on me. Okay, now Singapore, they have a minimize in the terms of arsenal, so they might be wise to play the close gap combat.
Spike
With
down.
Lurker, he deals some blow to the nap. And Frey making some space
Run
to
and
the A
gun.
side. His pinch. Somebody will be coming from the A main, and it will be Sweetie JC, but the Styron is trying to trade. Gets the Phantom. He needs to reload first. It's 1 versus 3. It's not possible. It's not impossible, but still a lot of work to do
Spike planted.
from Styron. He have no flash anymore. Styron gets the first. Oh, he have the sneaker. Styron wants to clutch this so bad. You know, the first one is the Heaven. Why he's swinging wide like that?
That's interesting because I think he opened the Seekers, right?
He knows both of the players are because the Seekers.
Yeah.
But why is he swinging wide like that?
I feel like if he just stayed back and probably just hold side, maybe playing for individual 1v1s, I think he could have won that, right? But again, it looked very hard for them. So what he wanted to do was probably just catch Sweetie JC off guard with the Seekers that was coming in. But of course, when you have someone up in heaven and someone in sight, that's a very hard crosshair spray to do, right? And that just messes up Styron's crosshair. So now they are without the Seekers.
Blinded.
Well, Lucid will be the one that have that advantage. Ooh, Judge in hand. Patu will be forced behind Vera as well, caught in the midst of the utilities. 65 HP will be healed. Patu is 1 HP. He's running for a heal. And he is indeed healed by Lucid. Trailblazer looking for information, but doesn't really find anyone. And now Vera making his way up top. Back to ramps. Boombot in hand, no satchels left. Patu at his left. Will he notice? He does not. And the judge just crushes his skull. But Frey on the other hand.
I know exactly.
Lurker, and there you go. Neural Theft activated. But I don't think it will still be an ideal position because it looks very hard for them to win back the side. Cambodia is everywhere. Now lose it will be tested. Styron!
Spike down
Timing
A.
is not in his hand, but Nev is able to retract on what would be a 2v3. Lucid still with the Trailblazer, just
seconds
playing
left.
with his food. The spike is dropped in the middle of the site. It looks very hard because the crossfire has been created. And now look at Frey just waiting for Lucid to peek. It's a 2v2
one enemy
situation.
remaining.
Look at Tony
Spike
Kim
down
gets the kill
A.
towards Frey. And now it's a 1v2. Nev could still win this, but it
one
looks
enemy
very hard.
remaining.
Headshot
10
connects,
seconds
and
left.
he looks for the timing. He wins it anyways.
Protocol acknowledges
Triple
your
kill for
performance
Neff.
under duress.
It was close, but he was as cool as a cucumber. And Singapore confirm the first double digit.
Oh
down A.
man,
Down A.
what a roller coaster!
I have this
One
Seems
enemy
like
remaining.
they're running
10
out of
seconds
time.
left.
Seems like they're, helpless. But Snap, deny all the negative word from me. Singapore takes the double digit and force Cambodia to play eco in this round. They're taking orb without any contest. How? And now, Patu have the showstopper. Singapore, let them to take away the orb. They were close, but they were not ready. And this showstopper from Patu, if Singapore lose because of this, that orb taken is so valuable. Tony Kim using a Bucky in his hand, and I don't think Farah will walk. At least he will use the satchel. Sap, Frey. Oh, Frey spotted out, and easy kill. Tony Kim not even ready to shoot, and the B side is open up. Singapore might win this because Cambodia, their arsenal is not that good. They only have the handgun and Stinger in the hand of Lucid. Only Spatu showstopper that might be able to do something good. But let's see. Farah even staying close. Satchel in. Oh, he's reloading. Farah out of ammo. Okay, it's still fine. Singapore will just still fine with this. They will take it. And we already can imagine the 11th round for Singapore. Then yep, there you go. 11-6.
Wipe the prints from your guns. It's
Cambodia
just crime scene etiquette.
hate to wake up as soon as possible. They need to recover from this situation ASAP.
And their economy isn't looking as good even, right? You see, they are scraping every last bit of the penny they have in their pockets. But if you look at the Showstopper and Viper Spit, it is ready. So I feel like that could also be a tool for them to enter the site and potentially get a post plan, right? Because those are two important tools. But now look at Vera. He also wants to force the issue. He gets executed by Lucid, who just sprays blindly through the smoke. Vera, unlucky for him. And while Patu still covering himself, shrouding himself behind the smoke. Trailblazer misses. But I think Neff should know that there's at least one player there. Oh, an interesting wall that will cover vents. But look at Patu's driving away, flying like a pigeon. And Neff is able to trade one back, but it's just not enough because it's a 4v2 situation. Styron answers back. And the trade is there. Resurrection is ready and available if they want to make this a 3v3. Maybe just even out the score or even out the man advantages. And they do. They resurrect Divine. Back to life he comes. The Sweetie JC has the Viper Spit, but it's reluctant to pick it or use it. and he does see the Singaporeans in a main. Slow orb is put out there. Even the gravity well that is able to stop them pushing forward towards the side. Now Divine is the last man standing. He has to do all the heavy lifting. 1v3 situation. Oh, he's gonna TP out to B. This is suddenly winnable. This is more than winnable. But if he can do the timing right, I think he could just isolate the 1v1s here. The two players will come from spawn. Divine, the C1. He gets Lurker. Even the second one, Swedish AC. It's down to the grave he goes. Divine. Can he clutch the 61 HP?
Fake it,
he knows where Tony Kim is. He knows where he is. He wins it anyways, Divine. Divine intervention in round 17.
Match point.
As he puts Cambodia back in despair. He shows them that he is the player to be feared. Divine clutches it. 1v3. Smart move, smart play by the Singaporean.
One enemy remaining.
Phantom more than Vandal. And yeah, that's my MVP. Divine, once again, being the savior for Singapore. This man is absolute beast. Singapore one round away to secure this match. And the mid push. We're not really, often to see this, but JC is the first, not even the second. He's waiting for Lurker to get another kill. But Singapore might be aware of this. But they're not even go there. Oh, Lurker missed the shots. Because Frey is not looking behind, it's kind of hard to, deal the headshot. Patu with the judge. Will they check it properly? Will this judge do something? Patu not swinging. The flash is there, and the swing is good from Naf. Lurker coming out to trade. It's 3 vs 3. Lucas is out. Lucid even gets the wall bang through the smoke kill. And Lucid have still one flash away, but Lurker come to back his friends. 12-7.
Ooh. This is still showing
Kinda
signs
scary.
of life for Cambodia. Yeah, they have 3 ultimates. And if you see the economy of Singapore, they are currently a little bit struggling. So it is interesting to see how they would approach this. They are going to buy Jamal. So this could possibly be 12-9 if they lose this round for Singapore, right? Because they are forced to eco in the worst case scenario if they lose here. And Cambodia could just take off the momentum, right? And here they go. Flash towards mid. Sweetie JC fully blinded with the Guardian tapping away. Ooh, he gets dinked. 9 HP. Blood dripping on his body as Nev just sprays through the smoke, but Lurker wins it anyway. And Tony Kim gets a kill with the judge. The fragment is enough to delay the push towards heaven. 3v5. Boombot with the pain shell. Frey is not going to be able to push it towards side, but Nev answers back with a kill of his own. Jumping through heaven. Doesn't see anyone. Oh, they are exposing themselves one by one. Suddenly it's 3v3. Singapore have all the time they need, but the Seekers will try to hunt them down. Frey peeks out, gets caught off guard by Sweetie JC. Healed by
One enemy
none other than
remaining.
Lucid. But look at Tony Kim from
Spike
behind.
down mid.
He flanks, and Vera opens up the tabs. It's 1v2. He can run towards B, he can plant the spike. And Sweetie JC is also low. Regrowth is not available. This is going to
30
be
seconds left.
a winnable round
Spike
for Vera.
planted.
But he himself is injured. He himself escaped. The Trailblazer will check
enemy
every
remaining.
possible angle. He doesn't see Vera there. And triple kill is secured. Will he be able to get the clutch?
Are you kidding me?
Vera wins
Hackers
it.
win.
Steals it from the clutches of defeat. And Cambodia single-handedly taken down by Vera with that clutch. And Singapore come victorious. My god.
Man.
Two clutches.
Two clutches.
Separate clutches.
In the 2 last round. the match point secured and the map secured for the 13th round. Cambodia, there's something they were missing. They have something to do with that. They need to fix that. You can't get clutch every round like that.
Like
You just,
I think
you just let your enemy to clutch you and lose in that way.
Sweetie JC was too eager, I think, and there was no body system coming from Lurker, right? Lurker didn't even, or wasn't even ready to trade out Sweetie JC that died from that initial encounter with Avera. So yeah, Singapore once again the victors. They've done it. They are now in a much more relatively safe spot because they're not 2-1 if I'm not mistaken, and Cambodia 1-2. So yeah, that was one hell of a game. Cambodia still able to show their fight, still able to show their hunger for victory. But they do need to fix a few mistakes. One of those, which is a body system maybe, because the trade frags hasn't been going that well. If you see as well, the reason why Singapore did lose a lot of men in the early rounds of the last round was because they were individually peaking, right? And Cambodia was just handed a free kill here and there. Lurker got it through a smoke kill, and even a few other rounds that they won based on individual kills. So yeah, Singapore comes out victorious because of a clutch, right? They secured match point by a clutch. They also won the game by a clutch. So this is very much showcasing the individual clutching potential that these players do have.
Man, what a way to end the series. And
yeah,
that's the last game for Singapore, because Cambodia still have one map against Philippines today on the last map for today. And for the next match we have Indonesia versus Malaysia to define who will be the last rock bottom. But we have the MVP of this match, Vera will be coming out as the MVP. But still, for me personally, I will choose Divine to be the MVP.
Yeah, I think you're in love with Divine, no? In the previous game, you also
I'm kind of biased
Divine
with
to
him.
the MVP.
Just a
I
bias,
think
you know.
Divine was also playing very well as a smoker, right? But also you have to give props for Vera for being that hand cannon that Singapore has, and it has been very insane for him to just come out and get all the kills possible that he could have. And the entry so far, not only entry kills that he did get, but also space created, right? He did open up spaces. He was ready and willing to die first for the team, just to make space and make way for his team. So yeah, Singapore come up with an important victory.
Yeah, we have 2 more matches for today, and in Indonesia it's already past 10. So it's we have to go after midnight maybe, because we still 2 more hot matches to go, especially Indonesia versus Malaysia.
Yes.
I have the one who lose on that match, I don't really think they can go through the group stage anymore, So that match is that important. You don't really want to miss it, guys. So make sure you'll stay tuned. We only have 2 match left for today, and we have to prepare for the next match. So we'll have a break. Don't go anywhere. To stay in 30-second SEA Games at Cambodia Valorant.
Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Okay. Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
guys, welcome back to 30-second SEA Games of Valorant, and now we are going for our next match for today. And as you guys can see that we have a long day for today for day number 1, but it's not done yet. We are going for the Indonesian versus Malaysian matches for just now.
This is going to be a classic. I think we could also say El Clasico, but I mean, in traditional sports, of course, right? There's always going to be that high tense match. But this is also as important for both teams because they are currently 0-2 each and every one of them. Both Malaysia and Indonesia are 0-2. They are dying and desperate for a single point so that they could avoid elimination. Because who loses in this, I think, would most probably be eliminated. So they would, I reckon, play with all of their force they have, all of the heart they have, and they have to give their all in trying to get that first point, right? Because I think Malaysia and Indonesia both have been shaky in this event. They have not been performing to their expectations. We see Indonesia, heavily favored, right? Before today, they have been the favorites to win, but then we see Philippines just steamrolling them, and then we saw them lose to Singapore on what would be a very long overtime, 19-17. And Indonesia has been a little bit stumbling, but I hope they could recover here. Meanwhile, for Malaysia, they have been trying their best. I feel like they lost surprisingly to Cambodia, and on the second game they also had to go out with a loss. So this will be interesting to see how these teams would play under pressure because they really need one win to progress to the playoffs.
Yeah, both of the teams did not have a good result from their previous match. Like realized, just explained just now, Indonesia and also Malaysia, it's their important match because all of the teams will be play 5 times, and once they lose 3 match, means it should be a GG games for them in this SEA Games series. So Indonesian and Malaysia, they have to at least they have to get out from their lose streak in the series. So we will see what can they do, and let's see if there's gonna be a changes again. And Asterix, there you go.
He's enjoying himself there, and this is what I think most of the Indonesians wanted to see: the 2 experienced players playing together, right? Because they are undoubtedly the brain of this Indonesian team. They are the ones that who is going to provide the calls, the creativity, and they are finally going to play together, excluding out Anti-Slasher away from the team, has to sit on the substitution bench. But now Malaysia still with the same lineup: Jeet, Kyle, Sabe, Frosties, and Zeke. They have shown signs of positivity, especially Zeke, who has been able to get the wins and the duels. So I feel like at this point of the day and at this point of the stage, it is a battle of mental fortitude, a battle of fatigue, stamina, and how they really want to approach today's match. Especially this is going to be our 9th match, and we are also closing to our 10th match. So it has been a long day for the players, right? And it is interesting to see how they could fare against the fatigue that they have currently in the venue.
Yeah, if you talk about the stamina or the mentality from both of the teams, surely they have to work it out, right? Because they are professional player, they represent their country, and we are going for the Lotus map for this series. Pretty sure Malaysia, they don't wanna play in Fracture, they don't wanna play in Lotus as well. So yeah, maybe they will try for Lotus, which is Indonesia also have not play in this map because they play in Heaven, they play in Pearl, but we will see if Lotus could be a decider.
Interesting to see
for both of the teams.
Yeah, true. I mean, Malaysia also lost to Cambodia and Lotus, right? So maybe Indonesia would maximize that chance, but they are going to start as defender. And it's interesting to see because if we see the lineup, there's fully the core of Alter Ego, right? We see Delby, Eeyore, and Asterisk, and they are indeed the core of Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, really loves to play Lotus, right? So maybe they could, shift in some strategies that they have from their alter ego team, and probably just translate it into a good strategy that they could use in Indonesia, in this Indonesian team. But I'm expecting to see Delby still back on the duelist duty with Jet in his hand. I feel like that is still going to be the case for the Indonesians. And the Indonesians, I feel like the way they played so far, they haven't really shown any signs of chemistry. Like, they are so out of sync. In a few rounds, sure, they could do some individual step-ups here and there. They could connect with one or two players, but most of the times they aren't really working as a unit. So I'm expecting and I'm hoping that they could really rekindle that chemistry together as a single team, especially now Asterisk and Eeyore will be playing together, and the veterans of the team, right? They are the veterans of the team. They are the veterans of FPS. We know them since their old days back in different games. So now it is their responsibility to probably carry the younger players, right? Not as in carrying the game, but like carry them in a mental good state, carry them with the strategies that they're gonna implement in the game. But we are now in the Asian Select, and we see Delby with a Neon. This is interesting, but this is still one of his played agents here in Lotus.
Yeah, and it's interesting to know because Malaysia, they from their previous matches, they like to start in defense side, but now they are working for the attacker first. So it's interesting to know. Probably it's gonna be another strat coming from Malaysia, because we would like to see not only Indonesian but also the Malaysian. They have to prove to us that they are still have a chance, at least to get points in this SEA Games series.
Yeah, and this is still the same comp. This is still the same comp that Malaysia used against Cambodia. So I feel like there would be some sense of vulnerability, because Indonesia could just study this comp, right? Maybe in the short span of time, 5 hours, 4 hours, they could really kind of dig into how to counter this comp. And I feel like this is the perfect counter to it. We have Neon and Sky gonna be paired up together to try to push forward, play together, right? And possibly just wreak havoc towards the defense of Malaysia. But Malaysia will start as attacker, so Indonesia will wait for their chance to attack later on. But this is also a defensively strong composition. You have the Flash to seek out information, double smokers as well, Sayo in the Viper, Snake Bites, Poison Clouds, Eeyore with the Killjoy as well. You have stuns to retake the site. The lockdown as well, Viper Spit, just a lot of utilities that they could use. Meanwhile, for Malaysia, this is still an also viable attacking comp. They have the Raze to provide the explosiveness. You have also Gecko with the Trash, with the Dizzy, Wingman to enable that planting to happen. So yeah, interesting comp from both of the teams, but Malaysia still using the old comp that they used against Cambodia earlier today.
Yeah, if you talk about the agent comps that coming from both of the teams, Malaysia, they looking very strong for the defensive side because of the two sentinel that they have from Sage and also Cypher, right? We know that maybe they can even they can try to hold Indonesia push with this two agent that coming from Malaysia. We know that Sage with the wall and also the Cypher have the trap wire everywhere. So it will take some time for Indonesia to at least find the information, or maybe even destroy the utility that coming from these two sentinels. Meanwhile, Indonesia with the two controller, they can get the map control. They can try to play brilliantly, like trying to sneaky peeky, making some fake movement towards one side. After that, they can go for another rotation to another side.
Yeah, and I feel like the Cypher is also always a natural counters to fast agents like Neon, Jet.
Yeah.
This is a natural counter, right? Especially, I don't really think Indonesia has the utility to break the Cypher trap aside from maybe a Trailblazer, or just they'll be crashing into the site and getting caught into a trap wire. I mean, compared to like maybe if you have a Raze, you have a Pain Shell to destroy it, or maybe like a KO, but they don't really have that. So this is interesting to see how they will counter Zeke, because Zeke has been the vocal point as well of this team, right? He has been the focal point of Malaysia, providing them with the rounds that they need to have each round. But we are presented with a technical pause again. Do wait and be patient, guys, because we are also as excited as you are to see the game. But if you see the purchases, I think they'll be with a frenzy. We know mostly they'll be in his VCT days. He would usually just push out as Neon, playing
Yeah.
together with Gemma. These two are the core players of Alter Ego as well. They would always go hand in hand. Gemma would be the initiator in Lotus, like flash him out. They'll be just dash in, run away, slide in, get the kill. So I feel like an early aggression is something that will not be put out of the cards here from Indonesia.
Yeah, and I'm agree with you. Like the utility from Cypher actually can be destroyed only by the Trailblazer from Gamma, right?
Mhm.
So it makes Indonesia, like I said earlier, like I mentioned it earlier, they have to at least try to guess where's the Cypher, where's the position of the Cypher, and use the Trailblazer. If he can try to use it to just destroy the utility from Cyber, it will be a great guess coming from Indonesia. But if not, maybe it's just some information that Gema can get for his teammate. But yeah, we will be waiting for the technical pause, guys. So please be patient. Don't be mad. I know you guys are waiting for day number 1 or the group stage of half or all of the country to be played for today. But this is the offline event. This is the important event because all of the players, they are represent their country, so they want to give their best performance. So yeah, that's including from the gaming gear that they have.
Yeah, I feel like the players here, both Eor and Asterisk, hopefully will be the key point in trying to resurrect this Indonesian team that has been losing that fight. I haven't really seen that much of an energy or eagerness for them to really attack the sites, just playing with their strats that they have. So I hope that Eor and Asterisk could really rejuvenate these young players, because then again, we can't really blame them, right? They're still young. They're looking for experience. This is probably their first LAN
Yeah.
event ever, right? If we see Challenges Indonesia will also be having a LAN event, and they're not yet there. They're not there yet, right? This could probably be one of their first ever LAN events. And when you're playing offline, it is a much more different atmosphere compared to online, and they could be pressured. They could be shaky a little bit, because of course, again, this is an international event. They are representing their country. Of course, the burden and the pressure is pretty high for these players.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can't really blame them. So I hope that Eor and Asterisk, the appearance and the presence of these two seniors could just calm down the atmosphere a bit, just make it more less tense, more loose, more just more free flowing for them to approach the game. Meanwhile, for the Malaysians, these are all young bloods. They're hungry to get their first win. Same for Indonesia, right? These two teams need their first win. If they don't get the first win, their chances of going to playoffs is just it's slim. It's near impossible, I think. But yeah, we're still waiting for technical pause. Please do prepare some snacks and probably a sip of a coffee,
Yeah.
because it's getting a little bit late.
It's getting late.
Yeah, we apologize for the inconvenience. But yeah, again,
Yeah.
an offline event, of course, will be a lot of technical issues here and there.
Yeah, but I'm agree with you. I realized just now when you said now your is not alone, right? When we talk about Indonesia lineup or roster, they have a lot of like a substitution here can be played. Either it's gonna be Adrian King, or either it's gonna be Asterix, or either it's gonna be even Morea, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, even though Indonesia they lose to Singapore just now with like 6 overtime, 19 to 17, but at least the impact from Eor that comes into the lineup for Indonesia is quite huge. Now they have another veteran player, like you mentioned it earlier, which is Asterix. So like you said, this young blood such as Dalby, Gema, and also Sayo, they need someone to so they can be controlled. So it probably gonna be a job for Asterix and also Eor as a veteran player, as a senior, to teach them how to play disciplinedly. discipline after maybe they plan the spike or maybe for the retake situation.
Yeah. To see how they play without Maria. Maria is undoubtedly one of the best smokers that Indonesia currently have. But Asterisk is the veteran, so of course we will be curious to see as the technical pause is done doing the first game resumes. And here we go. First round, the 9th match of today, Indonesia versus Malaysia. Important match for these teams. Who will win and who will maximize their chances to go to the playoffs? And Kyle will be able to secure that orb as they march their way in towards Mound, only leaving Eeyore alone with his alarm bot. But look at Zeke, still trying to find any avenue that he can maximize. They're stacking B heavily, 3 players, readying the rolling door. They're gonna flash this out. Frosties, as a response, throws out the pain shell, but Asterisk is able to get Kyle. Frosties is down to half HP, but Subway is of course there to heal him, and he does go back to full health. Now they're gonna re-hit or change their route towards A side. It's only Sayo alone. What is he gonna do? Snakebite to the rolling door as well as A main. They're gonna wall that off. And now Satchel into the side. They're still not yet to spot Sayo. Look at Delby flying in. Gemma as well. The backup is perfect. And Indonesia secure their first pistol round in today's match.
Yeah, a good crossfire coming from Indonesia here. They got the entry, they got the opening frag as well from Asterix, but unfortunately, even though Gema didn't have that heal in the first pistol round, but at least they still get their first point for Indonesia and now Malaysia. If you talk about the Malaysia attacking side, actually it's not really a good record for Malaysia, so maybe Indonesia can get more points in the defender side, trying to maximize their potential here as a defender. Meanwhile, going for the round number 2, Zeke is one of the players that sometimes become a clutcher, but no need Zeke because Sabi got the first kill here by taking down Gema. Meanwhile, Sayo is still looking for information, and Sabi trying to open the door, trying to make some rotation going into the seaside, and Sayo trying so hard to defend this side before waiting for his teammate to make a rotation. But I think Malaysia, they are still waiting for another. Might be another flash that coming from Kyle, but that's really a good cyber catch. But what Jit is taking a risk by tipping up there, and meanwhile Sayo is still able to survive, and the right click from Sayo makes Sabi left by himself, and Delby will be able to get the next round for Indonesia.
Yeah, 2-0, good start as well because they know they have the arsenal advantage. They have the weapons that they need to win back the site. Now Malaysia do have the guns that they need to even out the gun round, but this is just pure bloodbath. And all they did was just mow down these players coming into the site. Thankfully, Indonesia is able to get another win. They are up in flames now. Look at Indonesia, the teleport by Jeed now towards Rubble. They have won the control of this. Indonesia isn't as contesting as much, right? They haven't really contested Rubble that much, so they're just playing back, just playing safe. This is pretty interesting because the guns that they have is going to force them to fight close range. So I think pushing would have been a good option, but now they opt into playing rather safer inside, and a Dizzy with a mosh pit towards the middle side of A, as Malaysia is able to come in. But look at Emma gets a kill. How did he get that?
What?
But 2 for 1. Malaysia still wins it. Sayo when his Sheriff connects Frosty's triple kill.
Spike planted.
He has something to say, and he shuts down 2 Indonesians. Dolby to his right is Frosty's. Does he see this? Doesn't, and Frosty's get the 4K. Malaysia back on the board. 1 round secured. 2-1 Indonesia. At least now they can buy their weapons, the weapons that they need to get to the next round.
Okay, looking good for Malaysia. At least they can keep up on their own, actually on their round, the round number 3. And now Indonesia, they're still able to buy with their good economy. In Malaysia, they are looking for the control in the air rubble, like Fai said earlier. Like Realize said it earlier. Indonesia, they want to play. They're just playing safely. They don't want to take a contest. They don't want to take any aggression. But on the other side, Zeke is looking for the double point kill, but unfortunately he didn't get it. Meanwhile, Sayo is trying to stop
Spike down,
Sabi.
attacker spawn.
And another threat comes in again from Kyle. Now 3-for-3 situation. And Kyle still half dizzy, trying to checking if there's someone. The trash going to the seaside and being destroyed by Delby. Meanwhile, there's a charge in coming from Frosty. And it's gonna be hard for Delby because Jit and also Frosty can do 2 members, and Showstopper trying to delay Eeyore, who became the last man standing. And that's a what? That's a really unfortunate Showstopper, I could say, because once Jit know the information, Jit got the information that Eeyore was in the city.
Swarm grenade out.
Unfortunately, Frosties cannot do the 360. You know.
Yeah, it's very hard to readjust his crosshair. Of course, this is a very important clutch by Eeyore. The Showstopper goes wide, and Eeyore, of course.
There's a timing, right, for the Showstopper.
Yeah, there is a timing, and like I said before with Jama as well, I've discussed this with him. I feel like now it is very hard to hit the Showstopper. I don't know why it just goes wide, right? And Frosties, I think, with the initial prediction that Eeyore would be there or someone would be in the waterfall, he missed with a chance. And now Malaysia back on an eco. Delby will push forward with the paranoia that he has been able to follow up. Meanwhile, Sayo still with his duty guarding A site. And from the past 4 rounds, we have seen Indonesia heavily investing players to defend B side, right? And it has been working wonders for them. However, Malaysia hasn't been going B that much. They have been poking C mount. They have been poking rubble. So this is an interesting decision coming from the Indonesians. But now Seekers will be activated. They will open the door as they march their way into the site. They know behind this is just that waiting for them. But Gemma gets the kill even with the whole HP. Gets the second one. Looks for the third. Gemma closes out all of the players from Malaysia. This Asterisk will get the final blow, but Gemma, low HP, bringing at least 3 players with him towards the afterlife.
What a nice class. Unfortunately, Gemma, he couldn't get the 4th. He almost got the quad kill, but it's okay because Indonesia finally they closed the round 4-1 for Indonesia, and now Malaysia, they want to play aggressive because they are relying on Frosties how to get the entry right going into the site. Once Frosties gets the site, it's easier for all of the players trying to follow him up. But if they lose Frosties, I think it's gonna be another problem for Malaysia. Now Indonesia, Sayo still in the same position, but Sabi got resurrection, and also Zeke has 1 year old to get the information. But now look at that, Sayo finally got 2 kills here. But meanwhile, Sabi will try to resurrect Kyle. Meanwhile, Zeke's position is already being spotted by Delby, and just opened the door very fast. And Malaysia, they are taking the spike to the same site. They are trying to play a bit sneaky peeky here, trying to cut some noise.
30 seconds left.
Just make sure that Indonesia will take the bite.
Yeah.
And they take the bait here. 2 players in the B side, but after the flash pops up
One enemy
from Gema,
remaining.
Eeyore and also Gema
You fought
secure 2 players, but
10
Sabi
seconds left.
with another threat. But unfortunately, Gema is still there to get the threat for Indonesia. 5-1. Looking solid for Indonesia. In the defensive side, at least Sayo can get 2 kills before he gets shattered down.
Yeah, like this is just pure heavy delay, right? All these coming from Indonesia. Simply just the nano swarm and the snake bite, which made
10
the
seconds
Malaysian
left.
players vulnerable. So the damage was just in time to get choked down by the Malaysians. And now timeout. Oof. I got scared there.
It happens so many times.
The Killjoy face just suddenly popping into my
Yeah.
screen. But yeah, Malaysia do need the timeout. They need to call it now because 5-1. It's pretty far for them to chase down, right? 4-round deficit with Indonesia possibly taking charge of the game because now they have been building their economy strongly. They don't really have much of a choice to approach the game for Malaysia. They just need to play fast. I think they need to play within their tempo to get the side and win it all. And as you can see, Delby does have the overdrive. Even Sayo possesses the Viper Spit. I feel like this is still possible for Indonesia to play aggressive. Maybe they use the overdrive to just push out. But I don't think that will be. Oh, that will be. I think they're readying them to bottom A. I mean, look at how Indonesia will push. They will push A main, and they have control of Rubble with Asterisk already TPing up towards on top of Rubble. Meanwhile, Malaysia will just tiptoe their way with minimal noise. With minimum noise towards B side. The alarm bot read is perfect by Eeyore. He will just put it down there to expect the push coming. Pain shells and satchels in, but the alarm bot next. And now Delby will be tested not long before he dies, but Gema helps him kill. Meanwhile, the Bucky by Gene is connecting 2 kills with the Bucky. 2 against 3. Ooh, timing.
Enemy
Almost
remaining.
gets in the hand of Sayo. He does die with Jade. Bucky supremacy leaves Asterisk alone. And is he gonna spot out Kyle? He does. He gets the head of Kyle. And he
Spike
runs for the hills. Towards Mount he goes with the rolling door as his safest option to go. Not the safest, but the fastest. But players of Malaysia are heavily isolated here, far away. And Jeet is just gonna guess where Asterisk is gone because the shrouded step really drawn a perception that maybe Asterisk is up there somewhere. And Jeet is confused. In front of him is Asterisk. It's just a waiting game, hide and seek. But Asterisk wins the duel. It's 1v1. Sabi just needs to wait for him, but it's not planted for him. He needs to find Asterisk inside. Sabi just needs to wait this out. He's gonna defuse this. Half defuse. There's no time. He's gonna stick it, and Sabi gets Asterisk. Thrifty round secured for Malaysia. How did Jeed get 3 kills with the Bucky? And if Asterisk just stick that defuse, I think he would have won that round because the spike wasn't really planted for Sabi. He needed to walk in, right? But then again, Jeed, moment of magic with 3 Bucky kills. This is just absolutely ridiculous.
One enemy remaining.
What this gun can do.
That's insane.
One enemy
Insane
remaining.
performance from Jit. And unfortunately, Asterisk cannot keep up with the time. And thrifty round from Malaysia. 5-2. And Malaysia trying to catch up with their gap. They'll be trying to stick closer to the wall, trying to play aggressive and with Zeke. Oh, there's a spy cam. Make Delby will run away. He won't fight by himself, but he's gonna wait for his teammate to come and giving help. When Seekers pops out from Gema, just make sure that all of the players from Malaysia are still waiting in the C mount. And a good Viper spit coming from Sayo. Meanwhile, Sabi trying to run away, trying to open the door, trying to move into the B side here. Meanwhile, we know how strong Gema trying to
30
hold him.
seconds left.
The B side by himself, the spy cam being destroyed. And there's a satchel coming from Frosty. But unfortunately, Gema cannot take him down. And Asterix and also Eeyore, at least we shut down 2 members from Malaysia. Tres comes out from Kyle, but unfortunately Jitney 2 stepping down a little bit here. Meanwhile, Delby got sick, but the threat comes from Kyle. Meanwhile, it's gonna be 2 for 1 situation. Kyle so looking for Asterix, but Sayo is there to cover him up. And 6-2, Malaysia still hang on their 2 points.
Yep. Hanging on for dear life. But Indonesia is able to run away with 6. And that has been a very good run for them. Malaysia just down in the dumps now. They need something to work out because Indonesia is just running away with the lead that they have. And now Indonesia will call timeout. I feel like this is just timeout to reassure that they don't do minimum mistakes, because there has been a few little mistakes, mini mistakes that they could really fix on. Like as simple as not checking a corner, just re-aggression. I feel like these things could be capitalized by Malaysia to just turn the things around for each round. So Indonesia does call this timeout to maybe also stop the momentum of Malaysia. Maybe they could think of what they would do coming for the next match, coming for the next round. But I feel like this tactical timeout would be to discuss a certain strategy that Indonesia wants to use. Maybe they would maximize the overdrive to get an early push, because again, this is Malaysia on an eco round, right? Maybe they could possibly just group up and push B main or push A main with the help of Gema's flash, and they'll be with the overdrive. But I feel like looking at the radar, they would spread out, playing in a default 3-1-2, 3-1-1 formation to just maximize the advantage that they have. But Delby now will be the one playing in C side. I feel like this is going to be an adjustment that they will make coming to the 9th round of today.
Yeah.
And now Gema with the flash is going to ready himself with Asterix as well. So Malaysia will just go towards A side, Timo.
Yeah. And Frosties. I think there's someone inside the A-link. And Asterix is able to punish Frosties. They play a little bit naughty there. But unfortunately, Malaysia now, they are in the bye eco round. Because they are keep losing their rounds after they won the thrifty round. And now round 9 is quite important for Malaysia because they need to close up the gap. Or it's gonna be harder for them to catch up in the second half. You're waiting for patiently. Meanwhile, Sayo will try to give him some information here. The toxic screen goes up, but I think C side will be the next target for Malaysia to goes in. A nano swarm to delay, and Delby with the spray through the smoke. At least he got Zeke. Meanwhile, Eeyore 24/7 is able to cover his teammate whenever they need it. Eeyore is there.
Hey,
and
hey,
Gema,
hey.
Oh.
I feel like the blood has been boiling here. It's quite hot in here, yeah. Yeah, a little bit of banter, of course, from the Indonesians. They'll try their best to just invest themselves into this round, and with the utilities that they have, I feel like they have always been putting Malaysia in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Trying to push out certain forcing themselves to make errors, and now slow orb by Sabe And while Sayo is spotted out, he's gonna get tagged into 80 HP. So does Eeyore with 87 on his health bar. As Malaysia walks by close. Towards A rubble they go. And they will try to break a turret, I feel like. Yeah, a turret that Eeyore has posted up upon in A side. Eeyore's gonna get healed by Gemma. So does Sayo, nearing the proximity of the regrowth. But look at the smoke by Asterisk to just block out the vision. For the players of Malaysia, this is a slow tempo approach that they have, but B side will be the destination, and now they have full access. They've seized this site for themselves, laying their hands upon it. But look at Sabe, he just tanks the damage of the snake bite. Meanwhile, Sayo still together with Gemma and also Asterisk. Asterisk gets a kill and a fire in the hole with a showstopper. It hits Gemma, but 2 quick kills. Response from Indonesia. Kyle and Zeke now left in a 2v3 scenario. Snakebite is close by. Overdrive will try to find out Zeke out players that might want to come close, but look at Zeke getting a kill towards Eeyore.
One enemy remaining.
Delby? What is HP?
HP! He's faced down! Thankfully, Sayo still is able to get the defuse. And the Indonesia confirm the 8th round. Kyle! It was set up for him. He wasn't spotted at all. But he still lost to Delby with the overdrive.
Yeah, Delby's trying to buy a lot of time with 1 HP. He knows that Sayo is taking up the defuse. So he needs to buy a lot of time. And he did it, even though at the end he got punished by Kyle. But at least Indonesia, they secure another round. Now 8-2. And it's okay, Sayo. I know you keep trying to stick that poison cloud on that top. It's not easy either. But suddenly, Asterix vanish, and 3 players from Malaysia as well. And now Sayo, look at that, really a beautiful poison
One
cloud.
enemy remaining.
But now Eeyore is looking for another kill. He's thirsty of blood. And Sabi is going to be the last hope for Malaysia, but that hope will be destroyed by Delby. 9-2 for
Last
Indonesia.
round in the half.
I just realized the impact for Eeyore and also Asterix to play together as this lineup for Indonesia. It's quite huge because maybe we can imagine there are like 2, in-game leader here, like trying to give a call out here. Meanwhile, Eeyore play as a sentinel, so Asterix can try to focus on the other side. So yeah, this is the result, 9-2. So far, so good for Indonesia.
Yeah, of course, they're aiming for the 10-2 finish towards the second half, right? But Malaysia still is able to get the third, I think. They have 4 ultimates that could really turn the tides around. And a Gecko ultimate, the trash, could be important to winning this round. But look at Indonesia. They don't want to give Malaysia any advantage. 4 kills, even 5. And Malaysia is simply erased from approaching seaside. They won't let them get any closer. 10-2. Indonesia just steamroll, and Malaysia is down so deep.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Looking
C.
so dominant for Indonesia in the first half. 10-2, and Malaysia, they seems lost. They seems don't know how to counter Indonesia in the first half as a defender, as an attacker. Now we are changing the side. Indonesia become the attacker. We will see if they will play aggressively. Especially we know that Delby movement can be countered by the trap fire by Zeke. But meanwhile, Sabi is trying to guard B side by himself. Okay, he has that wall, but he tried to running away from the paranoia that been set up by Asterix. Meanwhile, Sayo On the other hand, they taken down Zeke, the one that can counter the high gear that coming from Delby. But now Indonesia will go to the C side, the A side I mean. And 2-point kill for Indonesia. Meanwhile, 3 players need to do the retake, and it's not easy since maybe Kyle still have the DZ for the flash, but it's not gonna be enough because it doesn't catch anyone. Meanwhile, a nano swarm setup from Eeyore got ping, but meanwhile there's a cover coming from Delby. 2-point kills for Debbie, and Asterix close up the round for Indonesia. Looking so promising for Indonesia. Winning the pistol round 100%, maybe I can say 90%. They can secure their next round.
Yeah. Very important win as well. And this is still tough for Malaysia, of course, with 11 rounds that Indonesia has secured. It just looks like Malaysia is on the edge of not qualifying for playoffs. Looking very hard for them, and now Indonesia again with the quick push towards a rubble. Always an important choke point to win. Together, stronger they stand. And now a tap off the Bulldog towards the double boxes. Not going to take any chances. But Sabe is just gonna peek out the wall that is erected, and Eeyore trading bullets with Sabe. But no one has gone down yet. As Sabe heals himself, and Eeyore can just run towards Gemma as his first aid. Delby just trying to spot out the rolling door, taps it once more. Will walk in close. The flash doesn't really spot out anyone, but the second one will go for what they expect. Except Tripwire here, and it does not go unnoticed. Meanwhile, Indonesia fall one by one like flies, but Kyle successfully taken down by Asterisk, and the pain shell will come flying from the sky. Will it catch anyone? No, it won't. So it is far away from the spike. As Asterisk successfully plants it. And now it's a 2v2 situation. Jeet and Frost is only with the Sheriff and a Stinger in hand. And they're playing close in tree. The snake bite will just buy some time.
Nice
Look at
flash.
the blind. Nice flash. Frost is gonna satchel kill. But looking for the second one. He doesn't get it, and that's Asterisk. Confirms match point for Indonesia. 12-2.
Match point.
Looking like a different Indonesia today.
Did you see your jump just now?
Yeah, he was just jumping around with the gun.
Yeah, I was trying to make some distraction because he knows that it's a 1 versus 2, right? So he made some distraction, but unfortunately Jit only can get 1, and that's really a good satchel kill coming from Frosties. But yeah,
I like it.
sadly Malaysia, they cannot close at that round. And match point for Indonesia. Is it gonna be 13-2, or is it gonna be Malaysia still have a chance with their full buy now, even though not with the Vandal? At least the Bulldog and also the Spectre for the close around looking so good for Malaysia. But now there's still heal coming out from Gemma. Meanwhile, look at that, Indonesia, they're trapped inside the door, inside the tree. Sayo trying to sneaky peeky, getting some information that Kyle is here, but the trap wire trying to hold them down. But oh, that was really a nice. It's really a nice opening frag coming from Indonesia. Meanwhile, it's gonna
Last
be
player standing.
Frosties by himself. What are you gonna do, Frosties? 1 versus 4 situation. And look at that, all of the supporters, they already
Attackers win.
giving a standing applause for Indonesia because 13-2 is gonna be our final score for this match.
Yeah, I feel like they're already, collecting the pieces of the puzzle that they need. With Eeyore and Asterisk together, they look like a much different team. But I feel like this is also on Malaysia, that has been underperforming. I feel like in this group stage, they haven't really shown their best. But yeah, Indonesia finally a little bit away from danger. They're not fully out of danger, but they're still in a very vulnerable spot. But at least now they can breathe easily because they are not going to go 0-3. They have finally picked up a victory for themselves. So yeah, this is this crowd or this team that Indonesia has it's very complex, right? You have 7 players with 7 different play styles, sure, from the same team, but they're different positions, different players. So I feel like it's up to Rosafly to really mix and match which players go well with each other, which does not. So I feel like in this case, he has done the right job trying to mix Eeyore and Asterisk together, because these 2 players are indeed the 2 strongest players that not the strongest, but like the most experienced, right? And the young players do need that lead coming from both of the veterans.
Yeah, Indonesia, they are still looking for their best composition here for the roster itself. So I think match number 3 between Malaysia just now, they finally found their better composition. Maybe like you said, not the best, but at least better to make Indonesia, at least they can get their first win here, because Malaysia with 0-3 lose, I think their chance to go to the playoff is, I don't know, maybe none now, since they are going to play for the 5 matches, right? For each country. So once you lose 0-3, I think it's not
possible.
It's not possible, but there's still a chance if, let's say, all the Philippines, Vietnam, and also Cambodia, they lose all their matches. But it's impossible, because we know how strong Philippines with 3-0, and even though Vietnam, even though they lose with Philippines, they're still hanging on in the top 2 with 2-1 point in the standing.
Yeah, it's of course Malaysia. Unlucky for them, they haven't really shown their best. What they could actually do, because these are 5 talented individually talented players. They are individually strong, and what we see there is Indonesia just steamrolling with them 13-2. Like, Indonesia got 13-2 by Philippines, now they're 13-2 Malaysia. So this is a game to remember for the Indonesians as well. But we see now Sky, or Gemma with the Sky rather, as the MVP. Meanwhile, Frosty's again as the race. He has always been the player that the Malaysians do depend upon. But of course, he can't do everything by himself. So still, this is a team game. They have to work as a unit. At least in this map, Indonesia has been working on as a unit. They have been pushing together. They've been playing behind their utilities, and this is a different Indonesia that we have seen compared to the Indonesia that we have seen getting battered by Philippines 13-2 and losing overtime 19-17 against Singapore. So yeah, of course, this is good news for the Indonesian fans. They could still rejoice. They could still, take a breather, take it slow, and maybe see Indonesia come back stronger tomorrow, because today Indonesia has done playing, right? The final match would be Philippines against Cambodia.
Yeah, we are still having our last match for today, and it's going to be interesting because Philippines, the strongest team in the group stage, I could say, will against a Cambodia that who actually needs more point as well, right? So we will see what will Cambodia will do for our last match for today. So we will take a short break. Please don't go anywhere, because the last match will come up shortly. Don't get away from here, because me, Momo-chan, and also Realize will be back soon.